After you've finished
الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله صلوات الله وسلامه عليه تسليما كثيرا. أما بعد فإن خير الكلام كلام الله وخير الهدى هدى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم وشر الأمور محدثاتها وكل محدثة بدعة وكل بدعة ضلالة وكل ضلالة في النار. Today is March 17th, and it's the last Friday before Ramadan, inshallah. This time next week, we'll begin the blessed month of Ramadan and fasting. Allahumma sallim lana Ramadan wa sallim Ramadan lana wa tusallimuhu minna mutaqabbala, as the Salaf used to make that dua. May Allah bring us a good Ramadan and cause us to be in a good condition when Ramadan comes, inshallah, and may He cause it to go away from us and it would have been accepted from us. As it relates to March 17th, for those of you who don't know, our children know that this is St. Patrick's Day, and St. Patrick is a saint that the Christians celebrate, they pay homage to. Today is a good teaching day for the Muslim parent to be on top of, taking these moments to go over your religion with these children. The theme of St. Patrick's Day is that your child, or maybe even the Muslim, goes to work and he's celebrating the theme by wearing green, believing in four-leaf clovers, believing in leprechauns or those dwarfs, and that's stereotypical. People shouldn't do that to those people who've been tried with that situation. When you go back and read about that stuff with your child, who sometimes we send them to school doing this stuff, you'll find that it's nothing but kufr and shirk. It's nothing but khurafat. Has nothing to do with the reality of anything. All you have to do is go back and just put in the ugly history or reality of St. Patrick. The Muslim parent has to let the Muslim child know, growing up in this environment, as it relates to St. Patrick's Day, is that St. Patrick, there are no saints. The saints are the awliya of Allah. And we have to believe that there are awliya of Allah from Ahlul Kitab, from those people who went before us. From those people who went before us, that the Quran and the Sunnah tells us about. Again, you go back and you read the reality of St. Patrick, you see this is the religion, the Nasara especially. ألا إن أولياء الله لا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون الذين آمنوا وكانوا يتقون. That's what we have to teach our children. That's what we have to understand. Afraid. He won't be afraid Yawm al-Qiyamah. He's not afraid in the dunya. He knows everything about the religion. Everything is by the qadr of Allah and iman. They're the people who believe in Allah and they have taqwa. St. Patrick didn't have that. Now, one of the reasons I want to bring this to your attention, Ikhwani, is, as I mentioned, our children are growing up in this environment. You cannot just allow them, nor can we allow ourselves just to participate in the ayad and celebrations and manifestations of what these people do and what they believe. You go back to its origins, always kufr, shirk, dhulm, fisq, kadhib, khurafat. Has nothing to do with the reality of anything. It's always backwards, diametrically opposed to al-Islam. But these things creep into our religion. As I mentioned, next week, inshallah, Friday will be in the beginning of Ramadan. So during these days on social media and the durus and the masajid, there's been a lot of spread of ahadith that are true and ahadith that are not true. Some of those non-true ahadith, people build upon the approach to Ramadan based upon them. Like the hadith that I'm sure has come across everyone's eyes these days, that there's coming to you a month that is blessed. The beginning of that month, the first 10 days are a rahmah. The second 10 days are maghfirah. And the last 10 days is al-itq min al-nar. Allah will free you and emancipate people from the hellfire in those last 10 days. That's one of the most famous hadith of Ramadan. People get that hadith with sincerity and they struggle and strive to make the tahqiq of the virtues of this hadith. The first 10 days are rahmah. The second 10 days are maghfirah. And the last 10 days is emancipation from the nar. But just like with St. Patrick's, this is something that crept into our religion. The Prophet didn't say that, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the opposite is true. So don't approach Ramadan believing in that hadith in that way. Because all of Ramadan is rahmah. And all of Ramadan is maghfirah. And all of Ramadan is emancipation from the hellfire for any and everybody who is blessed to see and meet Ramadan. So when you meet Ramadan, inshallah azza wa jal, it's all maghfirah. The Prophet told us, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, man sama Ramadan. And in the riwayah, man qama Ramadan, imanan wa ihtisaban, ghufira lahu ma taqaddama min dhanbihi. Any person who fasts the month of Ramadan with iman, he believes in it. Now people look at Ramadan in different ways. Some people look at Ramadan as being a guest that's heavy on you. You don't want him or his children to come and visit. When they come, you become upset because they're thuqala. Ramadan is thaqil. He's miskeen. The second person looks at Ramadan as a guest. He's happy that he's here. He has iman. He follows that hadith. من كان يؤمن بالله ويوم الآخر فليكرم ضيفه. He has iman billah and yawm al-akhir. So he's going to look at Ramadan as a guest. He's going to do the best that he can. But his challenge is it going to be the same Ramadan from last year? The same Ramadan the year before that? The same Ramadan the year before that? Is it going to be that different Ramadan? And then there's that third group of people, the categories of the people who look at that guest of Ramadan and he's mutashawwir. He can't wait till it comes. He can't wait. He doesn't wait till it comes. He can't wait till the guest comes. So the point here is, as it relates to this issue of Ramadan, all of it is forgiveness. The Prophet mentioned, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, anybody who fasts, anybody who prays Ramadan, qiyamul layl, you'll be forgiven. He also mentioned Ramadan, ila Ramadan mukaffiratun bima baynahunna. One Ramadan to the next Ramadan is a expiation for your sins. All of those sins that you did before in the previous Ramadan to this Ramadan, inshallah, mukaffiratun, Ramadans that pass. That's how it is. Forgiveness, all of it. And all of the Ramadan is freedom from the hellfire. Freedom from the hellfire. إن لله أتقى من النار وذلك في كل ليلة من رمضان. The Prophet said every single night in the month of Ramadan, Allah will free people from the hellfire. Every single night. Not just in the last 10 days because of al-itikaf and because of Laylatul Qadr, because that's the nature of Ramadan. And when does that happen? He mentioned every single day that the faster fasts, he has two happinesses. One of those happinesses is when he is free from the hellfire. Every day at the break fast time, at the time of breaking your fast, is the emancipation from the Ramadan. But what I want to focus on, Ikhwani, is what we always focus on during this time. And that is the first part of that hadith. The first 10 days are rahmah. The second 10 days are maghfirah. The last 10 days, emancipation? No. All of the days, emancipation. All of the days are maghfirah. And all of the days are from rahmah. The rahmah of Ramadan. شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان فمن شهد منكم شهر فليصم ومن كان مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخرى يريد الله بكم اليسر ولا يريد بكم العسر. All of that ayat is rahmah of Allah throughout the month of Ramadan. All of that ayat. Ramadan, no doubt, as the Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, is a shahr that is mubarak. But in that blessed month is blessed throughout, and in the beginning through the end is rahmah, maghfirah, and emancipation from the hellfire. The month of the Quran is the month in which the month of Ramadan is the month of the Quran, the month in which the Quran has been revealed as a guidance to the people and as a clarity for those things that need to be clarified. Who Allah is, what the religion is, what did the prophets and messengers do, what should we do? The month of Ramadan revealed and explained all of that in the revelation of the Quran. As a result of that, anybody who is a stationary resident, then you should fast. So we fast in the month of Ramadan because of the revelation of the Quran. Every Muslim knows that. But do we contemplate? The hikmah and the reason behind fasting in the month of Ramadan is because the Quran was revealed in this month. So anyone who was present, let him fast during the month of Ramadan. And from the rahmah of that is, if you are traveling or you are sick, then you don't have to fast. That's from the rahmah of the month, throughout the month. Throughout the month. So I think that some of you are aware of what's been spreading in the last day. I saw it only today. Abdullah ibn Abbas made it clear that the people who are traveling and the people who are sick, they're not the only people who don't have to pray or they don't have to fast during the month of Ramadan, as that ayat said. The people, if you are traveling, if you are sick, then let him make those days up at a later time. If he's sick with a sickness that he's going to recover from, he has a headache, he has a fever, he has a stomach ache, he has a migraine, he has some kind of attack, he has a mental panic attack, he becomes sick, can't take his meds, then let him make those days up later, because that sickness, he's going to recover from that sickness, inshallah. They're not the only ones. The one who was traveling, and as we mentioned last week, Allah loves it when we take advantage of the sadaqah that he gives to us, and he loves it when you take advantage of the concession. Abdullah ibn Abbas, he mentioned, those are not the only people who don't have to fast. وَعَلَى الَّذِينَ يُطِيقُونَهُ فِدْيَةٌ إِطْعَامُ طَعَامٍ مِسْكِينٍ. Allah mentioned another group. Those people who don't have to fast, those people who don't have to fast, and they have the ability, then they should spend and give the fidya and spend for each day that they did not fast. Abdullah ibn Abbas said, the meaning of this ayat are those older people from our community. The sheikh who's kabir in his age, the lady who is old, the ajuz in her age, they don't have to fast. I saw it today in the internet that an 87-year-old British lady embraced the religion, and that news is spreading. And we say alhamdulillah for her Islam. It's a sign and indication. If your parents, your relatives are not Muslim, someone's not Muslim because they're old, that doesn't mean that Allah can't and won't guide them. That lady embraced al-Islam. She came in front of the public. She had a hijab. It wasn't the correct hijab. 87 years old. Her hair was out. It wasn't the perfect hijab. But Allah mentioned in the Quran, وَالْقَوَاعِدُ مِنَ النِّسَاءِ اللَّاتِي لَا يَرْجُونَ النِّكَاحَ فَلَيْسَ عَلَيْهِنَّ جُنَاحٌ أَنْ يَدَعْنَ ثِيَابَهُنَّ. Those old ladies who are beyond the age of wanting to get married, there's no sin on them if they don't wear proper hijab. We're not going to blame that lady for not having proper hijab at 87 years old. But she was insisting that she's going to fast the month of Ramadan. And the Muslims who helped her to accept Islam, they were pushing that narrative to show how strong her iman was, to say that those people who are younger and stronger than her, and you're older Muslims than she is, how can you allow her to do this and you don't do? We agree to that side, that those of us who have been Muslims for a long time, you're stronger than her, you were born and raised in Islam, how you can't fast? But we don't support pushing this 87-year-old lady to fast. The same way we don't criticize her, condemn her or them about that hijab. It wasn't the perfect hijab, but the older lady in Islam who is beyond getting married, doesn't want to get married, her hijab doesn't have to be perfect. Which goes to show we have to be easy and gentle in all of the right places. Older people like that, connected to us, should be discouraged from fasting. That's what I'm trying to say. Those of us who have medical issues, you should be discouraged from fasting. You just came out of a serious operation recently. You should be discouraged. And fasting is not something you play with your health. You don't roll the dice and see how it's going to turn out. Not like that. Abandon the fast. And from those individuals, lastly, is that Abdullah ibn Abbas and Abdullah ibn Umar. They said that those women who were connected to them and in the community who became pregnant or they were breastfeeding in the month of Ramadan, Abdullah ibn Abbas and Abdullah ibn Umar used to encourage those women, tell those women, you don't have to fast, you don't have to try, you don't have to attempt. Now, as we always mention, I understand and I appreciate, you're gonna have other opinions out there. You're gonna have other opinions. You go back and you check those opinions of the scholar so-and-so said this and he said that she has to fast and make it up. You could take that opinion if you want. But he's not Abdullah ibn Umar. And that other scholar is not Abdullah ibn Abbas. Do we say Abdullah ibn Umar, Abdullah ibn Abbas are right in everything they ever said it did? No, we didn't say that. But we said, keeping with the theme, and Ramadan is rahmah throughout the month. And in addition to that, be gentle on yourselves and be easy with those who are around you. And take the sadaqah of Allah Azza wa Jalla. Let those women who are pregnant and those women who have babies and they're suckling their babies, let them forego the Ramadan and pay the fidya. أقول قولي هذا واستغفر الله لي ولكم ونسأل الله تعالى التوفيق والسداد. بسم الله الحمد لله حمدا كثيرا وطيبا مباركا فيه وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلوات الله وسلامه عليه تسليما كثيرا. إخواني في الله, as you guys and brothers can see the ongoing work here at the masjid, a lot has been accomplished in the short time since we've taken on board trying to remodel and refurbish the masjid. The goal and the objective in terms of the time was wanted to have this done before Ramadan so that people can come to the community and enjoy the month of Ramadan in an easy and relaxed way. While all of this work has been going on, the work in the masjid hasn't stopped. Part of the work of the masjid is the madrasa. So we let the girls learn from home, online, and the boys came to the masjid. Everybody's making sacrifices. The beat doesn't stop, the dawah doesn't stop, the masjid doesn't stop. I want to take this opportunity to ask everybody in the masjid today who are utilizing the masjid, we would encourage you, volunteer and come or whatever, but we understand everybody can't come. But I think everybody is in some position or a position to help out financially here in the masjid. This is a long-term project, but we're trying to get the situation sorted out before the month of Ramadan, bi-idhnillah. So I'm here before you asking you for your generosity for the masjid, to put an extra donation forward for the supplies and the things that we are needing in order to make the masjid, inshallah, the complete and finished idea that we had in our minds. So before leaving the masjid today, we're asking everybody in the masjid to donate and to give generously, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. May Allah accept it from you and accept it from all of the people involved in trying to remodel the masjid. We ask Allah to make us of those people who are truthful in word and deed and establish us firmly upon His kitab and His sunnah. Aqim as-salah. Yarhamakumullah. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله وكفى وصلوات الله وسلامه على نبينا المصطفى وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله صلوات الله وسلامه عليه تسليمًا كثيرًا. أما بعد. Just like you, today I woke up and there was snow all over the place at Fajr time. And just like you, my children were excused from school today. And just like you, I had to deal with some of the challenges that represent themselves whenever the snow comes down. And just like all of you, I came to Salatul Jum'ah. I wanted to take this opportunity to inform you about something that we've mentioned a couple of times here. It's been a consistent theme in terms of what we've been giving da'wah to. And that is a statement that the Nabi of Islam mentioned, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, inna Allaha yuhibbu an tu'ta rukhusuhu kama yuhibbu an tu'ta azaimuhu. Allah loves it when you take advantage of the concessions that He gave you. If Allah has given you a rukhsa, He loves it. And just as you want Allah to love you, this is one of the ways that that can happen. When Allah gives you something, a rukhsa, to make things easy for you, He loves it when you take it. In the same way that He loves when you do the things that He told you to do, the azaim, the azima. What's the azima? Allah told you to make wudu before you pray, and you always do it. He told you to pray the 5 prayers, to pray the Jumu'ah prayer. You do it. Allah loves it. That's the azaim. He loves it when you fast the month of Ramadan. You're going to do that. Umrah, Hajj, hijab, all of that stuff. Inna Allaha yuhibbu an tu'ta rukhusuhu kama yuhibbu an tu'ta azaimuhu. Allah loves it when you take advantage of the rukhsa, the concession. The same way He loves it when you take it care of, when you do the azaim. In the Hadith al-Qudsi, the Nabi mentioned sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, ما تقرب إلي عبدي بشيء أحب إلي مما افترضته. The slave can't do anything. The thing that he does that makes me love him, the single most important thing if he wants me to love him, is to do what's wajib. That's the azaim that Allah told you to do. And the nawahi, those things are haram. Leave that. Allah loves it when you leave off the haram. Just as He loves that, and we're all trying to do those things, Allah loves it when you take advantage of the rukhsa. Again, the rukhsa is the concession. Normally you will have to do something, but because Allah has given you an opportunity not to do it, you leave it, making it easy upon yourself and make it easy upon other people. The Prophet described it, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, and he said about it, Naha sadaqatun tasaddaqa Allahu alaykum biha fakhudhu sadaqata rabbikum. It is a sadaqah, a charity that Allah has given you. Allah has given you a sadaqah, not you giving the masjid a sadaqah, or you taking from your pocket, giving to the masakin and the fuqara and the muhtajeen. When we say, hey, do you not see this masjid? This masjid costs money. We're asking you to give from what Allah has given you, fi sabilillah. It's not that, us asking you. It's a sadaqah that Allah has given to you, Abdullah. فَخُذُوا بِصَدَقَةِ رَبِّكُمْ. Take the sadaqah of your Lord. Can you imagine someone comes to this masjid or any other masjid and says, I really need help, I really need help. And then when we give him 100 pounds, 200 pounds, he throws it in our face and he says, I don't want this. He throws the sadaqah we're giving him. So what's the sadaqah? We want to, as we've been trying to create an environment and an atmosphere, a culture in this masjid to educate the Muslims. I am not deterring anyone from the masjid. I'm not discouraging you from coming to the masjid, but I'm telling you and I'm encouraging you to do what the Prophet said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. خُذُوا بِصَدَقَةِ رَبِّكُمْ. Take the sadaqah that Allah gave you. In this weather like this, you don't have to come to Salatul Jummah. You don't have to come to Salatul Jummah. It's not wajib upon you. It's a sadaqah. You have a job, your presence in that job is more important than your absence. But sometimes you have to leave. Do you have to leave today? You don't have to leave today because there's snow on the ground. خُذُوا صَدَقَةَ رَبِّكُمْ. The non-Muslims, the kuffar of leaves in this country, they said to the kids, you don't have to go to school today. Why don't they have to go to school today? Because there are some kids who have to walk, there are some kids who have to take the bus, and yes, there are some kids who their parents drive them, which is easier. But everyone doesn't have the ability to be driven and transported to school by driving. Al-Islam looks at the weakest from amongst us. And that's why the woman, the sick, the child, and the one who, they don't have to come to the masjid. The majnoon, they don't have to come. Because the pen, the qalam of a taklif, rufi'a anhu. I am not, Ya Abdullah, telling you not come to the masjid. I'm not telling you that. And I'm not discouraging you. Unless there are extraordinary circumstances, extenuating I mean real serious, hurricane blowing the roofs off of homes, we're going to be here. I'm going to give the khutbah because I'm the imam. And if there were 3 or 2 or 5 people here, I have to be here, inshallah. But if there are extraordinary circumstances, I'm not coming out. As for you, the Muslims, take the sadaqah of your Lord. Not just today, but in the religion. Every year for Ramadan, for the last 15, 20 years, Allahu A'lam, the first khutbah that I give before Ramadan is the khutbah that Al-Islam is easy. Because we have people who fast from our aqarib, people who fast from our ikhwan. As-sawmu alayhim laysa biwajib. It's not even, it's haram. And we give that khutbah because I saw with my 2 eyes, over the years being a Muslim from 1986 until now, how many people who I love, people who I knew from this ummah, and my aqarib, they died. Rahmatullah alayhim ajma'een. You don't have to fast, ya akhi. So I want to bring your attention to a hadith. You have to remember this hadith, ya Abdullah Muslim. Ma dumta hayya. Not only that, I know from amongst you, some of you who read about your religion. You may read about your madhab, you may read about how to know your deen. I know there are some. There are some people, Islam is just taqleed, that's it. Whatever I say, he'll do. Whatever his mother say, he'll do. No, that shouldn't be your religion. But I want to introduce you and share and repeat to you a hadith. You have to keep it in your head, Ya Abdullah Muslim. And what was collected by Imam al-Bukhari, Abdullah ibn Abbas, the cousin of the Nabi, he was an alim from the ulama of the companions, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam wa radiyallahu anhum ajma'in. He sat with all of the community of students, and they were many. He said, let me tell you people something of what happened during the time of the Nabi, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Rasulullah combined and he prayed Salat al-Dhuhr 4 rakat and Salat al-Asr 4 rakat in the time of Dhuhr. And then he prayed Salat al-Maghrib 3 rakat, Salat al-Isha 4 rakat in the same day in the time of al-Maghrib. Some intelligent Muslim who wanted to know his religion, he just didn't let it go in one ear out of it. He said, why did he do that, Ya Abdullah ibn Abbas? He said, Allah yuhrija ummata, so as to not make things difficult on his ummah. Let me repeat that hadith. He said that he prayed Salat al-Dhuhr 4 rakat and Salat al-Asr 4 rakat. Listen to this. He said there was no safar. Rasulullah was in Medina. He wasn't a musafir. And he wasn't sick. There was no marad. In another narration, he said, there was no matar, no rain. And in that same hadith, he said, and there was no khawf, we weren't afraid of the enemy. So those four things, he negated. None of that happened. Rasulullah did it for no reason. He wasn't sick, he wasn't traveling, he was in Medina. There was no rain. We were not afraid of the enemy coming to get us. Why? Why did he do that? To make things easy. Pay attention, Ya Abdullah. Our ulama, who we love, we honor, and we respect, but we don't blindly follow them when we don't have to. We understand our religion with them, by them, through them, by Allah's permission. They took different understanding. How should we deal with that hadith? Now listen, we're trying to call to the sunnah in Masjid al-Rahmah. We're not like any other masjid where something that we would do, you may not find in other masjids because we want to practice the sunnah. But we'll try to do it in the right way, in the right time. Not to make istighrab and fitin, no. Because that can happen. The Muslims don't know what's from the sunnah. We may do something here, like in this masjid, we'll combine when it's raining. So in order to continue to encourage that culture here, I want to encourage you people. I want to let you know, you don't have to come to the masjid in this weather on Friday. You could take advantage of this time to stay with your family. If you want to come, it's permissible. Those scholars said about that hadith of Ibn Abbas, maybe Rasulullah combined like that, but Ibn Abbas forgot. Why? Maybe he was sick, maybe this, maybe that. That ihtimal, maybe, it is pushed back by the ihtimal that he didn't do it. We don't take that. Some of those scholars said, and this is important, that it was a salat that is suri. Rasulullah in reality prayed Salat al-Dhuhr at the last time of Salat al-Dhuhr. And then he prayed Salat al-Asr. And then Maghrib came in, he prayed at the last time of Maghrib and at the beginning of Isha. That's what some people say. Maybe. But when you read that hadith, that's not what you get. So that maybe is pushed back by another maybe. You can't make ilzam on someone to take that. That's an ihtimal. And it's ba'id as well. Now I know in our masjid we have a lot of people who are Malik, people from Sudan and other than that. You will read that Imam Malik said about this hadith, we don't practice this hadith because it was raining. That's what Imam Malik said. It was raining. So as a Maliki person who reads that hadith, you say Imam Malik. I'm going to take Imam Malik before Abu Usama. وَنِعْمِ اخْتِيَارٍ, that is. But not in this issue. Why? Because Abdullah bin Abbas, the companion, said there was no rain. So if Imam Malik said there was rain, what are we going to say? Especially when Imam Malik said everyone's statement is accepted or rejected except sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi, Imam Ahmed, all of those imams in Islam. So there was no rain. Lastly, Akhwani, and this is important, I'm telling you, I know there are people from amongst you who are students of knowledge. You read about your religion. You read. I want to encourage and invite those people who are just living and you don't read about your religion. You have to learn this religion. You don't have to be the scholar. I always tell you that. You don't have to give the khutbah. You don't have to memorize the Quran. But know enough about your deen that when you see and you hear things, you're not an adu to something that's from the sunnah. You're an adu, and as they say, the jahil is his own worst enemy. The person who's jahil, he'll be an adu to anything that doesn't agree with him. Know your religion. Those scholars said this is from the mutashabihat. Yes, the Prophet did it, and it's in Sahih Muslim. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he combined for no reason. If you can imagine, it's a nice summer's day right now, and today, we're going to combine Maghrib and Isha. No reason. Those scholars said, no, you shouldn't do that. Not on your own, and not in this masjid as a jama'ah. And no one should jump it down from the shabab saying, it's the sunnah, it's the sunnah. The scholars say, you shouldn't do that. It's from the mutashabihat. The mutashabih is that thing in our religion that's not clear. It's ambiguous. And we have things in our religion that are like that. And people can take those things and play with those things and go astray, make you go astray. So the Muslim who has some deen, the mutashabi, those things are not clear, he tries to avoid them. And he deals with the thing that is muhkam, is clear. It is clear. And if something comes that's mutashabi, like this incident, he makes the radd of that mutashabi to the muhkam. The Prophet ﷺ told the people when he was asked, what's the most beloved deed to Allah? He said, as-salat ala waqtiha. That's muhkam. Pray when you're supposed to pray. Not like this hadith. Inna as-salata kanat ala al-mu'minina kitaban mawquta. Pray at the specific time. But in reality, ikhwani, this hadith of Abdullah ibn Abbas is authentic. And we can practice it when we have extenuating circumstances. But before that, I want to make it clear here. This hadith is a proof of 4 things. It's a proof of 4 things. And those 4 things are, if it is raining, or you are traveling, or you are afraid, or you are sick, you don't have to go to the masjid. You can combine the prayer. Even if you are muqim, even if you are a person who is here in this city, you don't have to come to the masjid. You're allowed to combine your prayer. Listen to me very carefully, I'm going to end this. In Sahih Bukhari, Muslim, the companion said, when the rain came down, or it was very cold, al-bard al-shadid, it was very cold in Medina, no snow, just cold. So people who come from Sudan, from Saudi Arabia, Medina, you know how it can be cold in the Sham. And in Sham they have snow. In Medina there's no snow, but it used to be cold. The companion said, Rasulullah told the mu'adhin to make the adhan. Is the adhan just for somebody to get up and just do the adhan? No, there's fiqh in the adhan. It's from the sha'air of al-Islam. Should we get up here and just be partying and playing around like that? No. Everything in our religion is knowledge. The mu'adhin. Listen, it was a cold night. Rasulullah told the mu'adhin how to make the adhan. What's the adhan when it's cold? Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Hayya ala salah, hayya ala salah, hayya ala al-falah, hayya ala al-falah. Ala sallu fi buyutikum. Ala sallu fi buyutikum. And in the narration, Ala sallu fi rihalikum. He told the people, pray in your homes, pray in your homes. Wherever you are, a tent, whatever your docile and your dwelling is, stay there and pray. Some of those companions said the rain would not be a torrential rainstorm. It was just enough to get the bottom of your sock wet, making things easy for the Muslims. Easy for the Muslims. أقول قولي هذا واستغفر الله لي ولكم ونسأل الله تعالى التوفيق والسداد. Can you brothers move up? Can you move up? Can you move up? We don't have any room in the masjid because we have a lot of children here. Malish. How much is left? Alhamdulillah, hamdan kathiran wa tayyiban mubarakan fi. Today, Ikhwani, we're talking about this issue of letting you know to make things easy for yourselves. But in giving this message, you always have to be careful because you always have the extremes. You have the people who want to make things difficult, and that is shidda and ghulu. And then you have the people who also are extremists. People only attach the superlative, the adjective of extreme on the mutashaddid, the rough and the tough, the mean, the nasty, the ja'fid. No. The ghalin is also the one who goes the extreme the other way. He doesn't practice, he doesn't pray. He does things that are haram. He is musrif as it relates to the dhunub and the ma'asi. All of the kaba'ir that you can think about, he's fallen into them, or a large portion of them. He's extreme. When you give a khutbah like this, you deal with a topic like this, the one who has a problem, he plays with this. And he says, the hadith said I can pray and combine my prayer every single day, ala kayfi, as I like. And the imam said that in the khutbah. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. The ayat of the Quran about the mutashabihat and the muhkam, Allah said in that ayat, فَأَمَّا الَّذِينَ فِي قُلُوبِهِمْ زَيْغٌ فَيَتَّبِعُونَ مَا تَشَابَهَ مِنْهُ ابْتِغَاءَ الْفِتْنَةِ وَابْتِغَاءَ تَأْوِيلِهِ وَمَا يَعْلَمُ تَأْوِيلَهُ إِلَّا اللَّهُ وَالرَّاسِخُونَ فِي الْعِلْمِ يَقُولُونَ آمَنَّا بِهِ كُلٌّ مِّنْ عِندِ رَبِّنَا. We take all of that, the mutashabiha, and we take those things that are mahkam. وَهُنَّ الْكِتَابِ. So I am not by any stretch of the imagination coming here saying to you that it's okay for you and everything is durura ala kayfi. Everything is a necessity because that's your taqdeer. And I didn't say that. I'm saying, and I'm based upon what I understand, I believe about the religion, I'm ready to meet Allah, Yawm al-Qiyamah, that on Friday I came before the Muslims and I said, when it snows, like it snowed today, you don't have to come to the masjid. So your children being at home and they get off from school and you send them to the masjid, there's fiqh in that. Because they normally don't come on Friday, maybe it's better for me to say, you have to weigh that. And that's the thing about al-Islam. مَنْ يُرِدِ اللَّهُ بِهِ خَيْرًا يُفَقِّهُ فِي الدِّينِ. Knowing how to make decisions about things that are confronting you, as opposed to being like the individual who he's just existing, he doesn't know what he's doing. He follows his hawa, or he follows the hawa of the society, or he just, like a piece of paper in the sky. So in the future, inshallah, as we move forward, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala, if it rains, we're going to combine in this masjid. As it relates to now, combining now for a Jummah. Combine it. Should we pray Salatul Jummah and combine it with an Asr? There's ikhtilaf between the scholars about that. I'm of the opinion that we can and we should do it. But I know that there are people who may take the position we shouldn't do that because we can combine between Zuhr and Asr. But he didn't say between Jummah and Asr. I'm going to consider that. And I'm going to weigh the issue and the community. If everybody here said, yeah, let's combine, then I would say yes. We're going to go with the side of those ulama, that the illah for combining is mushaqqa. Raising it, making the izala of mushaqqa. That's the dalil. Yes, it didn't say he did Jummah and Asr ever. So some scholars say he shouldn't do it. Sallu kama ra'aytumuni usalli. I respect that. But there are other scholars who took the other position. And that's the position I take. But I have to look at my community. And I have to look at the people here. And that is the overall message of today, Ikhwani. The overall message today is get knowledge of the religion of al-Islam, the principles of al-Islam, the principles of usulul fiqh, the simple ones. And wallahi, that stuff will help us all to navigate. Should I get married? Should I not get married? Should I get divorced? Should I not get divorced? Should I get a second wife? Should I not get a second wife? Should I homeschool or should I not homeschool? Every decision that's important in his life is going to come with him knowing what to do in his religion. Not being an ignorant person. And this is, unfortunately, the reality of our situation. A person, he's a Muslim, and he's proud to be Muslim. And I repeat to you the story, and I'm finished. The man who was a Bedouin man, and he came across the Jewish man who had his Jewish hat on and his twirls and his black And the Bedouin men know all about the zulm, the oppression of Palestine and all that. Al-Islam is the haq. He knows all of that. When he met the Jewish man, he said, you are going to accept Islam. You better accept Islam, the religion of the haq. The Jewish man said, okay, what should I say? The Bedouin said, I don't know. I don't know what you should say. I don't know what you should do. He has Hamas, and he has Hirs, and he wants to be a Muslim. But is that the Islam? Not knowing the basics of our religion. That's not putting anyone down. That's to raise our consciousness. We don't have to come to the masjid when it's raining, when it's too hot, when it's too cold, when the wind is blowing, and issues like that. And for those of you who have professions where your profession doesn't allow you to come to the masjid at times because you're given an operation, that's permissible. You missed the Jummah, you're given an operation. It's something that's of necessity. We ask Allah Ta'ala to establish us firmly upon His Kitab and Sunnah, and to make us a fuqaha, fuhama, uqala, those people who know our deen. And may Allah Ta'ala spread the knowledge of the Kitab and the Sunnah according to the standard of the Salaf of this Ummah between the sufuf of our community. May Allah Ta'ala put us on the way of the Sunnah of the Nabi. Aqim as-salah. Yarhamakumullah. And alhamdulillahi nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udhu billahi min shururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله صلوات الله والسلام عليه تسليما كثيرا. أما بعد فإن خير الكلام كلام الله وخير الهدى هدى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم وشر الأمور محدثاتها وكل محدثة بدعة وكل بدعة ضلالة وكل ضلالة في النار. Before the Prophet died, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, at the end of his life, to make the ikmal of his religion and not to leave any shak in the minds and the hearts of the Muslims as it relates to what our deen is and what it isn't. Towards the end of his life, a lot of things happened that he put a lot of emphasis on, tarkeez on. One of the last things that he focused on with his companions, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, wa radiyallahu anhum, are the many awamir and nawahi that he made concerning the Jaziratul Arab. That's a special place in this religion. Whether you like it or you don't like it, I'm an African. I'm a proud, passionate man from Africa. But Allah Ta'ala has given the Jaziratul Arab fadl over Africa. And the people from the Jazira of the Arab, He's given them fadl over Africans. I accept that, I embrace that. From what He said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, was to this community, akhriju al-mushrikeen min Jaziratul Arab. He commanded His companions and the people of this ummah, expel the polytheists from the Arabian Peninsula. You can't say that from the minbar today, not in the Jaziratul Arab and not in Europe. Maybe in Europe you can say it and kind of get away with it as it relates to how these people hide behind freedom of speech. But when your freedom of speech goes against their ahdaf and what they're trying to do, you still get in trouble. You'll still get in trouble. But this is a politically incorrect hadith to mention. Like when the Queen died, you have to be politically correct in addressing the issue. You have to be afraid to tell the Muslims, you can't make dua for a dead non-Muslim no matter who they are. They're going to the hellfire, and they're going to be the hatab of the hellfire. And that may be shiddah, but it's shiddah fi mahalliha. From the last words that came out of the Prophet's mouth, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he was dying, is that he told the people, La ukhrijanna al-yahuda wal-nasara min jazirat al-Arab hatta la ad'a illa muslima. He said, I am going to and I want to expel expel every Jew and every Christian from the Arabian Peninsula, to the point where in the Arabian Peninsula, I don't want to leave anyone there except a Muslim, which is a really important issue, and that is, when they asked him why, Ya Rasulullah, he said, because the light, the fire of the two groups, these groups of people, it doesn't mesh and harmonize with the fire of Islam. So all of us who have children, we have children, and we're living in the UK, and your children go to public school or other than public school, your child, whether you like it or not, he's going to be affected by the nar, the fire of Ahlul Kitab and other than them. Your kid, whether you know it or not, they know all the curse words, they know about sex, they know about LGBT, some of them are even becoming gays, and that's what the Prophet was making tahdhir of, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He said that their fires don't coexist, meaning somebody's going to be affected by the other one. And now the Mubani of Al-Islam, what we took as Al-Islam a long time ago, you just took it for granted. Now these issues are under threat and under siege. So that's from what he said before he died, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So now, as the Arabs who are living, ruling, and running the Arabian Peninsula, and I'm not focusing just on the hukam. This khutbah is not a khutbah. I become mutasallit on the hukam, and I make tahij of the community against the hukam. Because I said from here many times, we are the way our hukam are, and our hukam are the way we are. For the most part, every man here is an imam. Every man here is an imam in his house. If he's listening to music and watching those crazy programs, not praying, he's the hakim in his house. The way he is, for the most part, his wife and children are going to resemble him. So I'm not here being mutasallit and muhayyij, making you against the hukam. I'm making a point about the Jazirat al-Arab. And that is, now that they are trying to normalize their relationship and being politically correct with the racist apartheid state of Israel, who are killing our people, preventing us, as I mentioned many times. You want to go to Beit al-Maqdis? They have the say-so to say yes or no, for no reason, on their own ahwa, how they want. They just look at your Facebook, you or you or you. Just look at your Facebook, and you printed something or posted something that's generic, but it's something that they perceive as against them. You can't go to Beit al-Maqdis. May Allah Ta'ala free Palestine from the hands of the zulama, and may Allah Ta'ala destroy and deal with everybody who helps them to do that, playing games with the uqul of the people. Ala kulli hal. And their ability and their desire to normalize the political condition, the economical condition, the social condition in the Middle East. Now, unfortunately, in the Jazirat al-Arab, they are inviting now Muslims to come, not only to come and work, but to come and to display their religious ideas and symbols. And this is really a sad thing. The biggest Christmas tree in the world, Guinness Book of World Records, it's in the Jazirat al-Arab, a rams of kufr and shirk. The biggest, you know how we do it. When there's something wrong with you and you're suffering from inferiority complexes for whatever reason, you become big by wearing, you have to adorn yourself with accessories to become bigger than your reality. That's how we are. Poor people, people of color, that's how we are. So we have to show, look, more than anyone, we're going to make a Christmas tree bigger than anyone. Our buildings will be bigger than everybody else's, because we have to compensate for our inferiority complexes. And as the Amir al-Mu'mineen said, Umaru, whenever we as a Muslim start looking for our izzah outside of Islam, Allah is going to bring us down. So in the Jazirat al-Arab, a number of things have happened recently since 2019. One of the first things in the United Arab Emirates, they built a 10-meter statue of Buddha. to put on the highway. In the Jazirat al-Arab, 15, 20 years ago, you want to drive for Umrah, as you're driving down the highway, the motorway, you'll find signs saying, Uskurullah, Subhanallah, La ilaha illallah, as you're driving. You'll see a loha saying, Labbaik Allahumma labbaik, and it reminds you to do the talbiyah. But now, on the highways and the byways of the Jazirat al-Arab, they put a Buddha statue, sitting up there with one leg down. A sign of kufr and shirk. Why? Why do we have to do that? It's like one of us in one of our homes, we're gonna put some kind of statue or Christmas tree because some non-Muslims come to visit us. Our relatives and other than that. We're gonna tell them, no, we're Muslims. So one of the things that they did, and this is what I wanna focus on very quickly, inshallah, as a warning to our Shabbat, because this stuff is connected, as I told you, months ago when the Queen died. And we talked about that issue. When that lady was killed in Palestine, that lady, Shireen, was shot, and the Muslims, especially from these Jama'at al-Siyasiyah, how they went overboard, putting her in Jannah. All of this is connected. They have a thing now over there that opened 2 days ago, March 1st, 2023, and it's called the House of the Abrahamic Faith. I think most Arabs who listen to the Middle East news, they heard about this. And now this place is open for Muslims and non-Muslims to come in order to see the brotherhood of the three religions. I'm here to say to you from this minbar, there is no brotherhood of three religions. I'm here to say that without biting my tongue. There is no brotherhood. It is wrong to think it like that if you're a Muslim. You're thinking wrong. We have no problem with the Muslim who wants to do interfaith dialogue. That's where we give dawah to Christians and Jews and Sikhs and Hindus. But for many years, we've been saying people who are involved in interfaith dialogue many times don't know what they're doing and what they're talking about. They don't pay attention to the hudud of al-Islam. They don't traverse based upon the qawaid of al-Islam. It's just do what makes you feel good. Be politically correct. So if we want to do the iftitah of the majlis, we want to open up the majlis like a Muslim. Sometimes we read the Quran. Not all the time. Sometimes for the barakah of the Quran. So when we want to open up the majlis with them, the people who are engaged in this, they make a dua to Allah. The Muslims. And the Christians and the Jews and the rest of them, they make dua to Allah as well. And then after that, they make dua, the Christians, to Jesus. And the Muslims make their dua to Jesus. When the Kuffar of Quraysh came and said, Ya Muhammad, we see your religion is spreading. We can't stop it. We want to bribe you, Muhammad. 1 year, we'll worship Allah along with you. On the condition, the following year, you worship our guys. He said, no. قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الْكَافِرُونَ لَا أَعْبُدُ مَا تَعْبُدُونَ. We don't play around in these issues. So now, as it relates to this Abrahamic faith, few things we have to mention. There are some really harmful people giving dawah to the Muslims today. The Mufti of Al-Azhar has knowledge, but you have to take whatever the Mufti of Al-Azhar says with a grain of salt. Do not follow any imam, any sheikh with taqleed al-a'ma. None of them. At least those 4 imams, I believe they were from the awliya of Allah, and Allah knows best. I have no doubt about their diyan and taqwa and wara. And even they don't deserve to be blindly followed because they're all human beings and they can make mistakes. But at least those people were strong in their religion. I'm not against the Mufti of Al-Azhar as a person, shakhsiyatuhu, but the fatwa that comes from those people like that is a problem. And that's why I'm giving you this kalam bis-saraha and without any isharat. Beware of the fatwa of some of these people, because he said anyone who's against this idea of the Abrahamic faith, then something's wrong with him. He's mutashaddid. He's not really on the religion. To get on this minbar and say that I'm wrong to say It is not permissible for you, Ya Abdullah, or me, your children, my children, to believe this stuff. Over there in the UAE, there is a masjid that they built for the Muslims. And then the fraternity enclosed a ma'bad for the Yahud. And then over here is a Christian kanisa for the Christians. And everyone's going to go there because this is the fraternity of religions. The laws of religions, it's not permissible in our deen. Now I know that there are some people and they don't want shiddah. And I don't also want shiddah in the wrong place. Just like I don't want to have softness in the wrong place. Someone slaps me in my face. I mean, really slaps me in my face. And then I say, ahlan wa sahlan. And I walk away. You slap me in my face, you're gonna expect something is coming back your way because it's the fitrah. And if you don't slap them back and give it back to them, it has to be because there are principles of Islam that stop you. As for you feeling naturally, it's wrong to slap them back. That's not our religion. The Prophet dealt with people, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who tried to do things to him. There's another da'i, I'm gonna mention his name because some of these du'at are a problem. Wasim Yusuf, one of the du'at of al-Islam, who had a lot of people listening to him. A lot of people listening to him. He was also one of those people. Whoever doesn't buy into this thing, you're mutashaddid. Something's wrong with you. Something's wrong with you. And as we said from this minbar, there is no Muslim country or Muslim leader that is without fault. All countries are like that, but some are better than others. But one of the people I have to mention as well is the man that you would think he could realize Allah has blessed him to give the khutbah for the ummah of Islam in the previous Hajj, Muhammad Abdul Karim al-Isa. All of these people are people who lead our community astray. There is no such thing as the Abrahamic religion. That's the first thing we want to make this point clear. And that's because Ibrahim was a Muslim. There's no Abrahamic faith. Jesus and Musa, they come from the family of Ibrahim, and Muhammad, the third religion, as if there's a fraternity. There's no fraternity between us. There's nothing between us and our religion. Nothing. Allah Ta'ala said about Ibrahim, وَمَا كَانَ إِبْرَاهِيمُ يَهُودِيًا وَلَا نَصْرَانِيًا وَلَكِنْ كَانَ حَنِيفًا مُسْلِمًا وَمَا كَانَ مِنَ الْمُشْرِكِينَ. Ibrahim wasn't a Jew. Ibrahim wasn't a Christian. Ibrahim was Hanif, standing upright, leaning towards the Tawheed and the worship of Allah Azza wa Jal. He was a Muslim, and he wasn't from the Mushrikeen. Allah told Ibrahim in the Quran, إِذْ قَالَ لَهُ رَبُّهُ أَسْلِمْ قَالَ أَسْلَمْتُ لِرَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ. Allah told Ibrahim, become a Muslim, submit. What is al-Islam? Some people believe al-Islam is Hazar Nazar, al-Khatam, following the Imam blindly, making dua to dead people. That's what Islam is to a lot of people. We gave a khutbah here about what is al-Islam. الاستسلام لله بالتوحيد والانقياد له بالطاعة والبراءة من الشرك والمشركين. If you don't do those three things, something's wrong with our Islam. Our Islam. Allah told him, submit, become a Muslim. He said, I submit to the Lord of all the worlds. It got nothing to do with Christianity, Judaism, Sikhism, Hinduism, none of that. Kuntum shuhada. إذ حضر يعقوب الموت قال ما تعبدون من بعدي قالوا نعبد إلهك وإله آبائك إبراهيم وإسماعيل وإسحاق إله واحدة ونحن له مسلمون. Were any of you present when one of the greatest Nabis came and he said to his son when he was about to die, Yaqub, and he did what an intelligent man does with his sons, with his children? What are you going to worship when I die? After I die? What are you going to be on? You're going to be LGBT? Just leave the son just like that? No, you should take your son out of these public schools. And we should get connected and committed to helping these kids hold on to our legacy. Because everything they're exposed to today, music, internet, everything, their friends, society, is to kill the legacy. You look at me from where you're sitting like I'm crazy, that's okay. You wait another 5 or 10 years, inshallah. You wait. Some of our young people don't have children and they're married. I tell them all the time, there's a ni'mah in having children. But you know what? During these days and times, it's a ni'mah sometimes not to have a kid. Because your kid is going to be susceptible to what our children are doing. Our children. So you be careful when you think about it. There's only one Islam that Ibrahim was upon. And it had nothing to do with kufr, had nothing to do with shirk. What are you going to worship after me? They said, we're going to worship the Ilah, the God, the true God, the God of your father. Ibrahim and Ishaq and Ismail. He was one God, one true God, the Ilah, who should be worshipped. And we are Muslims. It's a proof of Muslims. We're talking about Abrahamic faith. So, ikhwani fillah, I want to do something here today. I want you to leave this masjid today getting out of your head that there's even a thing called Abrahamic religions. Their religion have nothing to do with Ibrahim. Ibrahim was a Muslim on the religion of al-Islam, not on that kufr, not on that shirk, and it's not permissible, it's not right to say anything other than that. Listen to how the Prophet described, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, Ibrahim and the rest of the companions. He said, Nahnu ma'ashar al-anbiya ikhwatun allatun dinuhum wahid wa ummahatuhum shatta. He said, I, along with all of the prophets and the messengers, 124,000 prophets, 313 messengers. Abu Umama, Ya Rasulullah, how many prophets and messengers came? He said there were 124,000 prophets and 313 messengers. He said all of us are brothers. Our mothers are different. We have different mothers, but our deen is one. Our father is Adam. We got different mothers, but our deen is one. Ibrahim was not on the deen of these people. He had nothing to do with this kufr and this shirk. That's our religion. Listen, in the Isra wal Mi'raj, many things happened in Mecca before it happened, and many things happened in the Isra when he went before going into the Mi'raj. Many things happened on the trip, and when he finally touched down in Bayt al-Maqdis. When he touched down in Bayt al-Maqdis, he got off of the Barak, the animal that he was driving. He tied that animal up to the pole, and he said this was the pole that the prophets and the messengers used to tie their animals on that pole, showing that the rihla was real. It wasn't in the roar, it wasn't in a dream, it was real. It also shows that all of the prophets and the messengers called to a tawakkul, tie your camel. And don't say I'm just relying on Allah. The man came and said, Ya Rasulallah, should I tie my camel or should I just let him go and rely on Allah? He said, tie your camel and then rely on Allah. Take precautions. After the Prophet did that, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he went into Bayt al-Maqdis when he used to be free from the dhulm of the Yahud, who are from the Zionists. Qatilahum Allah. He said, I prayed 2 rakats. Because going into any masjid, even on Friday, Abdullah, you should pray 2 rakats. He said, I prayed 2 rakats. After praying 2 rakats, he stood up to lead all of the imams, all of the prophets and messengers in the salah. What did he say? He said, I turned around and they were all in one line. 124,000 prophets. 313 messengers, one line. Not like the sufuf, no, not like that. What's the benefit of that? لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله. No distinction between them. Same deen, same mishkat, same dawah. The same dawah. And the other thing about the same dawah is, if we were truly people who we had some courage, this is really mind-blowing, and that is, you go to my mother You go to my aunties, you go to some of these non-Muslim Jamaican ladies where I live at who are working in their stores, and you go in here and you say, hey, Mrs. Chloe, I got a question for you. You know I come in here and I'm a Muslim. I go to the masjid down there. I've been inviting you to the masjid of Islam, and you go to that church up there. I want to ask you something, Miss Chloe. If I die, will I go to Jannah? She'll say, you'll never go to Jannah. But here I am, Abdullah Muslim, saying, Baytu Ibrahimi. We all going to go to Jannah. We're all on the same thing. We all have to love each other. Christians and Yahud, they have the Aqidah, and they have the understanding of Wala wa Bara. And the Muslim who Allah said about his religion, Al-Yawma akmaltu lakum deenakum. Our religion is complete. وَمَنْ يَبْتَغِي غَيْرَ الْإِسْلَامِ دِينًا فَلَنْ يُقْبَلَ لَهُ مِنْهُ. You're never going to get it accepted. What are you talking about? وَعَدَ اللَّهُ الْمُنَافِقِينَ وَالْمُنَافِقَاتِ وَالْكُفَّارَ نَارَ جَهَنَّمَ خَالِدِينَ فِيهَا هِيَ حَسْبُهُمْ وَلَعْنَهُمُ اللَّهُ وَلَهُمْ عَذَابٌ مُقِيمٌ. That's our religion. Before I sit down, Ya Akhi Abdullah, I want to make it perfectly clear. Hikmah in a dawah, ease and gentleness in a dawah. If there were some non-Muslims sitting right now, I wouldn't talk to them like this. I wouldn't talk, because there's a time and a place for everything. But in front of my Muslim brothers, we have to have hikmah in dealing with these people. But it is not from hikmah. It is zulm for a Muslim to make a tanazul about the mubani of al-Islam, the basics of al-Islam. Our children are losing al-Islam. أقول قولي هذا واستغفر الله لي ولكم ونسأل الله تعالى التوفيق والسداد. الحمد لله حمدا كثيرا طيبا مباركا فيه وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. I leave you with food for thought. In our experiences in life and meeting different people, as it relates to imams and a'imma and people who lead us in our community, I'm sure you have seen and you have experienced some people really rough and tough, always rough and tough. I'm sure you've seen that. There's food for thought. That imam is rough and tough. The way he is, his muamala, he's rough and tough. And we also saw the imam who's a chump. He's a punk. He can't stand up and say the truth because he's scared of the shura, he's scared of the people with money, he's scared of the news and the media. He doesn't represent us. He's a chump, a real chump. Our Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam was balanced, and he was the example. So a person can say something from the truth of what he brought, and people who don't like it say, you're rough and tough. So what all of the prophets and messengers brought, وَلَقَدْ بَعَثْنَا فِي كُلِّ أُمَّةٍ رَسُولًا أَنِ اعْبُدُوا اللَّهَ وَاجْتَنِبُوا الطَّاغُوتَ. We sent a Nabi, those 124,000, those 315, they all went to their people and told their people, worship Allah alone and don't worship false gods and deities. The one who loves worshiping false gods, he worships the Nabi of Islam in the grave. He worships the Amwat. He worships other than Allah. When you come and you tell him this is not permissible, he says, you're shadeed. You're shadeed. No, food for thought. It was the Nabi of Islam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who said, put the Yahud and the Nasara out of the Jazirat al-Arab. It was him. He was the one who said that. Was the Nabi, was he shadeed? Was he shadeed? So don't get the smoke screens. Someone is giving a khutbah and he's excited, passionate on the day of Jummah, and the message, you missed the message. It's shadeed. Yeah, this issue is shadeed. You know why it's shadeed? Because everybody's sitting here. And I don't know most of your situation with your children. Everybody who has children, the Islam of our children is under siege. Everybody in this audience. And then we have people in real time, real life, not some hypothetical. His son is gay. His daughter's a lesbian. His boy is on the brink of becoming a homosexual. And if he says anything about it, that father get in trouble. Well, I say to you, we live and we die. And inshallah, we have to die at some point. Let's go out as people who have principles, knowing from our principles, life and death is in the hand of Allah Azza wa Jal. Those 124,000 prophets, 315 messengers, they were tried. All of them were tried. To the point where one of them came Yawm al-Qiyamah, no one believed in him. Another one, 2 people believed in him. Another one, 3 to 10 people believed. It's not a sign that the message wasn't right. It's a sign that they had to deal with stuff. So may Allah Ta'ala give us the wherewithal, the hikmah, the strength, give us the courage, the knowledge, the commitment to deal with these tahaddiyat that we have to deal with today. And may He Subhanahu wa Ta'ala establish us firmly in the middle. Put around us ansar, around us ashab, that when we start going to the right or the left, our friends say, hey, man, come back to the middle. You can't be out here by yourself thinking it's all the way you know. You have to have people around, hey, come back to the middle. And then we stand on that middle and let the chips fall where they gotta fall. Apologizing to these people. Aqim as-salah, yarhamakumullah.
In an authentic hadith from the Jawami' al-Kalim of our Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, is that he mentioned to his companions and to us, Radwanullahi alayhim ajma'in, in Allah kataba ala kulli shay'in al-husna, فإذا قتلتم فأحسنوا القتلة وإذا ذبحتم فأحسنوا الذبحة وليحد أحدكم شفرته وَلِيُرِيحْ ذَبِيحَةً. The hadith says that everything Allah has prescribed on that thing perfection. Everything that you do, Allah has ordered and commanded us to do it to the best of our ability. So if you kill, then kill well, and if you slaughter, then slaughter well. And whenever one of you wants to slaughter an animal, then sharpen your knife so as to save the animal from suffering. This hadith, as we mentioned, is from the Jawami' al-Kalim of the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Clearly, in this hadith, he's talking about the importance of knowing the adab and the ahkam of how to slaughter an animal. Where we come from, in our deen, we are people who slaughter animals. أَحَبَّهُ مَنْ أَحَبَّهُ وَكَرِهَهُ مَنْ كَرِهَهُ. Just who we are. Like it, whoever likes it, hate it, whoever hates it. So if a Muslim has a boy or girl, he's going to slaughter. Here in the UK, he may send the money back there. The time of Al-Hajj, we're going to slaughter. Like it, whoever likes it, hate it, whoever hates it. But that's the mawdu' of this hadith. That when you slaughter, slaughter well. And don't be apologetic that from our deen is slaughtering because you're in Europe. So the hadith is clearly talking about the issue of the biha, telling the Muslims what to do and what not to do when it comes to slaughtering animals in our deen. Our deen taught us how to slaughter, what not to slaughter. Also the hadith, as I mentioned, is from this Jawami' al-Kalim. This hadith is not just talking about slaughtering animals. And the one who goes away after reading this hadith and all he understands is having rahmah upon the animal, he didn't understand the hadith. It's from this Jawami' al-Kalim. This hadith is also telling us about the importance of doing whatever you do to the best of your ability. You're an electrician, then do your job to the best of your ability. You're a carpenter, You are a professor at the university. Whatever you do, don't settle for mediocrity. If you're a student, be the best student that you can be. Be the best husband that you can be. This hadith is just not about an animal that you slaughter him. It's not just about that. It's from the Jawami al-Kalim. So there is the person who will read this hadith, as I did, along with some of my ashab who accepted al-Islam along with me. When the first Hajj came, we did our udhiyah. So when it was time to slaughter, we knew this hadith. So we sharpened that knife very well. We gave the animal his last ta'am. We brought him even roses. Some people brought him expensive flowers. So it was his last ta'am. We faced him towards the Qibla, which has nothing to do with the price of peanuts, has nothing to do with anything, but this was our understanding. And we slaughtered him, Bismillah. So no doubt this hadith is talking about the ritual of slaughter. When you're gonna slaughter, don't take the animal and in front of the mother of the animal, slaughter the animal. Don't show the other animals the blood and all of the drama that's going on. Don't do that. We gave him his last water, we gave him his last drink. We laid him down, after sharpening that, we said, Bismillah, and we slaughtered him. But from amongst us were those people who were not praying. And from amongst us, when we slaughtered that animal, were those people who were doing all kinds of issues. So no doubt, this hadith is talking about the adab and the ahkam of slaughtering. But as Allah mentioned, or the Prophet mentioned, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, arhamu man fil ard, yarhamkum man fis sama. Have mercy upon those people on the earth, and the one who is in the heavens, Ar-Rahman, al-Arsh istawa, he'll have rahmah upon you. What's the benefit of slaughtering the animal with itqan and with rahmah? But when it comes to your mother, your wife, your children, Bani Adam, then there's no rahmah. وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي Adam. That's what Allah said in the Quran. He really respected and he honored Bani Adam. And he created him the ahsan al-taqweem. He created Adam's children in the best thing. So we're going to pay a lot of attention to how to slaughter an animal, which is from the deen, but no attention as it relates to Bani Adam and our relationships with people we connected to. So you didn't understand this hadith. The hadith is talking about an itqan in your amal and in your mu'amala with the people. Kafirihim wa muslimihim. Taking it easy and being gentle and dealing with people or Muslims and non-Muslims, human beings, in the best way. So some people get overwhelmed and they get bogged down with dogmatism. He's dogmatic with ritualism. And the ritual is important. But what about the ruh? What about the spirituality of the issue? Where did that go? We can't downplay the ritual, nor can we downplay the spiritual as well. Yes, inna salata tanha anil fahsha'i wal munkar. The salat is a ritual. Stand up, do this, do that, but it should stop you from doing al-munkar and al-fahsha. And if it's not stopping you from doing that, something is wrong with your salat. So the ritual is important. The dogmatism. We have some Muslims, especially from our Shabab, they scream, Al-Islam, Al-Islam, Al-Jihad, Al-Jihad, Al-Khilafa, Al-Khilafa, As-Sunnah, As-Sunnah, Ahl-Sunnah, Al-Hadith, As-Salafiyah, and all of that is Jameel and the truth. I stand here and I tell you that's the truth. But where is the other aspect of it? The spirituality of it. Allah Ta'ala has negated for those people who are just into the mantra and the dogmatism, and they're just into the ritual of the issue. لَنْ يَنَالَ اللَّهَ لُحُومُهَا وَلَا دِمَاؤُهَا وَلَكِنْ يَنَالُهُ التَّقْوَى مِنْكُمْ. When you slaughter, it is not the meat and the blood of the animal that you slaughter that goes to Allah. Allah doesn't take that meat and the blood. But what matters to Allah is the taqwa, that you understood that you should obey Him. And you understood as your position. قُلْ إِنَّ الصَّلَاةِ وَالنُّسُكِ وَمَحْيَايَ وَمَمَاتِ لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ. You understood that. That my life and my death, my prayer and my slaughter is for Allah. Your ta'ah, that's the important thing. But we're not going to take away from the importance of the rituals. The rituals are important. You have to get up and pray. You have to look like a Muslim. You have to carry on like a Muslim. Your beard is from Islam. You're a Muslim. I'm not going to bite my tongue about that. The girl's hijab is from Islam. I'm not here to tell you it's all about the ruh. It's together. Before the prayer, he told the people, straighten up your lines, straighten up your lines. Be feet to feet, shoulder to shoulder, and get close. And he said, if you don't, it will cause your hearts to be divided. So the actual optics of straighten up your lines is just as important as the prayer. I'm not here to put emphasis on one and de-emphasize the other one. It's our deen. Enter into Islam wholeheartedly. Take everything about your deen. And this is why as we deal with the upcoming rukn from the arkan of Islam, the Nabi mentioned sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, رُبَّ صَائِمٍ لَيْسَ لَهُ مِنْ صِيَامِهِ إِلَّا الْجُوعُ وَالْعَطِشِ. It may be that the one who makes fasting, the one who fasts, he just fasts and just makes himself hungry and thirsty. All of the ibadat of Islam are like that. That if we don't bring the ritual and we don't bring the spiritual aspect of that at the same time, it's a problem. Some people fast and their fast is just for their button. And there's benefit in that. I look in the audience and many of us are overweight. Many of us are overweight, especially as we get older. We're overweight and we can't do anything. Can't do anything. So if you fast for the month of Ramadan, you decrease that weight. It's beneficial. But just as important as that is, the spiritual aspect of the ibadat of Islam, that's the point. And that's why we have the Prophet telling us in all of those issues, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. From the ibadat of Islam is salah. Sallu kama ra'aytumuni usalli. Pray the way you see me praying. Don't pray the way your parents taught you how to pray if it's not like the Nabi of Islam sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. You have to learn how the Nabi prayed sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And you can't take it for granted that the way you're praying right now is according to the Sunnah. He got in front of the people on his minbar al-Sharif and he taught them how to pray. And they looked at him, hirsan. They had love for him. They wanted to know how to do things. He told the people, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, خُذُوا عَنِّي مَنَاسِكَكُمْ. You want to make Hajj? Don't make Hajj the way you want to make it, Hudayfa. I make Umrah with the people, wallahi, akhi. If you look at the Muslims when they make an Umrah and Hajj, you scratch your head and say, what is that? What is that? They just do their own thing. The ibadat of Islam. I'm not putting anyone down. I'm telling you, don't be like that person. Know what you're doing in your professional lives. Do you just do the thing the way you want to do it? Everybody who has a job here, you don't do what you want to do in your professional just because you want to do it. There's a way of doing things. You think that Allah left this religion to do it, how to keep it, how you want to do it.
I'm gonna give a khutbah right now. I just do the khutbah how I want, start speaking Spanish, and I start swearing and cursing, and I start battling people I have issues with in the audience. Is that the khutbah of Jummah? No. It's a way to do things. So as it relates to this issue, as Allah Ta'ala mentioned, لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ. You have in the Messenger of Allah a perfect example. You want to be a father, you want to be a grandfather, you want to be a husband. I'm going to tell you, and I tell you from right here. Sometimes I find it very difficult with dealing with some of my children. And I want to tell some of my children, hit the road, man. Between you and me, there's nothing that exists. Hit the road. But I know that's not how the Prophet would deal with this situation. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He makes me so angry. Wallahi, I swear by Allah. He makes me so angry, I want to cut him off. But I have too many ayat and ahadith telling me I have to deal with this boy the way Allah's Rasul had dealt with him. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. That's the sign of the real believer. Now it's easy for me to say, I'm gonna give you drama before you make me drama. I'm gonna make you crazy before you make me crazy. You are a template of me. You wanna be anid, you wanna be ignorant, I'm gonna show you how that's done. Well, my example is the Nabi. لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ. And the Nabi is the best way. Deal with your wife, your mother, whatever challenge, the Nabi of Islam is the best way. Not my way, not your way, not that Imam, not that. The Nabi of Islam, he held us to a high degree, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So as it relates to the issue right now, today, and what we want to talk to you about today, a pillar of Islam has come upon us, and that is the pillar of a soul. And it is an opportunity. I mean an opportunity. Any Muslim who's worth his weight in salt and milh, he knows that this is a ATH-THAHABI that comes every year and it goes. And up until this point, we have not squeezed out of it all of the fa'idah that's there. As a matter of fact, many of us have squandered the opportunity. تفلتت the فرصة من بين أصابعنا every year and every year, like that. Although we know, like what happened recently in Turkey, people were there today, gone tomorrow. They were there today, gone tomorrow. And it doesn't require any karitha from the kawarith, a disaster, for that to be the reality. Not at any time. You're here today, you're gone tomorrow. Anyone who wants to get the blessings and the reward of the true Ramadan, then let him follow what the Prophet brought, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ. Perfect example. So some people, they believe fasting in the month of Ramadan is waiting until Ramadan comes and then you jump into it and you do the best that you can. Well, that's not the Ramadan that the Prophet brought, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The Ramadan of Islam consists of many issues. Only one we want to talk about today, and that is the Ramadan of the Nabi. The Ramadan that's on the Sunnah is that when the month of Sha'ban came, he used to get himself ready and prepared. We are now in the blessed month of Sha'ban. We just finished the month of Rajab. Usama ibn Zayd, looking at the Nabi, knowing what he was about, paying attention to his sunnah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ya Rasulullah, I see you during the course of the year fasting more in the month of Sha'ban than you fasted more than any other month except Ramadan. What's that about? That's him being a student of knowledge. That's him learning his religion. That's him not just relying, my religion is taqareed and adat. My religion is just taqaleed and adat. This is my family did, this is what we do, so we do it. Now, he wanted to know, why is it that you fast in the month of Sha'ban more than any other month? He told him, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, ذَلِكَ شَهْرٌ يَخْرُ عَنْهَا كَثِيرٌ مِّنَ النَّاسِ بَيْنَ رَجَبٍ وَرَمَضَانَ. That is a month, Sha'ban, that many of the people are negligent about it. Many of the people, they don't pay attention to it. It's a month that is between Rajab and between Ramadan, Sha'ban. Most people don't know the benefit of this month. Most people don't know the sunniyah of this month. Most people don't know, and most people won't take advantage of the opportunities of this month because it's not Ramadan. As a matter of fact, the person would do the opposite thing. He'll say, oh, this is the month of Sha'ban, 1 month before Ramadan. Let me eat more. Let me smoke more. Let me drink more. Let me make more zina in preparation for Ramadan. That's his understanding. But the Nabi of Islam, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Uthman, he used to fast in this month more than any other month. Our mother, Habiba, said, I saw the Prophet fasting all of Sha'ban. Should you do that? Kalla. You shouldn't do that. And you shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. If he did that, that's something special for him. The only month that we fast in totality is the month of Ramadan. But this month is the month we fast more than any other month. And if you were to look at his ibadat, pay attention to this, as Allah mentioned in the Quran. إِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ لَعِبْرَةً لِأُولِي الْأَبْصَارِ. And that is a lesson for people who can see, people who they have intellect. The ibadat of al-Islam, the arkan of al-Islam, when the Prophet used to pray, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he would pray prayers before the wajib prayer, Ya Abdullah. The one who came to this masjid on Friday, and he got in the first row, or he got in where he fit in, and he just kept praying 2 rakats, 2 rakats, 2 rakats before the imam came out. He's not like the miskeen who only makes it after the imam gets on the minbar. He's not like the miskeen who came in, and he just sat down without praying rakatain. Tahiyyatan al-masjid. He didn't do that. He just sat down. He's early or he's late. The Nabi with the salat in al-Islam, that's wajib, he used to pray prayers before it. He told the people, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, raka'ata al-fajr khayru min ad-dunya wa ma fiha. The 2 prayers that you make for fajr, the sunnah, better than the dunya and what is before the dunya. Before you get up and pray salat al-fajr, he said about al-dhuhr, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, من صلى قبل الظهر 4 ومن بعدها 4 حرمه الله على النار. Anyone who prays 4 rakat before dhuhr, 4 rakat after dhuhr, Allah makes the hellfire haram on him. So the one who comes to the masjid, he just prayed 4 rakat, or in his house, 4 rakat. I'm not saying he's a zalim, fasiq, fajr, kafir. I'm not saying that. But he's not like the one who realizes before the ibadah, from the ibadat, there's something you should do in preparation for the ibadah that's coming up. As zakat. Do you wait until Ramadan? For those of you who give zakat in Ramadan, do you wait for Ramadan just to give money? No. Some of you last week you gave money. Some of you will continue to give money in sadaqah, fi sabilillah. No one in his right mind waits for the time I give zakat, that's it. No, you're going to give zakat before your zakat al-mal, that's wajib happens, because that's from the sunnah. The Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, when he performed al-hajj, he used to perform umrah before the hajj, the small hajj. And he said that the best hajj was a tamattu', the hajj in which you perform umrah and then the hajj. if a person just made Hajj with al-ifrad, that's it, Hajj, that's it. Anyone gonna say to him, you're a zalim, fasiq, majnun? No one's gonna say that. He went to Hajj, and when he performed Hajj, he made it to Arafah on the day of Hajj. Anybody gonna say that doesn't count? No one's gonna say that. But his Hajj is not like the person who understands before the ibadah in al-Islam, there are ibadat that you do prior to them. That's the call today. The blessed month of Sha'ban is the month that the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to do more in preparation for Ramadan. The person, he waits until Ramadan comes, and then when it comes and he starts fasting, he didn't fast all year long. And so once he starts fasting Ramadan, he's slapped in the face by this ibadah from the ibadat of al-Islam. As-sawmu li wa ana ajzi bi. Fasting is for Allah, and He's the one who's rewarded it. You think Ramadan is just something you just get up and do? It's not like that. Not the Ramadan that is the true Ramadan. That every year it comes and it goes, and we're the same people. There are things that he used to increase in, sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam. And before Ramadan, one of the things that he used to do is, he used to increase in the month of Sha'ban. When the companions saw them, or saw him, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, they saw that he upped the ante as it relates to his fasting in this month. He told Usama bin Zayd, and by default, the rest of the people, radiyallahu anhum ajma'een, that this is a month that the deeds, they go up to Allah Azza wa Jalla. And I would love for my deeds to go up to Allah, and I am fasting. This is a special month. Is it a month that is Muharram? No. But it is a month that the Muslim has to be cognizant of. And this month is the 15th of Sha'ban. In this month, if Sha'ban gets to the 15th of the month, there are things that we're supposed to do. One of the things that happen is Allah will forgive everybody for what they did, but He won't forgive the mushrik, and He won't forgive the one who has drama with another Muslim. The month of Sha'ban is a month for people to start to prepare themselves intellectually for Ramadan is coming. Ramadan is coming, inshallah. No one here has promised that he'll see it. And if and when it comes and we're here, Allah, won't we change this upcoming Ramadan from what our Ramadanat that are taqareed and a'dad from the many years that went before? The Salat prohibits people from doing fahsha, from doing munkar. Sawm is the same way. He told those young boys, Ya ma'shar al-shabab, man istata'a minkum as-sawm falyasum. Because it'll do this, it'll do that. In the month of Ramadan, there's no difference in that person's behavior as it relates to the alaqat al-muharrama that he's dealing with other people, and he knows what his situation is. What's the benefit of Ramadan? What's the benefit of Salah? It's just dogmatism. It's a mantra. Al-Islam, Al-Islam, Al-Jihad, Al-Jihad, Al-Hadith, Al-Hadith, Al-Sunnah, Al-Sunnah, Al-Salafi, Al-Salafi. All that is true. Ramadan, Ramadan. But the real Ramadan is a Ramadan in which the person approaches it saying to himself, those previous Ramadans, I came out of it not thinking I got the most out of it. You want to get the most out of your Ramadan for this year? Then before Ramadan comes, it was the sunnah of the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam to pay attention. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم ونسأل الله تعالى التوفيق والسداد. الحمد لله حمدا كثيرا وطيبا مباركا فيه. Ikhwani, concerning the blessed month of Sha'ban, There are no special ibadat that we do during the night throughout this whole month. No salat al-raga'ib or other than that. In my house where I'm living here, not far from the masjid, all night long. These people were up, keeping the people up with their dhikr and their adhkar. They have nothing to do with the price of peanuts. The first Jummah of Sha'ban, and all they were doing was sinning. Wallahi, it was just sinning, that's all. Are we against the dhikr of Allah? La wallahi. Are we against keeping up to make the ihya of the layl? La wallahi. If that's what you want to do, you do that. But don't do it believing that the Nabi left this to us as something special that you do during the nights of Ramadan. I am not going to stop anyone from praying who never prayed Qiyam al-Layl. I say that's a good thing. But don't think by getting up in the nighttime, there's a special prayer that you do in the month of Sha'ban. You just, no. That is the religion of taqaleed and adat. My sheikh, who's from the Turqa Sufiya, he told me that, so I'm doing it. No. If you just have your niyyah, you want to get up, you want to fast, no problem. You want to give sadaqah, you want to make peace, no problem. But don't think for 1 second that the Nabi of Islam sallallahu alaihi wasallam told you or me, if you do this special thing or that special thing, you'll get this special reward. All of that is kalamun farigh. Ma anzalallahu ta'ala bihi min sultan wa yanbaghi an tujtanib. All of that stuff. May Allah Ta'ala make the sunnah of the Nabi and Mustafa Abul Qasim sallallahu alaihi wasallam more beloved to us than our own children and our own selves. And may Allah Ta'ala establish us firmly upon the Kitab and the Sunnah. Aqim as-salat, yarhamukumullah.
أن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله صلوات الله وسلامه عليه تسليمًا كثيرًا. Allah Ta'ala has mentioned in a number of ayat of the Quran, وَإِذْ قُلْنَا لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ اسْجُدُوا لِآدَمَ فَسَجَدُوا إِلَّا إِبْلِيسَ أَبَى وَاسْتَكْبَرَ وَكَانَ مِنَ الْكَافِرِينَ. And remember when Allah commanded all of the angels, that tremendous creation of Allah, who Bani Adam, as it relates to their creation, they pale in comparison to those malaika. One angel can destroy all of Bani Adam. Jibril alone, the angels of the mountains, all of those angels made sajda to Adam out of respect, not worshiping him, but tashrifan lahu wa takriman lahu and ta'atan lillah. They all bowed down with the exception of Iblis. He was from those who were arrogant and haughty, and he was from the kafirin. We don't want any of the young brothers or sisters here or any new Muslim to believe that Iblis was from the malaika. Allah mentioned in another ayah similar to the one we just mentioned, كَانَ مِنَ الْجِنِّ فَفَسَقَ عَنْ أَمْرِ رَبِّهِ. Iblis was from the jinn, and he was a fasiq, and he rejected, and he didn't obey the command of his Lord to bow down to Adam. This ayat is referring to something I want to bring to your attention today, and that is, Ya Abdullah, the ibadat of al-Islam are many, but one of the best, most important ibadat in al-Islam is as-sajda. It's the jinn and Bani Adam who refuse to bow down to Allah Azza wa Jalla, to put their face on the ground. There is a surah in the Quran called Surah Sajda. The Prophet used to read it, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, every Friday almost. And Allah mentioned in that surah of a sajda, Allahu alladhi khalaqa as-samawati wal arda وما بينهما في 6 أيام ثم استوى على العرش. Allah created the heavens and the earth and everything that is between the heavens and the earth. And after doing that, Allah rose above his throne. Ar-Rahmanu ala al-Arsh istawa. There are 7 heavens and there are 7 earths. 1 heaven, and then the second and the third, then the fourth, all the way to the 7th. Bani Adam doesn't have the ability to contemplate, to calculate, to measure how much it is. It's impossible. Collectively, they don't know how far the Arsh is from the 7 heavens. They don't have the ability to calculate that, to measure that. Allah has an Arsh, and his Arsh is over the 7th heaven. And he is over that Arsh in a way that he knows, in a way that fits his majesty, subhanahu wa ta'ala. The point is, right here on this earth, if you want to be close to Allah Azza wa Jal, then the best thing you can do is to obey him and make sajda to him. To put your jabha and your anf on that floor. The Prophet mentioned, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, أقرب ما يكون العبد من ربه وهو الساجد فأكثر السجود فأكثر الدعاء. The closest you can be to your Lord is when you're sajid, you're making prostration. So when you make prostration, make a lot of dua. The Muslim, like the Malaika, have no problem with putting their face and their heads on the floor for Allah. We're not going to put our heads on the floor for democracy, for white people, for black people, for any human being, for money, for a job, for the sheikh, for a powerful man. We're not making sajda to anyone. For those of you who are doing mixed martial arts, kung fu, whatever, you don't make sajda to your sensei out of respect, even if you don't mean to worship him. We're not people who are from China, Japan, nothing like that. We keep our back straight and we only make sajda for Allah. Sajda when you read the Quran. Sajda when Allah gives you a ni'mah, like having a baby, getting you a job, graduating. Sajda when we're in the salat. You want to be close to Allah Azza wa Jalla, then make sajda. As it relates to the ease of Islam that we've been speaking about for all of this time, from the ease of Islam is that you can make sajda anywhere. The Prophet mentioned, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, وَجُعِلَتْ لِيَ الْأَرْض مَسْجِدًا وَطَهُورًا فَأَيُّمَا رَجُلٍ مِّنْ أُمَّتِي أَدْرَكَتْهُ الصَّلَاةُ فَلْيُصَلِّ. The masjid has been made, the earth has been made a masjid. All of the earth, everywhere in Liverpool, everywhere in London, everywhere in Leeds is a masjid. The whole entire earth is a masjid, and it is a purification. If you don't have water, just make tayammum. So any man from our ummah, when it's time to pray, pray wherever you happen to be. Don't say, I'm not going to pray because I don't have time. You could pray at your job, at the university, on the airplane, on the train. You could even pray in your car for the prayer that is from the nawafil. As for the prayer that is wajib, you got to get up, you got to pray and make sajda. As shahid, the whole earth is the masjid. The whole earth you can make sajda, with the exception of the maqbara. You cannot make sajda when you bow down in the graveyard. Nor can you do it in the bathroom, the toilet, akramakumullah, or where there's najasa. And do your best not to make sajda around places where there are asnam. But if you have to, like some of the Muslims in this country, they have to make Salatul Jummah in the church, in the recreation room of the church, and they have pictures. From Durura we do that, but if we can avoid it, we avoid it. Ash-shahidu min al-Quran. The Muslim is going to make sajda anytime and whenever the situation calls for it. He's not like Fir'aun, he's not like the kuffar, he's not like the people who follow Iblis and they think they're arrogant. He makes sajda. But the best place to make sajda al-itlaq is to make sajda in a place that has been designated as a masjid. That's the best place to make sajda. Where we are right now. And that's because of the hadith of the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Inna ahabba al-biladi ila Allah masajiduha wa abghada biladi ila Allah aswaquha. The most beloved places to Allah are the places that are the masjids that have been designated for you to come to. And it's a part of your life. Are you not a real Muslim? I don't say you're a kafir, but the Muslim is a person who is connected to the masjid to the best of his ability. Sab'atun yadhilluhum Allah. 7 people will be shaded under the shade of Allah. That shade is provided for by the arsh of Allah, Yawm al-Qiyamah. And one of those people is the man whose heart was connected to the masjid. So the most beloved places to Allah are the masajid. Mecca, Medina, Bayt al-Maqdis, and all the other masjids in those 3 countries. Or those 3 cities. Wherever a masjid is, no matter how big it is, no matter how small it is, if that's a place where the people are going to make sajda, then that's the most beloved to Allah. And the most hated places to Allah are the aswaq, the places where people do business, in the marketplace. It's clear why the masjid is the most beloved place to Allah, as he mentioned in the Quran. وَأَنَّ الْمَسَاجِدَ لِلَّهِ فَلَا تَدْعُوا مَعَ اللَّهِ أَحَدًا. The masjid is for Allah. Don't call on anybody in those masjids other than Allah. When you come to the masjid, you are clear why you've been created. No one sitting here in his right mind is thinking about what's the next pair of glasses I'm going to buy. No one here is thinking about what's the next pair of shoes I'm going to buy. No one is thinking about where are my car keys right. No one's thinking about that. You're listening to the khutbah that Allah made wajib upon you, and you're listening to why you've been created. This is what the masjid does. As for the aswaq, Allah hates that place because the ashabul aswaq, those of us who work in the suq, they're lying. Yakdhabun, they swear all the time. They're stealing. They're selling to people faulty products. Everything about the dunya is jamming them up. Al-hakumut takathur, that's his situation. Mutual getting money, buying things, selling things, he became forgetful, negligent about why he was created. So he's working in the suq. As a result of that, he's stealing people's money. He's selling them what's not real, it's a fault, it's something that's fake. As for the people, all of us who have to go to the suq, when we go to the suq, we don't know how to behave in the suq. We mix with women, we also swear, we also lie. The man goes to the suq with his credit card and he buys something that is haram for him to buy. Haram because it's with credit, it's with riba. He goes to the suq with his credit card, he buys something, he has the ability to buy it, but he wants to spread out the payments. But he buys that which is above his ability. And Allah, la yukallifu nafsan illa wus'aha. Allah doesn't make it difficult for you, your life. So those are the most hated places to Allah. The point here is masjid al-masjid, masjid al-masjid, masjid al-masjid, especially for you young brothers. I sit in the class or a place that people ask me, what's your religion? I tell them my religion is al-Islam. Right away, al-Islam is my religion. Part of that means I'm connected to the masjid as much as I can. Be connected to the masjid. So the Nabi of Islam, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, in the beginning of his da'wah, he was in the most important place of the masjid, the most important masjid on the earth, which is Mecca, the house of Allah, Baytullah. Every masjid is called Baytullah, tashrifan to that thing. Baytullah, Kitabullah, Rasulullah, Ibadullah, because that's respect. You get honor from that nisbah. The best place from Allah's houses. He mentioned in the Quran, وَأَهِدْنَا إِلَىٰ إِبْرَاهِيمَ وَإِسْمَائِيلَ أَن طَهِّرَا بَيْتِيَا لِلطَّائِفِينَ وَالْعَاكِفِينَ وَرُكَّعِ السُّجُودِ. Allah commanded and told Ibrahim and Ismail, purify my house in Mecca. so that the people can go around and tawaf, so that people can make i'tikaf in there, so that people can make ruku and sujood and salat and all of that stuff. It's the Bayt of Allah. When he was there, those idols were there. And he wasn't able to establish the masjid the way it's supposed to be established in the life of the Muslim. The masjid is not what many of us think it is. 4 walls that we come in, we bump our nuggets on the floor, we get out, we bounce, and that's it. That's not the masjid that the Prophet built, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. As a matter of fact, if that's the only masjid, then the people are muqassirun. If that's what their masjid is, they fall short of the mark. When the Nabi could not establish the masjid in al-Islam and in the everyday lives of the Muslims in Mecca, it was commanded, everybody got to get up and leave. Everybody has to leave Mecca. If you're a real Muslim at that time, you have to get up and leave. So that's what they did. They all got up and left. 1 by 1, 2 by 2, family by family, and so forth and so on. Until everybody was in Medina, except the ones who are the mustada'afun, from the women and the children. When the Prophet arrived in Medina, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what was the first thing that he did? Did he get married? No. Did he make alliances with the Jews, with the Christians of Medina? No. No, he didn't do any of that. The very first thing he did after resting for a few days was, he told the community, let's build that masjid. Let's build that masjid. Because from that masjid, many things are going to happen. From that masjid, the people are going to be taught their religion. From that masjid, we're going to be able to express our brotherhood. From that masjid, we're going to be able to take care of our community, the same way the Jews do in their synagogue, the same way the Christians do. He built that masjid, sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam. And that masjid was not his masjid, al-Masjid al-Nabawi, but it was another masjid called Masjid Quba. لمسجد أسس على التقوى من الله من أول يوم أحق أن تقوم فيه رجال يحبون أن يتطهروا والله يحب المطهرين. Allah mentioned that masjid in the Quran. There is a masjid, Ya Muhammad, Ya Ummat al-Islam. From the very first day that masjid was built, it was built upon the taqwa of Allah. It wasn't built upon asabiyya. It wasn't built upon qawmiyya. It wasn't built upon jahl. It wasn't built upon a madhab. It wasn't built upon hizbiyya. It was built upon a taqwa min Allah. It's more rights that you stand in that masjid. In that masjid, Allah said, are some men who love to be purified. And Allah loves purity, of tahara. What's the tahara? The tahara is a tawheed. A tahara is calling the people to taqwa. A tahara is having wudu and ghusl. Everybody sitting here has ghusl. The haqq of the masjid on this day. Everybody here has that. The kids who are here, while they were preparing themselves at home to come, everybody made the tartib in their house. You go in the shower first, and then you, and you, and you. Hurry up, let's go. The haqq of the masjid. But the most important tahara is the tahara of a tawheed. What about that masjid? In that masjid is a dead person, as you have in the Muslim world. The wali from the awliya of Allah, he's been buried in that masjid. And Nabi from the anbiya of Allah, Zainu, he's in that masjid. The masjid where the people come and they throw pennies and quarters and money, asking the dead people, give me this and give me that. That masjid is like how Mecca was. How Mecca was. When the Prophet was in Mecca, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Kaaba, and the people were not worshiping Allah with a tawheed. And that masjid of men who love purity, and they love being purified. And Allah Azza wa Jal, He loves at-tahara. So as it relates to Mecca, and this is important, when he could not establish the masjid the way it was supposed to be supported, Allah called those kuffar out, and He warned us of being like them. And He stated in the Quran, وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ من أظلم ممن منع مساجد الله أن يذكر فيها اسمه وسعى في خرابها. Who is worse? Who has more dhulm? People have dhulm, a lot of dhulm. Stealing money is dhulm. Taking money from kuffar and lying to get that money is dhulm. Taking the money of orphans is dhulm. Not giving our wives their mahar is dhulm. Talking out without knowledge is dhulm. Being arrogant, dhulm. Being bad to your mother and your father is dhulm. The ayah said, وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ. Who is more oppressive than the one who stops the people from going to the masajid of Allah in order to make the dhikr of Allah, and they try to destroy that masjid. This is one of the many dalils of the Quran that show us the khubth of Ahlul Kitab, the evil of the Zionist Jews, the evil of their apartheid regime. Their democracy is the biggest hypocrisy that I've ever seen in my life. One of us wants to go to Bayt al-Maqdis, and we want to honor the hadith that the salat in Bayt al-Maqdis is worth 500 prayers, 250 prayers, not 500, 250. So we go to that blessed land. When you arrive there, because that place is under the authority of the oppressors, they take your passport. They see that your name is Mujahid. Your mother, your father named you Mujahid. You're not an extremist. You're not a terrorist. He called you, your father named you that. Raja'in, asking Allah, make my son a Mujahid. You make jihad against his nafs. Make jihad and be strong. His name is Shuja', the brave one. He comes from a family. He has nothing to do with his family's name. His family's name is Abu Raw. He originally comes from Palestine, but he grew up in the UK. He goes and he wants to go and pray in that masjid. That's all. They say to him, you can't come here. You can't get in. Why can't I get in? What happened to democracy? The Zionist Yahud are a problem. That ayat is applicable to them. They stop people from going to the Masajid of Allah and they seek to destroy it. But that ayat is just not for the Kuffar of Quraysh. That ayat tantabiqu on some Muslims. They stop people from going to the Masajid of Allah. The boy or the girl, they start to practice. The mother and the father grew up and they were liberal. They didn't know anything about the deen. Now the girl wants to wear hijab. She wants to come to the masjid. They say you can't go. The masjid itself doesn't give any facility for the lady to come to learn her religion. How many masajid of the Muslims, it is discouraged. The women are told, don't come to the masjid. And the Prophet told the people, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, la tamna'u ama Allah min masajidillah. Don't stop the handmaidens of Allah, the women, from coming to the masjid. Abdullah bin Umar, his son's wife was being prevented from going to the masjid. His son Bilal, her husband said, you can't go. I'm jealous, I want you to stay in the house. Masjid is not for the lady. The lady went and told her son's father, Abdullah bin Umar. He said, the Prophet said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, don't stop your women from going to the masjid. He said, I'm still gonna stop her. I'm jealous, I don't want her in the masjid. I don't want people to see her. He said, I told you that Rasulullah said something. You tell me you still gonna go against it? He said, wallahi, I'll never speak to you again. I will never speak to you again. And he never spoke to that boy until he died. Never spoke to him. When he was on his bed dying, the son came to get an USAMAH, to get an afu from his father. Everyone was coming, giving him, dua, trying to give him back. When his son came, Abdullah bin Umar turned over. Don't even want to talk to him. May Hajr, why? Because the boy swore he's going to go against the Sunnah. So here our community is. We don't allow the women to come to the masjid. Not on the Eid, not for Friday, not for anything. As long as the woman wants to come in the correct way, that's her haq. And it's not the haq of the husband, the father, the son, the brother to stop her. Now, of course, there's fiqh in that, and I'm just making a point. And that is, the masajid of Allah, they belong, and the access of them should be for everybody. As for the Muslims who prevent the people from coming to the masjid, they are those people who their religion is al-khatam al-yarmi, khurafat, shirkiyat, innovation. This is the month of Rajab. We're going to do the celebration of al-Isra wal-Mi'raj, Salatul Raghaib. We're going to do all this stuff. But there's a masjid that doesn't do that, and that masjid warns against that. So the mother, the father, the people say don't go to that masjid. That's the masjid of the Wahhabis. What is the Wahhabi masjid? It is the masjid of Al-Wahhab. It is Allah's masjid. You're stopping the people from going to the masajid of Allah. So brothers and sisters in Al-Islam, the masjid that the Prophet brought to the attention of the people is the masjid for people to be educated, called to the religion. When Rasulullah died, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Umar radiallahu anhu was upset. He said, anybody who says he died, I'm gonna kill you. You're a munafiq. Because he couldn't get his head around Rasulullah died. It was tough on him, heavy. When Abu Bakr came to the masjid, where everyone was sitting, the place when there was a mushkila, the Muslims went to the masjid. When you want to send the army out, come to the masjid. You give somebody money, come to the masjid. Pay me my money, in the masjid. You want to get married, you want to make the aqd, in the masjid. When the Prophet died, where were the people? They were in the Bustan in Medina. They were in the masjid, sitting down, trying to figure out what's going on. Umar said, anybody who says Rasulullah died, chop your head off. You're a munafiq. Abu Bakr came out after making the tahqiq that he's dead. Radiallahu anhu. He came and he said to Umar, Ya ayyuhal halif, ijlis, swearing that the person, he wasn't listening. Umar, from his hikmah, Abu Bakr knew, you can't talk to someone who's like that. Someone died, they're not listening, they're emotional. Leave them. He came, he got on the second step of Rasulullah's mimbar. The mimbar in the masjid, it has ahkam. This thing is not here just to be here. This is from what the Nabi left us, and in it is ahkam. When Abu Bakr stepped on that second step, everybody saw it. The optic of it calmed the people down. They said something is big right now about to happen, because no one ever stepped on this mimbar during his time. It's a place for the wasa'il of a ta'lim. Just standing on it made everybody sit down. And then what did Abu Bakr do? He did what the masjid is for. He started teaching the people, oh you people, whoever worships Muhammad, Muhammad is dead. And whoever worships Allah, Allah lives and he never dies. And then he started reading those ayat. Innaka mayyit wa innahum mayyitun. You're gonna die, Muhammad, they're gonna die. Abu Bakr, while doing that, Umar fell to the ground. Fell to the ground. That's the masjid in Islam. The masjid is not a place for Asabi and Qawmiya. This is the masjid of the Libyans? This is the masjid of Pakistanis? This is the masjid of the Sudanese? Now I have no problem. I'm African American. In my community, we built our masjid. That's our masjid, Allah's masjid. We built it. But although we built it, when a white brother who used to be a Jew, when he accepts Islam and comes to the masjid, we have to say to him with our tongues and our condition, Marhaban bika ya akhi ya Abdullah. Some of these masjids give you the feeling they don't want you in that masjid because it's a Pakistani masjid. This is a Libyan masjid. And I don't mean to put the countries down. This is the reality. There's no Pakistani masjid. Birds of a feather flock together, no problem. You started that masjid, we respect that. You're from the Sabiqeen al-Awwaleen, we respect that. Say the masjid of the family, the first family, or the Shura. A bunch of old Shura members. May Allah bless our Kibara Sin, all of them. They started the masjid 25, 30 years ago. We respect that. We respect that, what they did. This is not your masjid anymore. This is 2023. And you old men don't have a clue as to what we're dealing with. No disrespect. That's the reality of our community. A number of old Shura members can't even understand our Shabab, and they don't understand them. And thus, the khutbahs in the language our kids can't understand. Don't stop the people from the masajid of Allah. أقول قولي هذا واستغفر الله لي ولكم ونسأل الله تعالى التوفيق والسداد. Alhamdulillahi hamdan kathiran wa tayyiban mubarakan fih. Allah Ta'ala has mentioned in many of the ayat of the Quran about the masajid, and many of the ahadith that come to us about the do's and the don'ts of the masjid. On the Friday, the Prophet was giving the khutbah. The man came and he sat down without praying 2 rakats. He said, "Did you pray 2 rakats?" The man said, "No." He said, "Get up and pray them real quickly. You should not sit down if you come to the masjid on Friday, other than Friday, before giving the masjid its rights." And as I speak right now, we know there are people coming and sit down because you didn't know. Did you pray 2 rakats too late? He said no. If he was Hazir and Nazir, if he knew the ilm al-ghayb, he wouldn't ask that question. How are you going to teach in the masjid? He knows the ilm al-ghayb. Just ask the man, did you pray 2 rakats ya Sulaik? No, ya Rasulullah. Get up, pray 2. Make it quick. There are do's and don'ts in the masjid, mentioned in the Quran, mentioned in the Sunnah. From Allah described the masjid with, in his book, إنما يعمر مساجد الله من آمن بالله واليوم الآخر وأقام الصلاة وآتى الزكاة ولم يخشى إلا الله فعسى أولئك أن يكونوا من المهتدين. Verily the people who should take care of the masajid are those people who believe in Allah on the last day. And those people who establish salah and they give the zakat. And they're the people who fear Allah. They don't feel democracy. They don't fear kuffar who telling them, hey, come on, you're in America now, you're in Europe now, make your masjid like our masjid. No, our masjid is not like yours because our deen is not like yours. Your place is a ma'bud. That's where someone or something is being worshipped. This is a masjid, the Ismul Makan, the place where Muslims come and make sajda for their Lord. Our masjid is not like your church. The masajid should be taken care by those people who believe in Allah on the last day, those people who make salah, they give zakat, and they are fearful of Allah. It may be, and it is hope, that those are the people who will be from those who are guided. So I want to say all of that to close this khutbah to say, as you can see with the eyes that Allah has blessed you with, and the intellect that you have the ability to contemplate and see, we're trying to extend this masjid for who? For Abu USAMAH? For the Shura? For Pakistanis? For Arabs? No. We're trying to leave a legacy here to make this masjid so that the people can come and worship their Lord. And it requires the help and the assistance, first and foremost, of Allah. Ma sha Allah kan wa ma lam yasha lam yakun. Not going to happen. But after that, we're asking you people to step forward and help us with this masjid. Don't see the work going on in the masjid and you just keep coming, going, and you don't see you have some responsibility to help this situation. So that's what we are calling you out to. Now the next thing about this masjid is we got to deal with the issue of the carpets in this masjid. And it's going to cost quite a bit of money. Not because the masjid is spectacular. From the don'ts of the masjid is one of the signs of Yawm al-Qiyamah is that the Muslims make the zukhruf of the masjid. Big chandeliers, the Quran is going to be written all across the wall, and the carpet is done. And that's not our masjid. That's not our masjid. We're going to keep it simple as possible, but nonetheless, we need your help that on this khutbah, this Friday and the upcoming Fridays, we need your assistance, inshallah ta'ala, to get on with this work. May Allah ta'ala give us the tawfiq, inshallah, and the inayah ilahiyah, the cause, the work of this masjid to be complete. And may He accept from us our religion and establish us firmly upon the kitab, the authentic sunnah of the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Aqim as-salat yarhamakumullah.
إن الحمد لله نحمده تعالى ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون. يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله وقولوا قولا سديدا يصلح لكم أعمالكم ويغفر لكم ذنوبكم ومن يطع الله ورسوله فقد فاز فوزا عظيما. I stand before you today, my brothers, and I ask you one question. ما الذي يحدث? What is happening? What is happening in the world around us today? We've all witnessed this week, and as the brother mentioned, this tragedy, disaster, this calamity that hit our Muslim brothers and sisters in Turkey and Syria. This earthquake that took place, that shook the ground beneath them and shook and awoken the world around it. Many questions that are asked around. Many people are asking about why did this happen? What is happening? Why do these things take place? And some people will even go to say that why does Allah allow such things to take place? But we will answer these questions from the book of Allah, where Allah said, تِبْيَانًا لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ, an explanation for everything. And from the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, الَّذِي لَا يَنطِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَىٰ, the one who does not speak from his desires, rather he is speaking from revelation from Allah. So first and foremost, the first thing that a person needs to remember when being in the West and addressed with this question, that why these disasters? We say, know your place.
There are a number of commands in the Quran where Allah has ordered and prohibited in the same ayah.
حي على الصلاة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. My brothers and sisters, inshallah ta'ala, this is another session and we have with us Sheikh Abu Usama. This time we're going to be talking about activism, particularly social activism, and what does that mean for the Muslim, and how do we stay authentic to our values, especially when we are collaborating and cooperating with people from different faiths and different ideologies. So to start off with, I would like to ask you, Sheikh Abu Usama, you don't need an introduction, I'm sure the viewers know who you are. This is our Imam, we love him for the sake of Allah.
أحبك الله الذي أحببتني فيه.
What is the Islamic ruling regarding fighting for justice and being active and trying to bring about a good change in society?
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah. This is part of the responsibility of every single Muslim according to his or her ability. It's a responsibility of our local community, like here in Birmingham, Green Lane has a responsibility of shouldering that challenge and dealing with it. And also it's our responsibility nationally and internationally that we get in where we fit in according to our abilities to address many of the issues that are going on in the world today. And that's established from the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the other prophets and messengers, and that they came and they got involved with the community. And then you find in the Quran there's a distinction between a Rasul and a Nabi. A Rasul is a messenger and a Nabi is a prophet. So some of the scholars said that the Rasul is a person who was given revelation and he was told to go and give dawah to his people. And the Nabi was a person who was given revelation and he wasn't told to do that. Some people rejected that definition because what would be the benefit of getting the revelation and you don't go out to share the khair of that revelation? So Allah Ta'ala mentioned in our book in the Quran, Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat linnas. You, Muslims, are the best community that has been brought forth for all of the people. For all of the people. Why? Because you make al-amr bil-ma'ruf and you make al-nahi an-munkar. Not that you just believe in Allah. The ayah did say that. وَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ. He said lastly because you believe in Allah. But we've been made this ummah because in this level, in this position, because we have a job and a responsibility to get involved and to make change. And that's what the Prophet did, sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam.
No, Jazakallah khair. No, absolutely. It's good that people know and understand that Islam is a religion that's not just for yourself. It's not just about your worship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It is also about service to the creation. It is knowing who Allah is and worshipping Him, and also being in service to the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in whatever capacity that becomes. Sometimes that is fighting off oppression. Others it's feeding and sorting out the problems of the people and the less fortunate. But whenever we talk about that aspect of Islam, meaning the aspect of helping others, this is something sometimes you're going to do with people that either don't share the same faith as you, or they don't share the same ideology as you, even if they're Muslims. So what is the hukum of doing ta'awun and cooperation with people with regards to something that involves everybody? There's a certain injustice happening. Some people are being oppressed over there, and then you have the Christians and the Jews and perhaps even the atheists and the Muslims, and they all see that. And they all recognize that injustice and they talk about it. So as Muslims, now that we understand that we have to fight injustice and that's part of our religion, what is the hukum of doing that with others?
There's a verse in the Quran, the concept that comes actually in 2 ayat that deals with this and addresses this point. Allah Ta'ala mentioned, وَلَوْلَا دَفْعُ اللَّهِ النَّاسِ بَعْضَهُمْ بِبَعْضٍ لَهُدِّمَتْ سَوَامِعُ وَبَيْعٌ وَصَلَوَاتٌ وَمَسَاجِدُ. If it wasn't for one group of people pushing back and repelling and preventing another group of people from their oppression, Allah said synagogues would be destroyed, churches will be destroyed. That's not our religion. That's not masjids. But the ayat is telling us that we may have to get involved in things to safeguard the religious rights of other people. Because in our religion, la ikraha fi din, no compulsion in the religion. So if a Muslim man wanted to marry a Jewish lady or a Christian lady, he can't force her into al-Islam. That doesn't mean that Allah Azza wa Jal condones kufr and shirk. But if that's what people choose to believe in and to practice, then it is a divine right that they be allowed to do that particular thing. So the ayah said, if it wasn't for a group of people pushing back and repelling another group of people, then there's going to be fitna and fasad. The earth is going to have fasad, and people won't be able to pray in their churches and their synagogues. So Muslims, based on this ayah, clearly understand that we have a responsibility not to help spread kufr and shirk, but the ayat clearly indicates that Allah Ta'ala uses one group of people against another group of people so that those things that are sacred to human beings, they remain protected. Now,
No, Jazakallah khair, absolutely. I just want to add one thing with regards to La ikraha fi din, there's no compulsion to religion. A lot of times we hear people saying being forced to become Muslims, convert or die, that stereotype. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't accept the Islam of the one that's forced into it to begin with, because you need to have the correct intention. So if you force people to become Muslim, that is not even accepted. It has to be done willingly. It has to be done with the correct intention. Someone has to want to become Muslim. You can't force someone to believe something, because belief happens in the heart. So I just wanted to mention that point. But coming back to our conversation, so we're going to be collaborating and cooperating with people that we disagree with on certain issues, on many issues, because we want to do raf' dhulm, we want to fight an oppression, or we want to help others. So what are some of the things that the Muslim need to look out for when he is involved in something like this, where they want to bring about social change, and they're doing that with people that they don't share the same values with?
We as Muslims have to be really careful during this time as it relates to controlling the narrative
and not allowing ourselves just to be a piece of paper that is just floating in the air. The way the wind blows, we blow. I'll give you an example before getting to this point. Feminism. If there was a Muslim sister who said, I'm a feminist, I wouldn't jump up and down until I first asked her, what do you mean by that? You're a feminist. She said, our mother, Khadija, bintu Khuwaylid. She was a strong woman, personality-wise. She had deen, she had money, she employed people, but at the same time, she was supportive of her husband. And we don't get a picture of a woman walking around with a briefcase and a three-piece suit. We get a picture of a woman who's strong. So if she means feminist, meaning that, the way Allah created the woman to aspire to be, like the four perfect women, Maryam, Asiya, Fatima, and Khadija, her mother, radiyallahu anhunna, then I don't have a problem with that. But if the person comes and says, I want to be a feminist with the meaning that Western civilization has put it, we're going to say, hey, that's a problem. That's a problem right there. So similar to it, when we talk about getting into activism, what do you mean getting into activism and being an activist? Does that mean that we're going to jump into the pool and into the water with every Amr, Bakr, and Zayd and just do what everybody else is doing? If they bow down, we bow down. If they sing songs, we sing songs. If they do things that are haram, we're going to do. No. The Muslim has to control the narrative to the best of his ability. And we get that from the statement of Allah Azza wa Jalla, وَتَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْبِرِّ وَالتَّقْوَى وَلَا تَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْإِثْمِ وَالْعُدْوَانِ. Collectively cooperate with each other, with people, based upon al-birr wa taqwa, obeying Allah and also the fear of Allah. So that's going to let us know we can't cooperate in that which is haram. For an example, we're going to hold our hands before the interfaith dialogue, and we're all going to pray to our God. Yahud people pray to his God. Christian, pray to his God. Sikh, Hindu, and then when it comes my turn, the Muslim, I pray to my God. I don't say Ameen when they're praying to their gods and their deities, what they believe in. I'm just waiting for my turn. This ayah tells me, no, you have to cooperate on al-birr wa taqwa and not just do anything and everything. Everybody knows Surah Al-Asr, as Imam al-Shafi'i said, if it was the only surah that was revealed, it would have been enough. What he meant by that is the significance and the importance of the meanings that are entailed and contained in the surah. And from it is this right here. وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاصَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. That the people mutually cooperate on the truth. We cooperate in establishing the truth and getting rid of falsehood. And we mutually cooperate and tell each other to be patient. That's amongst ourselves. And it also can be that we mutually cooperate with those people who don't share our faith, or they don't share what we believe in. But there's a common denominator that's connecting us and them, and collectively we're trying to get rid of that particular thing, or we're trying to get it established.
No, absolutely. And this ta'awun, this cooperation, is not limited to Muslims and non-Muslims working together. Even within Islam, we have different denominations and different ideologies. Even then, if you're someone that's upon the Sunnah and there are certain people that perhaps are calling to something different, it is possible for us to want to cooperate on something that we mutually agree with. And as Muslims, there's going to be many things that we mutually agree with. And you'll find some people that will have a problem with that. And will say, wait a minute, why are you working with that masjid? They're not upon the Sunnah. And it's important that we clarify, we're not going there and spread their aqidah. We came together to solve a problem. So,
that's
yeah.
a good point. Because if we are sitting here saying that it is permissible for us to cooperate with non-Muslims as the Prophet did, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and maybe you can speak a little bit about the hilf of al-fudul, but the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam went to al-Medina and he went into contracts with the 3 Jewish tribes that were there. He's coming as a nazil, someone who's coming after the fact. And when he got there, he went with the 3 Jewish tribes and said, let us mutually agree to protect this city. And they're non-Muslims. So if we're allowed to do this with non-Muslims, then from the Bab al-Awla, it's more appropriate that we do it with the Muslims who may not necessarily be upon the same minhaj that we are upon. And we're going to look at everybody And look how far people are away from the center, because I have to be totally honest and brutally honest. My mother, Miss Mamie Starr, back in America, may Allah guide her to Al-Islam. If someone came and had the nerve and the audacity to say that my mother, she does all of these evil things, as some people attribute to our mother Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, I'm not working with anyone who talks about my mother, Mamie Starr, like that. If anything, I'm going to have a problem with that. If anything. So what is the case with people who claim to be Muslims? Maybe, they may not be. The point is, we're going to cooperate with people based upon how close they are to the center. So I'm not here to say cooperate with everybody and just jump in the water and there are no conditions, there are no rules and regulations. No, I'm not saying that. And I end by saying to our young brothers, we need to be careful about this whole culture of refutations. The culture of, I'm just in it to refute everybody and to show that everybody is wrong except me. And the things that I want to refute, they all may be right. But if I exist just refuting everybody, I'll be by myself. I'm going to be the only one. And this is not the way that you exist. Ad-da'wah Allah, building communities, it requires that people understand you are not an island unto yourself. You have to cooperate with other people who are around, whether you like it or you don't like it, whether you accept it or you don't accept it. But the Sunnah people embrace that and get their heads around it. I believe, Abu Rayyan, Barakallah Fiqh, that that is how much sooner, inshallah, they'll start having effect in their da'wah.
One thing that should be appreciated as well is that we're now talking in the realms of people trying their best to stay authentic, to be balanced. Sometimes there are going to be mistakes. And sometimes people err in who they do ta'awun with in search of the greater good. We correct any mistake that happens, but at the same time we should show rahmah and appreciate that if a person wants to call towards good or forbid evil or work towards a good cause, and while he's doing that, his ijtihad leads him to say something that is wrong or do something that is wrong, unless the person has an agenda that's different, then we should be accommodating to the people's their repentance and their mistakes and appreciate that, because today it's them and tomorrow it can be me. So that's very important as well.
That's true. There's no one without mistakes. And if we were to look in the annals of Islamic history, we will find some of the major personalities in Islam making mistakes, and mistakes that we would think normal people won't make those mistakes. But we have from the companions, people who did things that we are very selective when we would share that information with certain people in our community, so that it's not a fitna for people. But some of the companions, they made errors. From the tabi'een, they made errors. So no one is without mistakes. So my thing is, I'm going to blast and refute everybody, and I have to hold everybody to the same standard that I'm holding myself to. This is not realistic. And that's why we find the Nabi of Islam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, dealing with his companions in a way that is hikmah. He dealt with everybody in a way that was appropriate for them.
I want to add another point here, which is that a lot of Muslims, they are very passionate about the deen, especially with regards to helping others. They will protest against certain evils, or they will join marches. They will go about talking about the politics that's happening all over the world, and they want to bring about good change. And I'm sure their heart is in the right place. Of course it is, inshallah ta'ala. But it's when you have that passion for bringing about khair, but if that is not coupled with a good understanding of the deen, that you're going to start slipping up. Where that slipping up comes into the form of allying yourself with people that don't even like you or what you stand for, or doing things that are un-Islamic. So I wanted to just highlight the importance of ground yourself, arm yourself with the correct understanding of the deen before you go out and try and bring about change. They're not mutually exclusive. You can do both, but just to highlight the importance of having a good understanding of our usul.
This is important, brother, because you know there's a hadith that says Bada'a al-Islamu ghariba wa say'ud ghariba kama bada'a fatuba lil ghuraba. Al-Islam began as something strange and it's going to return as something strange. So tuba, tree in Jannah. Jannah is for the strangers. I use this hadith to make a point that if we don't have knowledge and we don't know how to move, we're just moving on the energy of ikhlas, sincerity, and the desire to do right. This sometimes can do more harm than good. Most of the time it will. This is why the scholars of Al-Islam, they used to always emphasize this whole thing about at-tadarruj. Go and prioritize things. Get knowledge of the basics and begin to grow. I remember Abu Rayyan when I was a brand spanking new Muslim in the month of Ramadan. And then when Hajj came around, I went with a group of people and we slaughtered. It was the first time I slaughtered an animal. And when I slaughtered the animal, they took the skin off the animal and cut him up in eights. I had 8 pieces. The head was included. I brought the animal that was slaughtered back to the community where I came from, where I was living, where I grew up in America. And I was walking around telling people, you want some of this animal? You want some of this animal? Like, do you want some meat? When the people saw that I had a goat, a lamb that was cut up in there, it freaked them out. It freaked them out. And they called the police. Someone called the police who came to me while I was trying to get rid of this as a gift. And I was telling people, hey, why are you looking at this as strange? We did this because of Ibrahim was going to slaughter his son, Ismail. And then we got into discussion, was Ismail, was Ishaq, and so on and so on. The point is, it wasn't wise for me to take an animal like that in the middle of the summer, trying to give pieces of my slaughtered animal to people of my community. So the point is, take it easy, take it easy. It's not just all about your sincerity. Your sincerity can land you into a world of trouble.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, nowadays we have a lot of different movements that want to bring about social change. They fight for the less fortunate. They fight for those that don't have health care, or whatever the case is, the homeless people, the immigrants. But at the same time, they don't like religion. They don't like religion. That's too conservative for them. So now you have Muslims that will look at these movements, these people, and they will say, well, we want to work with them on the good things that they're calling for. But then that will lead them sometimes to either getting closer to their ideologies because they don't arm themselves with the ilm, with the knowledge, or they're not fully convinced themselves of their own usul. Because earlier you mentioned, I believe, that what we have our own aqidah, our own belief system. We have an Islam that is commanding us to spread khair and to fight injustice and to help the less fortunate. It is the Quran and the Sunnah telling us to do it. So whenever we do that, we should do it within the framework of the Quran and the Sunnah. And if you're thinking that way, when you are in these alliances, you're grounded. You'll know when to stop, when to go. But when you fully get sold to their idea, but you're still Muslim, slowly but surely people, they start slipping away. And that's a big problem that we have now. And we don't want to tell the people that, listen, don't help nobody. No, that's not what we're saying, of course not, yeah. But at the same time, stay authentic to your own values.
You have to know your religion. You have to know your values to be able to stick to it in the first place. And the Prophet himself, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he came and his religion continued to spread, although the non-Muslims tried to extinguish the light of Allah. The non-Muslims came up with the bright idea in their minds to try and bribe him, try to come to, a word with him. They said, okay, Muhammad, we see your religion is spreading. We agree that we will worship Allah alone for 1 year with you, and you worship with us the following year our gods at the Kaaba. And the Surah of the Quran was revealed, Surah Al-Kafirun. And then it is, Lakum dinukum waliya din. So that shows me, no, I can't cooperate with you people on that. Because in this particular thing that you're talking about, is shirk and kufr, and it's not allowed. You have to control the narrative. It is reported that Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, when he took the keys of Bayt al-Maqdis, that the time for the Salat came, and the monk or the priest of the church, when Umar was in the church, say, hey, Amirul Mu'mineen, instead of leaving to go pray out there with the people or whatever, why don't you just bless this spot right here and pray in the church? The narration said, Umar said, no, I don't want the Muslims to come after me thinking it's permissible to pray in your church. So that's an example of Umar radiallahu anhu going into the church, looking at what's going on. He saw that. But when it came time to establish his religion, when it came time to establish what he was upon, what he believed in, he didn't acquiesce and he didn't bend the rules. And that's all we're saying. Be wise, but don't bend the rules to the degree where you are compromising your principles and falling into kufr and shirk and the ma'asi of Allah Azza wa Jal.
Well, absolutely, absolutely. The other thing that's very important here is that to understand that when we're talking about activism, a lot of times it's social activism, bring social change, help the people's lives be better in all of its aspects. Sometimes it's talking about political activism. We want for our rulers and the ruling and the governing bodies to do better or to change or what have you. But in Islam, these things are important, but what sometimes isn't discussed enough is calling towards Tawheed, calling towards Islam. This is something that is much more important than the rest. Now, does that mean that I'm saying that bring about good political change or bring about good social change is not required? Of course, I'm not saying that. But if you look at the template of the da'wah of the prophets, Shu'aib, for example, قال يا قوم اعبدوا الله ما لكم من إله غيره وأوفوا الكيل والمكيال بالقسط وأوفوا الكيل والميزان بالقسط. So it was the people of Shu'aib, they had a social problem, which was they were unfair with regards to the business dealings, and they would do khiyana, and they would cheat the people. That was a social problem that must have been dealt with. But before that, they had a bigger problem, which was the problem of shirk and worshipping other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the priority of the da'wah of the Muslim is to bring about good change, and the main change that we want to bring about is the call towards the worship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that should never be diminished. And sometimes you feel in these conversations, there's so much focus on social issues, political issues, that there's not enough emphasis on the main thing, which is La ilaha illallah.
We have this thing in fiqh, sulu fiqh, and they say that in order to render a judgment concerning something, the mufti, he has to understand and comprehend what is on the table. Al-hukmu ala shay far'un tasawwuri. He has to know this thing is a halal or haram. He has to know what the thing is that is being presented. And as I mentioned earlier, and this is the point why I mentioned this, we need to understand what is the Islamic interpretation or understanding of a particular thing, and what is it that these people who we want to work with are understanding. Like I told you about a lady who wants to be a feminist. You have to ask her, what do you mean by that? Politics. What do you mean that we want to do activism in politics? Well, politics in Islam, what's known as a siyasatu ash-shar'iyya, political issues in Islam is that we're pulling to the community and to ourselves as much good as possible. And we're pushing away from the community and ourselves as much evil as possible. What is in the benefit of the community and its people? It is pulled to them, and it is nurtured, created, protected. And what harms them should be pushed away and gotten rid of. That's not the understanding of politics a lot of times when we get involved in activism, not Islamic politics. So what is built upon what is decrepit and false, everything that comes as a result of that's going to be decrepit and false. So my point here is I say to our community, especially our youngsters, brothers and sisters who really want to get in it. There's a sister in Birmingham, in Manchester, and I would like to raise the level of consciousness of the community of those who don't know. And she died as a result of drowning. And it appeared that there was some foul play in that situation. So many Muslims got involved, and rightly so. They got involved. This is activism. It's permissible. But what I'm saying is we have to do our due diligence to make sure that we understand the reality of what we're about to get involved in, so that we don't compromise the religion. And in an attempt of trying to please Allah Azza wa Jalla, we do nothing but help to create confusion and disobey Allah Azza wa Jalla.
based on what you just said about the importance of understanding what we get involved in, just to mention first, there is a precedent within our Sunnah. There is an example in the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ of cooperating with people that are of the mushrikeen. And you had that in Medina, like you mentioned. You also had the Hilf al-Fudul, where the Prophet ﷺ was extremely proud of a pack that he was part of during his younger age, before he became a messenger. That was some of the Quraysh, they came together to uphold justice in Mecca. And the Prophet ﷺ was so proud of that, that he said, I would not wish to break it even for red camels, meaning the best of wealth that they had. So it's good that we stand for justice, even if we stand with people we don't agree with. But sometimes doing that might cause issues if you're not very careful of who you're getting involved with. What are some of the causes behind it? You got to be very careful and control the narrative. Now, I want to ask you about a controversy that's been happening recently. I mean, there are many videos that have been made about it. There's a good brother, inshallah, nahsibuhu ala khair, in America, that he was involved. I think it's a few years back, but the videos just start surfacing now. He was involved in a rally, and there was a lot of noise that people were making about this rally. There's a lot of mistakes that happened there, and I'm sure his intentions were good. And then you have two camps: people that are trying to defend the things that happened there, and other people that are blasting the brother for all of these issues and these mistakes that happened there. What would you wanna comment on that, inshallah?
Well, a lot could be said, in terms of bending the rules, like I mentioned. There's a verse in the Quran where Allah Azza wa Jal threatened Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that if Rasulullah came with some aqawil, he himself were to introduce certain things on his own. Allah threatened him that he would take him an akh that is very powerful, that Allah would really snatch the Prophet up sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So he's the leader of the community, and he's clearly showing us by this ayat and other issues that you can't bend the rules. So as it relates to this incident, unfortunately in our community, we are very polarized in the way we look at things. And sometimes you have to be polarized. It's white and black, and you have to take a position. But many times there's a middle in the issue as well. So there are those people who are fanboys of the brother. So they want to make a tamashi and mujamala and just, placate the situation. It's easy. It's no problem. No, that's a problem. And then the other extreme are the people who want to condemn and crucify and destroy everything that the brother has done, everything that the brother wants to do, inshallah, everything about his institution. And this is not the Islamic way. Now, granted, some situations need to be destroyed. I don't believe if something is built, it's better than something that's not built. No, I don't believe in that. There's a masjid called Masjid al-Dirar. Allah told the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "La taqum fi abada." Never stand in that masjid, ever. Never. That masjid should be torn down. That's when the masjid has those characteristics of those people who are the enemies of Islam, the hypocrites. But when we find an institution like this brother started and those people with him, they have khair in that. There's a need for those kinds of institutions to be in America and in the UK, provided that we're working upon al-birr wa taqwa. We're cooperating to put the truth across. And if there are any shortcomings or any mistakes, we should be able to come to each other and we should be able to advise people. And I would like to say that personally, I got on the horn and I called that brother right away when it happened. And being the way he is, and Allah is his hasib, to me, he clearly acknowledged what happened was wrong and he was going to rectify the issue. So the Sa'id is the one who learns from the mistakes of other people. The one who is successful learns from the mistakes of other people. We say to our youngsters today, learn from the mistake that happened with that situation. You want to do this interfaith dialogue and cooperation? If you and I, Abu Rayyan, went to one of these dawah, one of these efforts, and the non-Muslims asked us, you too, Abu Rayyan, Abu Usama, can you please get down on your knees and put your hands up like you're making dua? Because I'm going to look at you, you're going to look, and say, we're not doing that. I'm not doing that. They say, okay, Abu Usama, Abu Rayyan, would you take this water and pour some water out for the brothers who aren't here or whatever? We're going to look at each other. We're not going to do that. But if they said to us, Abu Usama, Abu Rayyan, can you two go over there and pour coffee or tea in the cups for the guests who are coming? We say, yeah, we could do that because that's from our religion. But we're not going to just get in and do any and everything that these people are requesting from us because it may go against our religion. Simple as that. As simple as that. Those awkward moments that transpire. My relatives are not Muslim. I go back to America. When I go to America, there are people who come up to greet me, to hug me. They know that I don't do that, but there are some individuals who are going to do that to me. Those are those awkward moments that you don't plan on, you don't plan for, you just have to handle them as they come. But there are some moments that are inexcusable, meaning we should never allow them to happen. I should never grab the hand of the Jewish priestess to my left and then the Christian priestess to my right, and I start singing songs and making dua. Is something that is not permissible.
Oh, Jazakallah khair. I mean, we always speak about being balanced. This is what we need to do. Islam is wasat. We have to be balanced. And that balance is that we call out the mistakes. We don't condone them. We don't excuse them. A mistake is a mistake and we call it out. And we thank everyone that calls us out for our mistakes because they're leading us to khair and to repentance. No doubt. But the way it's done, it should be done with justice, it should be done with sincerity, and most importantly, with rahmah. So I feel like you mentioned, there were two camps. Some people are excusing these issues, and others, they're compounding on the person, and just relentlessly going after the brother or other brothers or sisters that might do similar or similar mistakes. No one is free from mistakes, and we ask Allah to forgive our sins, to forgive everybody's sins. And the message here, I believe, and I'm sure you would agree with, is that we never condone any akhta, and we always refute them in the right way and correct them. And similarly, we call towards that which is better. We hope for the person to rectify their mistakes, and we build the people up. We don't destroy them. We don't destroy them. And as for those brothers that brought attention to this issue, I mean, bring attention to something that is a problem, this is praiseworthy. But sometimes you might go overboard, sometimes you might go into extreme, and this is human nature, and it is important that people take the advice of the elders and they try and do islah in these kind of situations.
And Imam Ibn Rajab has a book called The Difference Between Nasiha and a Tashhir. You want to give someone advice, or you want to broadcast what he did and let everybody look at him as if he's an idiot or he's not qualified and competent. And Al-Islam supports nasiha, but it doesn't support this other thing. I would draw your attention to something, Abu Rayyan, before you came to Green Lane Masjid to start working here. And I'm absolutely sure you are aware of the incident, but it was before you came on the scene. And I must acknowledge, hoping that it would be tasjih for you, that you continue to do what you're doing, because I personally see what you're doing. I'm appreciative of the direction you are helping the dawah to go to. A few years ago, there was a da'i who was invited to Green Lane, and he wound up coming to Green Lane. Right around the time of his coming, after he came, it was seen that he was doing some magic, sleight of hand type of magic, that type of magic, nonetheless magic. So when that happened, just like this situation, when that happened, the situation, the fitna caused the community to be polarized. You have the people on one side saying, Green Lane can do no wrong. I'm a fan of Green Lane. I'm a supporter of Green Lane. They didn't know about this. They this, that. And then the other extreme is the people who jumped up and down and made everybody who attend Green Lane responsible for it. So what happened was, and this is the real point, after all of the drama jumped off, it was my turn to give the khutbah. Now I could have chose to allow the whirlwind to swirl around and stay quiet like crickets, but I said no. I had nothing to do with that decision. I just give the dawah. I'm a khatib. I may advise, but I didn't have anything to do administratively. But the next khutbah to Jummah, I gave a khutbah about the impermissibility of magic. In very clear terms, that it's a kabira from the kaba'ir. And then in the khutbah, I said, the brothers here at Green Lane, myself included, I didn't have anything to do with the decision. But how I'm going to advise the Green Lane administration from the member and make it as is us and them. No, I'm a part of you now. I said, we are all responsible for not doing our due diligence and checking these things out before it got to this. Now, the reason why I did that is we wanted to make it very clear that this thing is not acceptable, except especially of this nature. When we're talking about shirk and kufr and these types of kaba'ir, we have to be very unequivocal and very categoric in our inkar of these issues. Because if you're not, it's a problem. And just be balanced, that's all.
Yeah, no, Jazakallah khair, Sheikh. It's absolutely. To sum up our conversations here, we mentioned there's nothing wrong with wanting to do activism. There's nothing wrong with wanting to bring about good social change, as long as it's aligned with our values, as long as it's aligned with Islam. And even then, you got to be very careful who you intermingle with. It's not wrong to work with other people, folks from different faiths and religions. Within Islam, people from different firaq. There's nothing wrong with that, as long as this at-ta'awun al-birri wa-taqwa. And once you do that, and you ground yourself with a good understanding of the religion, you're going to stay balanced, you're going to stay authentic, and you're going to keep it to your narrative. Keeping it real, inshallah ta'ala. And with regards to the final point we talked about, we ask Allah to forgive everybody's sins. The refutation culture is something that has taken over YouTube nowadays, right? And everywhere, the culture of refutation. And that brought about two types of people. People that say, you know what, let's not refute anybody. Why are we doing this? And you got people that think that that's the only thing they should be doing. And again, it's the wasatiyya that we're calling for in everything. Inna ja'alnakum ummatan wasata. So inshallah ta'ala, I'm going to conclude upon that. Jazakallah khair for being here and talking about these important matters. We'll definitely have you on for some other discussions as well. We conclude upon that inshallah ta'ala. Jazakumullah khair for listening. هذا وآخر دعوانا الحمد لله رب العالمين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
الحمد لله رب العالمين وبه نستعين على أمور الدنيا والدين والعاقبة للمتقين ولا عدوان إلا على الظالمين وصلى اللهم وسلم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. It is a pleasure that we have with us today our highly esteemed guest, the historian, the scholar, the Imam, Sheikh Abdullah Hakim Quick. And he's going to be discussing with us and teaching us about some very important topics. To start off with, we will be discussing, since it is October and it is Black History Month, we're going to be talking about some of the influential black figures in Islam. Again, Sheikh, we are very happy to have you here, and we thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us this opportunity to make this a blessed gathering. We will hope to benefit from you and your insight, inshallah ta'ala. So to start off with, Sheikh, it is Black History Month, but why is it important that we have this discussion? Why is it important to talk about the important black figures within the Islamic context?
تفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له. وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمد عبده ورسوله صلوات الله وسلامه عليه أما بعد. Come to the next hadith today, inshallah azza wa jal. Tremendous hadith. Want to put emphasis on this hadith. If we are truly people who are trying to follow Islam and we're trying to be on the sunnah, this hadith is one of those hadith that we have to up our game. And it is the simple, easy hadith where the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, Kabbir, Kabbir. So that's kaf, ba, ra, and the ba has a shadda over it and it's with a kasra. Kabbir, Kabbir. The command, the ismu, the amr, which means the elders, the elders. Kabbir, Kabbir. I'll say it and you say it, easy hadith. Put it in your repertoire of a hadith that you have to use, you have to practice and teach and call to. I'll say it. Kabbir, Kabbir. Gotta say it together. Kabbir, Kabbir. Don't say kabbar, say Kabbir, Kabbir. The meaning of the hadith, as we said, is the elders, the elders. The word kabir is from this. There were two men who traveled to Khaybar, where the Yahud were, and there was an agreement between the Muslims and the Yahud of al-Khaybar at that time. And when they traveled, they split. One went this way, the other one went that way, and they split at the place. The other one came, and he found his traveling partner dead. Someone murdered him. And he was in his blood. Right at the time where he was losing his life. Like the terrible, horrible images that we see on the internet. People blowing off their heads, their faces. People getting stabbed and shot. You see a person dying in his blood. He's not dead yet, but he's wallowing around in his blood. And that's how he found the man that he was traveling with. So when he found him in that condition, he lost his life, and his traveling partner buried him, gave him the haqq. He was a Muslim, and he buried him. He found his brother, whose name was Abdurrahman. The one who was murdered, his name was Abdullah. He found his brother, told his brother what happened. They went to the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The one whose brother it was his brother that was murdered. He started to tell the story. Ya Rasulullah, someone murdered my brother. I want my haqq, someone. And it's over there in Khaybar, where the Yahud are. Sensitive issue. It's his brother, the Yahud. They booked the contract. Who killed my brother? I want my haqq. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said to that brother, whose brother had been murdered, Kabbir, Kabbir. He said, let the older one speak. Let the older one speak. So he stopped talking immediately. He didn't say, that's my brother. What is this? Islam is not fair. You're not fair. I have haqq. I have something to say. The sunnah came to him. The command came to him. And being the believer that he was, he just stopped, disengaged. So some of us, we get upset, and someone will come to you and advise you and say, Rasulullah said this, Allah said that. And then we become even more aggressive and upset. The person says, you're angry, sit down. He says, I don't want to hear that. The man's brother was killed. You have to look at that and consider it. There's another opportunity for us to give you the image of the total, complete istislam of the Sahaba, radiyallahu anhum. It's the munafiq who starts to make mu'arada. He's in opposition. Why? How? What do you mean? Where does that come from? Who said that? He said, Kabbir, Kabbir, 2 times for emphasis. So the man disengaged. And then the older one started talking.
And then some other things were mentioned in the hadith. Now is not the time to go through all of that, but that's the reason for this hadith. Tremendous hadith in Islam. And it goes to show the position of older people in Islam. That if you're a Muslim, you have to respect those who are older than you. And if we look at the deen of Allah Azza wa Jal, ya Muslim, ya Akhi, who's trying to be on the Sunnah, and you're trying to be a person who's doing the right thing, those people who are older, they're not like people who are younger than them. The Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam brought a religion where people who are older, they have position of respect. Men and women, even non-Muslims. The Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, inna min ijlalillahi ta'ala ikram this shaybat al-Muslim. From the proof that someone glorifies Allah, believes in Allah, magnifies Allah, is that he'll respect the one who has white in his hair or her hair in his beard. If you don't have respect for the Muslim bus driver who has white, you don't know him, he may not have the best akhlaq, maybe. He may be from another madhab, another maslak. He may be your relative, your neighbor. You guys don't see eye to eye. You cannot deal with him any way you want to deal with him. You have to have ihsan. Al-ihsan is worshiping Allah as though you see him, and although you don't see him, you know that he sees you. I don't like the way this man is acting, but because he's older than me, I have to fall back and I have to kabbir, stop talking. Stop being disrespectful. Stop speaking to him in a way as if he's your companion, he's your homeboy, your homie. He's not your homie. That man is a sheikh compared to you. From that as well is that the Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, man shaba shaybatin fil Islam kanat lahu nuran yawm al-qiyamah. Anyone who white, gray comes out of him, that whiteness and that gray will be nur for him yawm al-qiyamah. I look at you brothers, some of you don't have hair under your arms, some of you don't have pubic hairs, akramakumullah. Some of you have full, heads of hair, but there's no white. Well, alhamdulillah, that man has white. Men, anyone, man shaba shaybatin fil Islam, kanat lahu nurin yawm al-qiyamah. Anyone who was offered the opportunity, grew up, became older in Islam, that white is going to be nur for him yawm al-qiyamah. And the word he used was shayba. Shayba. Allah Azza wa Jal mentioned in the Quran, Allahu alladhi khalaqakum min da'fin thumma ja'ala min ba'di da'fin quwwatan thumma ja'ala min ba'di quwwatan da'fa yakhluqu ma yasha wa huwa al-alim al-qadir. From the ayat of Allah is He is the one who created you people, and He created you weak as little children, couldn't take care of yourselves. And then after you grew up and you became strong, and then after you became strong, you became weak again because you got older. وَرَدَّدْنَاهُ أَسْفَلَ السَّافِلِينَ. One of the meanings of that ayat is he became so old and infirm, he had dementia. Dementia. You're dealing with a relative who's difficult. They say about old people that it is a case of awasif, min al-awatif. He's dealing with hurricanes of emotions. He's an old man. She's old. Sometimes they're not tolerant. They don't want to hear what you have to say. They're short-tempered. They're tough, some of them. You have to give them the benefit of the doubt and respect them. Kabbir, kabbir. And remember the principle, and it's going to come, inshallah, as you do it to be done unto you. You treat old heads in a difficult, disrespectful way, someone's going to do that to you. I want to repeat this again. We are living with these millennials, and in a time where millennials and younger people feel they have the right to be heard. And they don't want to hear what people have to say. They don't care about anything. Not in our deen, when older people disrespect you and they are being disrespectful and difficult, you have to fall back. Why? Because Allah told you to do that.
because that's the religion of the Nabi of Islam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Rasulullah mentioned again a dalil of the position of older people. خيركم من طال عمره وحسن عمله. Who's the best person sitting here? We get a number of hadith who tell us the best. The best of you is the one who learned the Quran and then he taught it. This hadith said the best person sitting here is the one who lived a long time and his deeds were good. So the Muslim is not the person who wants to die. He's not like that. As long as we're on this side of the earth, inshallah, we have a chance. Now, someone is sitting in this audience right now. They have anxiety, they have stress, they have some issues. Some more severe and serious than others. He's not feeling well, can't eat. Okay, I understand that. But it's going to pass by. It's going to pass by, inshallah. You kill yourself, you put yourself in a situation where you lose your life, you're done. You're done. The best of you is the one who lives a long time and he does good deeds. There's a companion, his name is Talha, radiyallahu anhu. He had a dream. And in his dream, he saw these two men who had accepted al-Islam together. And one of them was mujtahid in ibadah. He used to fast on Mondays and Thursdays. He was in the front row. He used to memorize the Quran. He used to visit the poor people. He used to do all of that stuff. And the other one was kind of laid back, passive. He didn't do all of those things. And then it was an opportunity for jihad. The one who was mujtahid went out for jihad, and the other one didn't. And when he went out for jihad, he got the shahad, and he was killed fi sabilillah. And then 1 year later, his companion died. This man, Talha, said, one night I saw in a dream these two people. And I went up to the Jannah, and they were at the door of the Jannah. Someone came out of the Jannah and said to the one who died last, who didn't do a lot, you come in. And he went in and he had a nice part of Jannah, while Talha and the other man were waiting. And then that one in Jannah came to the other one and said, you come in. And then he went and got his position. Then he came out and he told Talha, you go back. Your time is not up yet. It's not time for you. He went back and he woke up. He came and he told the people about the story, about seeing those two men who had embraced Islam together, always walked together, came together, went together, ate together. And then that news reached the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Rasulullah found out that the people were shocked and amazed. How is it possible with the one who got shahada and did a lot of things? How is it that this other man got a higher station? Rasulullah said, what are you people mustajib, mustaghribun? Why you find that strange? Why do you find that strange? He said, the second one, didn't he live a whole year longer? They said, yes. He said that meant that he got more prayers in, he got more fasting in, umrah, hajj, dhikr, sadaqah, da'wah, Quran. He got all of that. And as a result of that, it went up. So that goes to show the best of us is the one who lives a long time and he does good deeds. So while you are small and you're young, older than this boy, 15, 18, 19, 20, kill that foreign idea. I'll start practicing, I'll do more when I get 20, 25, when I get married. Nobody promised you that you're going to hit that age. Concerning this hadith, kabbir, kabbir, again, the emphasis. The book of Aqidah by Imam Ibn Taymiyyah, the book of the Aqidah of Tahawiyah, or Al-Wasatiyah. In that book, he brings from the Aqidah of Ahl Sunnah is Birru Walidain. From the Aqidah of Ahl Sunnah is smiling at your brother. From the Aqidah of Ahl Sunnah is being nice to people. These actions are from our Aqidah. So a person will tell you where Allah is. He'll give you all of the characteristics of Allah without making tahrif, without making ta'til, without making tamthil. But you'll find that individual doesn't have respect for elders. Something's wrong. And I got to say this. I've seen and I've read with my own eyes and my own ears
where hip-hop artists respect those old head hip-hop people better than some Muslims on the Sunnah respect people who preceded them. I'm not here to name and mention those names of the famous hip-hop people from the 80s, but some of them, they call them OGs. When they start talking, some of the people into hip-hop will be quiet and listen to them. And these kids don't have any respect out here. They'll shoot you up. They'll wet you, take your life from you. That's just how it is. Drill music, all of this stuff. But when their elders from hip-hop start talking, they fall back. And then here we have Shabab who are trying to learn Islam and the Sunnah, and they'll say to someone, you're an innovator. You're an innovator. Shut up. What you talking about? Talking to people like that. That's not the Sunnah. That's Jahiliyyah. Relax yourself and pump your brakes and fall back. And respect yourself and respect your religion. There are a number of adillah from the book of Allah Azza wa Jalla that clearly show the position of those who are older. In addition to what I mentioned, like, لِيُسَلِّمْ الصَّغِيرُ عَلَى الْكَبِيرِ. Let the younger one give salams to the older one. So here comes a man and his maslak is clearly, he's Brawi. He has the green turban. I know him from a masjid. He's muta'assib on his madhab. He won't give me salams, this and that. But because I'm on the sunnah, I walk by with my head and I won't even give him salams. He's your elder, not the other way around. Where's your sunnah at? لِيُسَلِّمْ الصَّغِيرَ عَلَى الْكَبِيرِ. Let the one who is younger, let him give the salams to the one who is older. That's a sign of ihsan. I feel that that older brother, he really doesn't see me, he doesn't like me, he doesn't madhab, hizbiyah, whatever, wahhabi, whatever, he doesn't like me. I'm giving him salams because the sunnah said that. Kabbir, kabbir. Give that man some respect. The Prophet told the people, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and this is critical, especially during this time of fitan. He said, alayhi salawatullah wa salam, al-baraka ma'akabirikum. The blessings are with your elders, you young brothers. Does that mean that you don't have the haqq? Does that mean that you don't have something to say, especially as it relates to your own personal life? No, it doesn't mean that. But that hadith, al-baraka ma'akabirikum. The barakah is with your elders. You are not going to find a 65-year-old Muslim man from Birmingham going to Syria, going somewhere and blowing someone up or trying to stab someone, because it just doesn't work like that. You'll find someone who's young, who that makes sense to him. He wants to defend al-Islam. He wants to get married and he wants to lose his present family in an attempt to get married to a new sister. The older people from your community and your relatives who are saying, don't do that, don't do that, don't just dismiss them. Don't just dismiss them. He wants to get married, she wants to get married outside of the tribe, and the family is not with it. But she says, I'm on the sunnah. No. Al-baraka ma'akabirikum. Listen to those elders. There's no substitute for age and experience. They have barakah. From that, the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam, listen to this. He said, Laysa minna man lam yarham saghirana wa yuwaqqir kabirana. He is not from us. He is not a real Muslim. He is not from the people on the sunnah and the haqq. The one who doesn't have rahmah upon the youngsters. And he doesn't respect the elders. In the city of Birmingham, people are killing children. People are killing children in Birmingham. People are trafficking children in Birmingham. People are molesting children in Birmingham. Where's the rahmah? He gets upset because his child is doing what's natural. Child can't talk, so he's crying, has colic, he got a headache, he's hungry, he's cold, he's thirsty, and the person shakes the kid and gives him shaken baby syndrome and kills the kid. He's not from us. Your job is to have rahmah on that baby, the way the normal mother will have rahmah on that baby. As a father, as a man, we're not women, so sometimes we could be a little bit tough, rough around the edges. Nah, Sunnah man is the one, he has rahmah upon the shabab. Not rough and tough. They're doing something, making noise, whatever in the masjid, getting inside of our collective central nervous system. That happens. He's in the seat with one of those water bottles going, flipping the water bottle over, trying to make it flip up in the middle of the dars. We want to deal with him. No. The Prophet said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, with the young boy who was eating with him, his hand was going all over the plate. Ya ghulam, sammillah, wa kul bi yaminik, wa kul mimma yaliq. Hey little man, the Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, eat with your right hand and say Bismillah and eat what's in front of you. Not that stepfather who sees maybe his wife didn't train the kids how to eat and have to have adab. He doesn't like the way his kids eat, his wife's kids. So he says, bang, zoom, to the moon. You keep acting like that, I'm gonna knock you out and put you in a coma. Oh, in a coma? Just take, Rasulullah wasn't like that. He is not from us, the one who doesn't respect the elders. And we have a number of adillah. Listen to this. He used to tell the people before the prayer, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, la takhtarifu, fatakhtarifa qulubukum. Istaw, wa la takhtarifu, fatakhtarifa qulubukum. Straighten out the lines, straighten out the lines. Put your heels together. Don't be too far up, too far back. Be symmetrical in every line. Close the gaps in the sunnah. Not your madhab, not your opinion, not your laziness. I think our imams should start taking a little bit more time so that we can make the tadbiq of the sunnah. You can go to some other masajid that the people want to be on the sunnah. They're better than the people here in this issue. They're better than the people here in this issue. Yeah, they may have shiddah in some other aspects, and that's a problem. But the most favorable deed to Allah, action, is this prayer. And it should be uniformed and beautiful. He said, straighten the lines, don't be, this one up, that one back, and you're not straight, because if you do that, it'll cause your hearts to be against each other. And then he said, when I pray, let those be behind me, ulul ahlam wal nuha. Let the older people and the knowledgeable ones pray behind me. That's a position that Islam is given to older people. So one of the companions, from the four companions who were the ulama of the Quran, for those who are writing, the Prophet told the people, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, istaqru al-Quran min arba. Learn the Quran from four of my companions. Ubay ibn Ka'b, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, Mu'adh ibn Jabal, and Hudhayfa, the Salim, the free slave of Abu Hudhayfa. Those were the prolific companions with the Quran. So listen, Ubay ibn Ka'b, his name is Abu Mundhir. A man was praying, his name is Qais ibn Ubayd from the Tabi'in, was praying in the first row, behind the Imam. He said the Salat began and he's praying. And in the middle of his prayer, someone came and pulled him out of the line and got in his place and pushed him out. He said, Wallahi, I didn't know anything about my Salat. I was so upset. The elder. He did something to me that in my understanding is sacrilegious. We're praying. What are you doing? What are you doing? Pulled him, got in his place. He said, after the prayer was finished, I looked, and it was Ubay ibn Ka'b. Ubay ibn Ka'b said, Ya bunay, oh young boy, my young man, little man, a youngster, la yasukka Allah. I pray that Allah doesn't allow you to experience any evil. He said, but what I did to you is a contract that I took with the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. What's that contract? That Ubay ibn Ka'b should be the one who is behind the Imam, so that if the Imam messes up, he makes a mistake, he loses wudu, he gets stabbed like Umar, the one behind him knows what to do. So the imam makes a mistake, and you got behind the imam, and you're a brand spanking new Muslim. The imam doesn't know you, but you have a nice lihya. He pushes you in front, and you get in front, and then you start reading, you say, Bismillah, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. Or you say in English, in the name of Allah, the merciful, the hand. Well, we don't know what's going to happen. You have a right. Once you get in the place, that's your place. No one can get you out of that place. But avoid this area. So again, the young man, he goes to Al-Medina. And in Medina, they have some spaces earmarked for certain people. So the person comes and say, what is this? Racism. What is this? What is this? No, those people have a right to be there, a religious right to be there. So that's what happened with Ubay ibn Ka'b. Last example we want to give, Ikhwani, and there are many, is what happened with the companion Al-Huwayrith, radiyallahu anhu. He said, I was with a group of youngsters, and we were shababatun mutaqaribun. We all were young, around the same age. They're all 18, 19, 20, 21. We went to Al-Medina to learn. We stayed in Medina for 20 days, watching the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, learning from the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And then he noticed that we were missing our families, and he was gentle and merciful. So he said to them, are you people missing your families? They say, yes, we're missing our families. He said, okay, go back to your families. Teach them what you learned with me. Educate them. Teach them everything that you learned. And then he said, فَإِذَا حَضَرَتِ الصَّلَاةِ فَلْيُؤَذِّنْ لَكُمْ أَحَدُكُمْ وَلْيُؤَمَّمْ أَكْبَرَكُمْ. Listen to this hadith. They're 18, 19, 20. You didn't have anybody 60, 65, 40. They were all youngsters. He said, go back and teach your people everything you learn. You got to give dawah. You learn in the masjid. The sunnah is, from the instruction of the Nabi, that you go back and you educate your sister who doesn't respect some elders from your family. You tell your brother, you tell your little brother, you have to respect your older sister more. I know, I've seen you giving her a hard time. Don't do that. He said, and when the time for salat comes, then one of you make the adhan. He didn't specify. One of you make the adhan. And when it's time to pray, let the oldest one from amongst you lead the salat. So because they were youngsters who were close in age, the defining characteristic was the eldest one, and they were young, which goes to show, you guys are 18, 19, 20, 23, 20, the 18-year-old, you hanging out with your crew, you should be the one that's respecting the other ones. The 22, 23-year-old, you should be the one who's younger than him. You go and get the food and bring it. You go and get the water and you bring it. This hadith and this issue, kabbir, is applicable in this case. Amongst yourselves, not just the Sheikh Kabir, the Sheikh Kabir even more so. We're going to respect him. Respect him how? We're going to address him as Ya Sheikh, Ya Fadilat Sheikh, Ya Ammi, hey uncle. We're not going to call an older man, hey Ibn Akhi, hey son of my brother. He is the son of your brother. But that's disrespectful. You're going to call him by his kunya, Abu Fulan. You're going to respect him. You don't call him and talk to him in a way that's crazy. But amongst yourselves, you have to have respect. So these are some of the many adillah that go to show the understanding of this hadith. Kabbir, kabbir. Respect the people and the position of the people. Now, this is just not in terms of age. It's the people of fadl as well. The people of fadl as well. People of virtues as well. The people of virtues. Now, I know that there is a hadith that the Nabi told the people and the Muslims, when you're going to pray, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who should lead the prayer? He said, let the one who knows the most Quran lead the prayer. If they're equal in that, then the one who made hijrah first. If they're equal in that, then the one who was the eldest. Again,
He's given some position. Some people say the Quran, he knows better than everyone. The Sunnah, he made hijrah. And then, there's this issue of ikhtilaf between the scholars. But the hadith of Al-Huwayrith, they're all close in age. So their memorization is basically the same. Hijrah, they all the same. So what's the defining superlative? The age. In the Battle of Badr, there were 70 Muslims who were killed. May Allah have mercy upon them and be pleased with them and cause us to join them, inshallah azawajal. They have made the ultimate sacrifice for this religion. And now Muslims come and they take our words out of context and we get scared and we have to apologize and we want to close down the shop and run and hide. That wasn't how our aslaf were. They said, this is the qadr of Allah. And I have to meet the qadr at the door. Because meeting the qadr at the door is also from the qadr. I don't want any trouble. Don't want to poke the lion and make the lion get up. But if that lion got up and I don't have to run, this is my destiny. Those companions, may Allah be pleased with them. So the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam heard from the companions, Ya Rasulullah, we don't have enough space in terms of the land. He said, then what you do is bury them together. So 2 people will be buried together, 3 people will be buried together, 4 people will be buried together, and they're facing the Qibla. How should we do it? The one who knows the most Quran. What if they're the same? The one who made hijrah first. What if they're the same? Then the one who is the eldest, put him facing the Qibla. So it has dalil in the deen of Allah Azza wa Jal. In concluding, Ikhwani, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wa ala alihi wa sallam, that's the people of virtues. And there are a lot of dalil for that as well. A lot. The 2 men, he wanted to know about their situation. Who should be buried first? Who should be first? He asked the question, showing he's not Hazir Nazir. He doesn't know the unseen. He asked the people who knew the 2 men, أَيُّهُمَا أَكْثَرُ أَخْذًا لِلْقُرْآنِ? Which one of them knows more the Quran? They said that one. He said, put him first. So the Quran, if he's young and he's a hafiz, he's not like me. And I'm giving dawah. وَمَنْ أَحْسَنُ قَوْلًا مِمَّنْ دَعَى إِلَى اللَّهِ. That man is reading the book of Allah. He is a scholar, even if he's a little boy, if he knows what he's doing. And that's why the Nabi allowed the little boy, Amr ibn Salama, 7 years old, led the people in the Quran in Salah. 7 years old. 7. Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him. He was young, but he used to sit with the shuyukh because he had knowledge. He had knowledge of the deen. During the khilaf of Umar, the man came, Umar said, you're the wali of Mecca. Who did you leave in charge of the people of Mecca? He said, I left Ibn Abza. Ibn Abza, he's a free slave, and he's a man of color. Did you leave him in charge of the ashraf of Quraysh? How? Why? He said, Ya Amir, look at Umar. Umar knows you have to put people in their right place. You have to respect people. You have to respect the police. I have to mention this because I don't want it to be misunderstood from our last class when we talked about this issue of going to the doors of the Sultan. And I was saying that the Salaf were not on that. They didn't go to the door of the Sultan because of those hadith, the prohibition, the leader. They tried to avoid it. I don't want anyone here to think mistakenly that I'm saying that the Salaf didn't give fatwas and none of them ever worked for the leaders and the rulers. Kalla, they worked for them, they worked with them. That's their responsibility. But they did not make it their business to go and hang out and just cool out with these people and their fatwas. They used to try to avoid them so that they could say the truth. So Umar, why would you put him over the people? Why would you put, yeah, he's a revert. But the people, the way they are, that's not going to work with them. There's nothing wrong with that. You have to be able to read the room, Abdullah. You got to read the room. Everybody is not on the understanding that you had. Why did you leave that free slave over the ashraf of Quraysh? He said, Ya Amirul Mu'mineen. He knows the Quran, he's Qari, better than everybody else. And he knows Fara'id, better than everybody else. And he's a judge. Umar said, I heard the Prophet say, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Inna Allah yarfa'u bihadha al-kitab aqwaman wa yad'u bihi akhareen. Allah will raise up some people with this book. And he will put down other people with this book. Allah can raise your son, Abdullah, but you and your wife got to get on the same page and put him in the hifd of the Quran class, and Allah will raise him, inshallah, in the dunya and the akhirah, put you in a powerful position, Yawm al-Qiyamah, as I see and know a few brothers in this majlis. They're not many, not more than 5, not more than 5, not more than 5. All of these brothers, mashallah, may Allah bless you, say Ameen. May Allah open up the door of rahmah for you, say Ameen. May Allah marry the unmarried ones from you, say Ameen. Not more than 5 people here. They have their children in the tahfidh of the Quran and the duqsi. And if that child memorizes the Quran, Yawm al-Qiyamah, his parents will wear a taj, a crown, saying, this man and this woman, they put the work in. They put the work in. Because it's work. You may have to take them out of regular school. You may have to do homeschooling with them. You may have to. But it takes work. Ala kullin, the Quran. It is that issue that gives people a taqaddum and preference. In concluding, Ikhwani, we just want to mention this very important critical point. Older people are special in our religion. They are an important integral fixture in the landscape of our community. Respect them, men and women. As for the young people, what did the Prophet say about young people? Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He said that the Khawarij, they were Hudathal Asnan, Sufahal Ahlam. The Khawarij are young people who have crazy ideas. Crazy ideas. He's in the last year in the university doing a degree for an example of pharmacy, and he gets religious and he starts practicing and he doesn't want to do the last year again. He just wants to stop. No, brother, you're right at the finish line. But Allah said if I have a tawakkul on him, he'll be enough. Yeah, we agree with that and we understand that, but you're right at the finish line, man. All you got to do is fall over. All you have to do is fall over and you over the finish line. That crazy ideas. He says, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, inna min ashraf al-sa'a and yultamas al-ilm and al-asagir. From the signs Yawm al-Qiyamah is close, people will look for knowledge amongst the youngsters. Amongst the youngsters. That's not to say that our youngsters don't have a role. Rasulullah paid attention, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to some of those companions and their stars rose. But he had the people of the Shura. Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, Abdurrahman ibn Auf, the elders were with him. And he cultivated the Shabab. He saw in the Shabab, they have certain qualities and characteristics, and he kept his eye out. And he developed them. But they were not the go-to people. Sometimes they were. Rasulullah would ask a youngster for advice when he didn't want to ask his older friends, Abu Bakr, about his daughter Aisha and the Qissat al-If. He didn't want to ask the father of the lady, is sensitive. He didn't want to ask Umar, sensitive. He asked Ali ibn Abi Talib, and he asked Zayd ibn Haritha, younger people. What do you think about what they're saying about my wife? So young people have a position, but their position is not like the elders. The elder is the general. He's the captain, he's the corporal. He's way up there. The younger person is like the private, first class, second class, third class. He could be the sergeant down there somewhere, and he has his own position. But those older people have to get these people ready. And this is one of the musibas that happened to the Salafi dawah, that young people, especially in the West, were the ones who were in charge of the dawah and the du'at of the dawah. And as a result of that, we were not able to cultivate the people in a way. When this fitna of a jarh wa tajrih came, we couldn't navigate. People thought that that was Islam. They thought that that was the Sunnah. That's not Islam, and that's not the Sunnah. That's Hizbiyah. That's Hizbiyah. It's not Salafiyah at all. So in concluding, ikhwati fillah, kabbir, kabbir. Linatuba ila Allah Azza wa Jal. Let's make tawbah to Allah, those of us who have relatives and individuals. You work at your workplace, and that's an older person, you're giving them a hard time. That's not to say that you just have to take pie in your face, but respect those people who are older. That's the mantra today. That's the call today. Why don't you leaving this message saying, kabbir, 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 so that when you see people, you remember it. So we're going to mention it 3 more times. I'll mention it, you mention it, and then I'm going to test you guys for the previous ahadith. I'll say it and you say it. Kabbir, kabbir. Kabbir, kabbir. Kabbir, kabbir. Good job, fellas. Let's do the test real quick. The test real quick. Close your notebooks and stuff. Close your notebooks. My man, the evil eye is true. How do you say that, hadith? Akhi, how do you say the evil eye is true? Al-ainu haq. How do you say that war is deception? Mukhtar. You're Mukhtar right now. Mukhtar, war is deception. Good job, Akhi. How do you say from the right, from the right, from the right, from the right? Good job, good job. Is there another one? Is there another one? We on 5 or 4? All right, Afwan Ikhwani for missing those last 2 classes. I went to Scotland last week and the previous week. I forgot, I think I wasn't well, I don't remember. The ashab of the tazkiyas come to us now. The ashab of the tazkiyat, inshallah ta'ala, istabshiru, abshiru, bima yurdikum, inshallah. Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdika. وأشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Of 2 words of the Nabi of Islam sallallahu alaihi wasallam that we're trying to memorize, up to 40 of them. And today is one of those hadith that has to stay in your pocket, has to stay in your mind, because it will be a reoccurring situation. We will always have to use this hadith for ourselves as well for people who are loved by us and close to us. The Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam was approached by a man in one narration, and the man said, "Oh, Sini, give me advice." He went and asked the scholar, the elder, the one with experience, for advice. And the Prophet told him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "La taghdab, don't become angry." He said, "Okay, give me some more." And he mentioned it 3 times, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now the narration said that a man came and said, "Ya Rasulallah, give me some advice and make it simple and to the point." He told that man, "La taghdab, don't become angry." And there are other narrations in terms of the reasons and incidents behind the statement, "La taghdab." This is from the Jawami' al-Kalim of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He said he was given the Jawami' al-Kalim, the ability to say a few things, but it has a lot of meaning to it, far-reaching implications. He's the only prophet, he's the only Rasul, salawatullahi wa salamuhu alayhim ajma'een. He's the only one who had that ability. Every other Nabi, every other Rasul did not have that. He said, "I was given 5 things no other Nabi was given." And one of them he said, Jawami' al-Kalam. Say a few words, but those few words in this case, 2 words. But it has a lot of benefit. It has a lot of ahkam. It has a lot of adab. These 2 words. These 2 words will help a person to maintain his marriage, because when a person becomes angry, you're going to be sorry. I don't know anyone who became angry, the type of anger that's destructive, the one that's haram, except that he was nadim. He regretted it in some shape, form, or fashion. Anger is going to cause the divorce to happen. Anger is going to cause a person to be fashil. He's going to not be successful at what he's trying to do. He's on probation at his job, and they're watching him, and he gets angry and upset, he loses the job. Anger causes people to kill other people. And we could sit here and just give examples of what we know in real life of people who lost their lives. Sister, she wouldn't hurt a fly, but she became so angry and so enraged with jealousy and anger, she got the gun and shot her husband. She's not a murderer like that, but the anger. Some of the things that we see back where we come from in some of the Muslim countries where people were shooting people in the masjid, some of the stories that are unbelievable. Anger is a big mushkila. Because of anger, people start cursing, using language. Normally they wouldn't use it. They make shetam and asab, calling people outside of their names and so forth and so on. As it relates to the issue of anger, it is part of the DNA of Bani Adam. Allah Ta'ala mentioned in the Quran that He has created mankind in the ahsani taqweem, made them perfect. ثُمَّ رَدَدْنَاهُمْ أَسْفَلَ السَّافِلِينَ. We made them and we created him in perfection. And part of that perfection is that Bani Adam has anger. If you don't have anger, there's something wrong with you. You're from the malaika. You're not a human being. And people are on different levels as it relates to how they deal with their anger, how they manage their anger, how their anger controls them and how it affects them. There are those people who can calm down and not move as a result of the anger. And then there are those people who cannot do anything except make istislam to their anger. They totally, absolutely submit to it. Who is sitting with us right now, may Allah help us. May Allah help us. Anger is a big mushkila. A shaitan comes to Bani Adam from many doors, One of the most harmful doors is the door of anger. Because if he gets control of a person through the bab of anger, as the scholar said, anger is the jami' of all of the evil. It brings all the evil together. It's that main door. If a shaitan gets you in this door, we are in trouble. May Allah Azza wa Jal help us to control our anger. I saw a few days ago on the internet where the people were getting married. They came from Uzbekistan or something like that. And it was the day of the nikah, the walima, and the girl was playing with her husband like she's going to give him the cake, and she was faking, and she went like that. He got so mad he slapped in front of everybody. In front of everybody. Her father, her brother, all of the people. That's a sign for anyone connected to that girl, in my opinion, to say, man, you're not taking my daughter. If you can't control yourself right here like that, then what's going to happen when you get my daughter home? So as a father who has daughters of the age to get married, I have to tell them, you're going to get married, sister, don't get angry. Anger is a mushkila. And that's why we have to say, as we said many times, we have brothers, alhamdulillah, they're into MMA, they're into working out, staying strong, eating right. That's all good. But the Prophet told the people, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, laysa ash-shadid bis-sur'a, innama ash-shadidu alladhi yamliku nafsuhu 'inda al-ghadab. The one who can out-wrestle the people, this is not the strong one, but in fact, the strong one is the one who can control himself when he's angry. And it is difficult for some people and easy for others, the ones who Allah gave them tawfiq. May Allah Azza wa Jal yuwaffiqna, give us all the ability to control our anger. The Nabi of Islam sallallahu alaihi wasallam has mentioned a lot of things about anger and brought a book that mentioned a lot of things about anger. The mahal, or the place of anger, the place, where is it? Is it in your head? Is it in your knee, your ribs? Anger is in the heart, in the qalb. The Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, ala inna fil qalb mudgha. إذا فسدت فسد القلب إن في الجسد مضغة إذا فسدت فسد الجسد كله ألا وهي القلب. Inside of your body is a morsel of flesh. If it goes rotten, then the rest of the limbs are going to go rotten. He said, verily that limb is, that morsel of flesh, that organ is your heart. If that anger encompasses a person's heart, it's going to affect everything. It's going to affect his lisan. It's going to affect the way he hears and understands. It's going to affect the way he sees. And it's going to affect what he does as a result of that anger being on top of him and inside of him. This hadith of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam for all of us, especially for the youngsters from amongst us, the man came and said, Ya Rasulullah, awsini, give me some advice. This shows, as a youngster, a person who's inexperienced, a person who doesn't have a lot of knowledge, you should make it part of your business to ask scholars for advice. What do they think about you making this move or that move? What do they think about you making this decision or that decision? People who have knowledge, people are older than you, and they have more experience than you, like this companion came. May Allah be pleased with him. Ya Rasulullah, give me a wasiyah, give me some advice. So an old head who has experience, maybe he's not a scholar, but he's from the elders. Kabbir. He's from the elders. You go to the elders and you ask him, I want to get married to this family. I want to get married to this tribe. I want to get married to a second wife. I want to go to Medina and stop working. That older person who has experience, inshallah, be able to help you. Having knowledge, be able to help you. Don't be the person who makes decisions on your own all the time. That's the point. If you get the advice of people who are the uqala, hukama, inshallah, tastaqimu hayatuka, inshallah. It's better than being by yourself. So our dua should be asking Allah Azza wa Jal not to leave any of us to our own selves and our whims, tarfat al-ain, for the blink of an eye. Because if we are left to our own whims and desires, it's destruction. Concerning the issue of anger, this statement, la taghdab, means a lot of things, but two things we want to bring to your attention, inshallah. La taghdab, don't become angry. One of the important meanings of it, is don't put yourself in the situation where you're being confronted with things that make you angry. Avoid those things. There's a person who is combative. You're always clashing with him. Saddam, you always clash. Minimize the amount of time you spend with him. As brothers who hang out together, it is not permissible for you. You know that this thing gets on his nerves. It gets into his central nervous system. Don't make tahyij and wind him up, knowing that he doesn't like that. Your wife doesn't like that. She doesn't like it when you take the thing out of the refrigerator and you just drink straight from the thing. She doesn't like it. And when you do it, you make her angry and it becomes a fitna. Don't do it. Don't be a fitna. Don't be a fitan. And she should be the same way with her husband. So la taghdab means don't put yourself in the position where this thing is going to make you angry. You know it's going to make you angry, so avoid it, whatever it happens to be. You're a person who, you can't handle debates. You can't handle someone disagreeing with you. Then don't debate. Stay out of the arena of debating and so forth and so on. Second thing about la taghdab, this is important. The decisions, the muqarrarat, the decisions that come as a result of anger in al-Islam, usually they don't count. Because Allah is ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The scholars say that anger is the jami' of all evil. It brings together anger, brings together all of the evil. Opposite of that is al-Hilm, being gentle, Halim. They said al-Hilm is the jami' of all good. All good. So when people make decisions as a result of anger, usually in al-Islam it doesn't count. It's a problem. The Nabi, for an example, sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, La talaq fi ighlaq. The divorce doesn't count when the man is extremely angry. And that means he's majnoon. It's not the other anger. If anybody here has been divorced, raise your hand if you've been divorced. Raise your hand if you've been divorced. Nobody raised their hand. MashaAllah. There's no man who divorces his wife and he's just sitting there cooled out saying, you know, you're divorced now. It never happens like that. It's because he's upset. He's upset, and that's going to count. But it's the divorce when he is so angry and people come to him and say, hey, man, you said this. He said, no, I didn't. I didn't say that. He doesn't know what he said. That one doesn't count. That decision in al-Islam doesn't count. He told us, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, لا يقضي رجل بين اثنين وهو غضبان. The judge or any man should not judge between two people while you're angry. Don't judge between people while you're angry. Don't judge between people when you're hungry. Don't judge between people when you are thirsty, when you're tired. Don't judge between people when you've lost your equilibrium. And when you become angry, you've lost your equilibrium. So la taghdab. Part of it means the decisions that people make. Listen, there is nobody who has his aql, who, when he became angry, he wanted to do something and he decided not to do it, or something prevented him from doing it, except that when he calmed down, he was grateful and happy that he didn't do that thing. And there's no one who did something and he was angry except that he was remorseful, nadam, he regretted it, was regretful. So anger is one of those tremendously big and effective weapons of a shaitan. Much more can be said, but we want to get on to the ilaj of the anger from the authentic sunnah of the Nabi of Islam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Some of us have anger management issues, and you can hear these ahadith and you can know this, what we're about to say, very well, because we know what our shortcomings are. And yet we still have trouble with dealing with anger and managing anger. It's not easy, except for those people that Allah makes it easy for. So as that hadith said, إِنَّمَا الْعِلْمُ بِالتَّعَلُّمِ وَإِنَّمَا الْحِلْمُ بِالتَّحَلُّمِ. Knowledge comes as a result of going out and getting it and acquiring it. And also being gentle and easy comes as a result of forcing yourself to be gentle and easy. Maybe you're just not like that naturally, but if you keep working on it, and you keep working on it, and you keep working on it, the characteristic will become part and parcel of your personality. The mushkila is the person who is just mustaslim, and he says things like, I've always been angry. I've always had anger management. And you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I'm out. That's the problem. You'll never change then. So we have to work on ourselves and make the jihadun nafs. In which way? What the Prophet mentioned, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The ilaj of anger, at the top of the list is the dhikr of Allah. The dhikr of Allah. The dhikr of Allah Azza wa Jal. Allah Ta'ala mentioned in the Quran, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ اتَّقَوْا إِذَا مَسَّهُمْ طَائِفٌ مِّنَ الشَّيْطَانِ تَذَكَّرُوا فَإِذَا هُمْ مُبْصِرُونَ. Verily, those people who have the taqwa of Allah and they fear Allah, if a shaitan comes and touches them, they remember Allah, and lo, behold, they can see clearly and straight. The great tabi'i, Sa'id ibn Jubayr, is someone you should go and familiarize yourself with. He's from the 7 fuqaha of the tabi'een. When you talk about Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali, he's up there like them as it relates to the tabi'een. May Allah be pleased with the companions and pleased with those believers from the tabi'een. He said the meaning of this ayat, those people who have taqwa, yarhamakullah, those people who have taqwa, if shaitan touches them, they make the dhikr of Allah and they can see straight. He said, that's the man who becomes angry. And he makes the dhikr of Allah. He starts to make the dhikr. Ala bi dhikrillahi tatma'inna al-qulub. With the dhikr of Allah, the hearts become tranquil. The heart where the anger is hosted calms down. From the dhikr is making the isti'adha billahi subhanahu wa ta'ala. From the dhikr number 2 is making isti'adha. The last 3 surahs of the Quran, al-Ikhlas and the Mu'awwadatain, those 3 surahs are important. After every prayer, he used to say them multiple times. Before going to bed, he used to say them. They benefit so many things, so many. Benefits from the ain, benefits from hasad, benefits from wiswas, so many benefits. So many benefits. The Prophet was sitting in the presence of 2 men, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he started arguing, and they started cursing each other, and one of them became super duper angry, very angry. His neck started to swell, his veins came out, his color changed. Rasulullah was watching him and he said to the people, إِنِّي لَأَعْلُمْ كَلِمَةً لَوْ قَالَهَا لَذَهَبَ عَنْهُ مَا يَجِدَ لو قال أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم لذهب عنه ما يجد. He said, I know a word, I know something that he could say. If he says it, that anger, that thing he's going through, is going to disappear and dissipate. All he has to do is say, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. That easy, that simple. That easy and that simple. That's all he has to say it. Even if it's not in his heart, it's not in his head, just by saying it, the shaitan runs away. So the Prophet used to make an isti'adha billah only. He would make isti'adha with the kalimat of Allah. And one of the refutations of the ilmul kalam people is that the Quran is the kalam of Allah. If you make isti'adha, seek that type of help from the Nabi who's dead, the saint that's dead, the malaika, people can't help you. That's shirkum billahi. Shirkum billah. We're living at a time right now where our ummah doesn't know what shirk is and the danger. And if you gave them an example to show them the danger of a shirk, the people look at you as being inappropriate in what you're saying. The people look at you. So as the speaker, as the khatib, as the teacher, you have to talk to the people based upon the level of what they understand. There's going to be problems. Rasulullah taught us, أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق. Anyone who says this dua when he comes to any place, the masjid, his job, what, the shaitan won't be able to harm him while he's there for that time until he gets up and he goes. He used to make that dua for his children, seeking refuge in them from the ain and shaitan and rodents and the scourge and so forth and so on. So he told the people, if that man says this, the anger will disappear and it would go away. Number 3, what's the ilaj of anger? The ilaj of anger, ikhwani, is just to be quiet. Don't talk. He says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, إِذَا غَضِبَ أَحَدُكُمْ فَلْيَسْكُتْ. If any of you become angry, be quiet. Don't talk. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Now, with these mobile phones that we have, for those of us who are married or we have a misunderstanding with people who are around us, and you become upset, and then you start recording your message, and you're angry, and you send that message, the message is going to be a problem. No one ever sent the message in anger and then saw that the person didn't see it, and then they erased it, except that that benefited him. Except that he said, alhamdulillah, I didn't send that. Because when you send that kind of message, it's going to ignite a fire. It's going to make the problem bigger. That is not the way to deal with it. You become angry, don't text. Don't text. Don't call. Don't talk. Just be quiet. Just be quiet. And if the person is still there, like the woman whose aql is naqis, she wants you to talk, and she's just standing there making you trying to talk, and you just don't talk to her. She'll start to feel at some point, if she keeps trying to talk and you're not talking, something's wrong with her, and she'll leave you alone, inshallah. But if she doesn't leave you alone, then it's the next point, because some of them won't leave you alone. Some of them won't leave you alone. And the brothers who laugh, and they know what I'm talking about. Get into your central nervous system. The 4th thing to do to stop the anger is change your position. Taghyir. You okay, my man? You all right? تغيير الحال. Whatever condition you find yourself on, change your condition. Ali ibn Abi Talib is a wali from the awliya of Allah, and he's the greatest judge of this ummah from the companions, as the Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ali is the biggest judge of my ummah. Aqda ummati Ali ibn Abi Talib. Abu Bakr is more knowledgeable than him. Umar is more knowledgeable than him. Uthman is more virtuous than him. But in terms of al-qada and judging, Ali was the judge. But he had a disagreement with the daughter of the Nabi, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And she was the first one from his family members who met him after he died, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. She got out of his dunya. No more of the hum and the gham and the mashakil of the dunya. It's a ni'mah min Allah that she met up with her father not very long after he died. She didn't have to spend a lot of time in her life after losing her Habib, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Those two got married, and he became angry with his wife. What did he do? He left the house, changed the condition. Left the house, went into the masjid, and laid down in the dirt. Laid down in the dirt. The Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, إِذَا غَضِبَ أَحَدُكُمْ وَهُوَ قَائِمٌ فَلْيَجْلِسْ. If any of you are angry and you get angry and you're standing up, then sit down. He said, if the anger goes away, it goes away. And if it doesn't go away and you're sitting down, then lie down. Wallahi, the Prophet knew what he was talking about, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ibn al-Qayyim and others from the ulama, they said that the wisdom from that is, again, the place of the anger is in your heart, and the heart is in control of all of your limbs. If you sit down, if you lie down, you render your limbs incapacitated, inshallah. The one who's lying down is not going to pick up an iron and throw it because he's lying down. He's not going to get the gun from under wherever it is and shoot anybody because he's lying down. So change your position, change your position. From that as well is to try to struggle to be from the muhsinin, the people of al-ihsan. And al-ihsan, as we mentioned many times, and the hadith of Jibril, what is Islam, what is al-iman, and what is al-ihsan? Al-ihsan is to worship Allah as though you see Him, and although you don't see Allah, Allah sees you. So your thing is, I'm angry right now, and I have to fear Allah. I have to not concentrate on what's going on with the people. I have to fear Allah and see that this is a challenge. This is a ibtila, this is a fitna, ikhtibar, imtihan. And you're from those people, from the muhsinin. And the reward for the muhsinin is on another level, yawmul qiyamah. In the case of anger, the Prophet mentioned, sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam, من كذم غيظا وهو قادر على أن ينفذه دعاه الله تعالى يوم القيامة حتى يخيره في أي الحور شاء. Anyone who becomes angry and he has the ability to execute and to demonstrate his anger, he has the ability to scream out, to curse, to swear, to fight, to grab, to punch, to hurt. He has a car and he has road rage. Road rage. He's gonna mess his car up and he's gonna mess other people's cars up. He's gonna hit pedestrians, but he's so majnoon at that point, he doesn't care. His thing is, I'll deal with that later. He's not even thinking. He will run someone off of the road. I've seen that on the highway, on the motorway. Anyone who becomes angry and he has the ability to manifest it, to demonstrate it, to execute it, but he holds it back. He doesn't do it. He controls it. Yawm al-Qiyamah, Allah is going to call out to him, and He's going to allow him to choose any of the huru'in that he wants in front of all of the people. Because of his ihsan, he gets the reward of Allah's ihsan. The ayat of the Quran describe the muhsinin in the Quran in many, many ayat. He mentioned about them subhanahu wa ta'ala, الَّذِينَ يُنْفِقُونَ فِي السَّرَّاءِ وَالضَّرَّاءِ وَالْكَاذِمِينَ الْغَيْظَ وَالْعَافِينَ عَنِ النَّاسِ وَاللَّهُ يُحِبُّ الْمُحْسِنِينَ. Those people who spend out of their money, their wealth, that's ihsan. They don't have to do that. That's in addition to their zakat. Every time something happens, they're spending money. And those people who they spend in good times and in difficult times. And the kadhimin al-ghayb, those people control their anger. Wal-afin an-nas, and those people give afu and they pardon and forgive people. Allah loves those people who are the muhsineen. So the one who controls his anger is a person of al-ihsan if he's doing it for Allah's sake. He's doing it for Allah's sake. Allah mentioned the last ayat that we want to mention, وَالَّذِينَ يَجْتَنِبُونَ كَبَائِرَ الْإِثْمِ وَالْفَوَاحِشِ وَإِذَا مَا غَضِبُوا هُمْ يَغْفِرُونَ. The muhsineen. They are those people who they avoid the major sins and they avoid the fawahish, and if they become angry, they forgive people. They overlook. They forgive people. So all of this anger that we've been mentioning up until this point is the anger that is haddam. It doesn't help the tarbiyah of the kid. The kid will grow up saying to his brothers and sisters, I hate my dad. I hate him. Because he's a madman. He was dealt with in a rough and tough way, and he's dealing with us in a rough and tough way. The father comes home every day, 5:30, but he's late and he didn't get home by 7. The kids are happy, hoping he was in a car accident. Because he's so mean and rough and tough. It doesn't help in the tarbiyah of the kids. Anger is the jami' of all evil. And the opposite is hilm. That dad who is gentle and easy, not necessarily a pushover, but he's gentle and he's easy. This is the one who, he's supposed to be home 5:30, and it's 7 o'clock. They start saying, Ma, where's dad at? What's going on? Where's our father at? They start to worry. So that's the anger that is haram. As for the other anger, there is an anger that is wajib. There is an anger that is legislated. Our mother Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, described the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and she said about him, kana la yantaqim li nafsihi, walakin idhan tuhikat hurumatillah intaqama lillah. Rasulullah would never take revenge, never become angry for his own self. But if one of the hudud of Allah, if something in the religion was compromised, then he would become angry for Allah. So the Prophet told the people, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, whoever loves for Allah's sake and hates for Allah's sake, becomes angry for Allah's sake. Man ahabba lillah, wa abghada lillah, wa a'ta lillah, wa man'a lillah, faqad istakmala imanuhu. Love for Allah, hate for Allah, become angry for Allah. Give for Allah, you don't give for Allah, your iman is complete. Your iman is complete. So there's an anger in al-Islam. The Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, in that hadith of Sahl ibn Hunayf and Amir ibn Rabi'a, may Allah be pleased with him, when he gave him the evil eye because he praised them without making dua for barakah. When he saw Amir, he looked at Amir and he looked at the people and he looked at Amir and he became angry, they said. And then asked the question, "Ala ma yaqtulu ahadakum akha?" Why would one of you kill your brother? And he was rough, he was angry. Because the man didn't say barakallah fi, barakallah alayh. And he almost killed the man from giving him the evil eye. And he asked, "Ala ma yaqtulu ahadakum akha? Man ra'a min nafsihi aw malihi wa akhihi ma yu'jibuhu falyad'u lahu bil barakah." He was angry. Mu'adh ibn Jabal prayed with the people, and he prayed very long, Surah Al-Baqarah, and the people couldn't handle it, and some of them got out of the line and left the salah. And then there are those people who don't want to come to the masjid, and there are those people who don't want to hear that khutbah because every time it's fighting people, they don't want to hear the dawah. and they don't want to practice anymore because all they see is fighting and fighting and fighting. The nafs, many doors for shaitan to come in, not just anger, yarhamakallah. There's the door of looking for an excuse. I'm weak, and I'm looking for justification to stop practicing anyway. So I see the practicing people, all they do is argue with one another. This is not true. I don't have time for that. No. So people do things that run the people away from the religion. And the Nabi became angry with Mu'adh ibn Jabal. Some of the companions who narrated the hadith said, we never saw him as angry as he was on that day. His face became red, and he said to Mu'adh, Fattanun anta ya Mu'adh, 3 times. Are you a fitna maker, ya Mu'adh? You a fitna maker? Are you a fitna maker? Inna fikum munaffirin. Some of you run people away from the religion, the way you are, praying all of that time. Some people prayed for a long time. Some people are rough and tough with the people. Some people, their dawah is the dawah of nastiness. You run the people away from the religion. She's not wearing the hijab, no problem. It is an issue. She needs dawah, she needs nasiha, she needs a tanbih, she needs a tazkir, all of that. But not in a rough and tough, condescending, nasty way, disrespectful way. Somebody show me here someone who doesn't have problems. Somebody show me here someone who doesn't have problems. So someone from our community is praying Qiyam al-Layl. That is who he is. So now he meets up with you, and he finds that you don't pray it at all. How would you feel if he were to talk to you like that? You're going to say, hey, man, first of all, it's not wajib. Don't talk to me like that. Second of all, I'm not a child. Don't talk to me like that. Then why do you talk to other people? Remember this. As we do, it'll be done unto us. If you have ihsan to the people, Allah have ihsan to you. Be gentle with the people. People, inshallah, azawajal, have Allah azawajal being halim with them. So the point here is the anger that's permissible. They described him, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. إِذَا اخْتَطَبَ رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم على صوته واشتد غضبه واحمرت عيناه. If he gave a khutbah, he would raise his voice, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. If he gave a khutbah, his eyes would become red with anger. If he gave the khutbah, his anger would increase, as if he was warning the people of an impending army that was coming and was going to pounce upon them. That's the anger that is permissible in the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah mentioned in the Quran concerning Musa, وَلَمَّا رَجَعَ مُوسَى إِلَىٰ قَوْمِهِ غَضْبَانَ أَسِفًا. Musa went to meet Allah Azza wa Jal. Allah gave him the parchments. Allah spoke to him. وَكَلَّمَ اللَّهُ مُوسَى تَكْلِيمًا. Spoke to him in a way that تَلِيقُ بِجَلَالَتِهِ. He spoke. Doesn't speak like the human being, but he spoke to him. When Musa returned from the meeting and he saw Bani Israel and they were worshiping the Ijl, he returned and Musa was angry and asifa. He was in sorrow to see what his people did. Hey, you people, just stay right here. Allah saved us from Fir'aun. He sent me, I don't have an army, me and my brother, and he saved us. Came through the Red Sea and destroyed our enemy. Now let me go get the instructions. You stay right here. Harun, you take care of them. You watch over them. You are my na'ib in my absence. And he went, and miracles happened there. Miracles. When he came back, he found the people out of all things making shirkum billah. And he told us, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, you people are going to follow the people who went before you, handspan by handspan, armspan by armspan, to the point that they go into a lizard's hole, you're going to go into that lizard's hole. They said, oh, you mean the Jews and the Christians? He said, well, men and nas. Who else am I talking about? Quickly after he went up, they started making shit. And look at our community right now. Again, I repeat, a person says, for an example, as shirk is the worst sin that you can possibly commit. And you can go on and give examples of dhunub and ma'asi, but you have to give the generic ones. And I do respect that you have to watch your audience. You got to read the room. You start giving examples. If the person killed 100 people, if a person would have burned down 1,000 masjids, if the individual did this, did that, all of that, Allah can forgive that if you make tawbah. But if you make shirk, Allah won't forgive you. So if someone gave the worst thing you can possibly think of as a sin, now you have to be careful where you say it and when. But as people of a tawheed, we shouldn't have a problem with that. That's the reality. That's how big and severe shirk is. So our community is making shirk right now. And people think it is tawheed, and people think it is the sunnah. So Allah Ta'ala mentioned as it relates to Musa, he came back, he told the people, قال بئس ما خلفتموني من بعدي. Terrible thing that you people done after I went in my absence. And then what did he do? Allah Ta'ala said, وَأَلْقَى الْأَرْوَاحِ وَأَخَذَ بِرَأْسِ أَخِيهِ يَجُرُّهُ إِلَيْهِ. Musa came down with what Allah revealed to him. He saw what happened, and he threw the arwah that were revealed, and they broke. What Allah sent to him, revealed to him, and it broke. That thing is muqaddas. That thing that Allah gave him is muqaddas. It's from Allah. He threw it down in anger, and then he grabbed his brother by the head. And his brother said, don't do that. I was weak. They were going to try to kill me. Anger. Now, I'm not here to say Musa did bad, salawatullahi wa salamuhu alayhi, but it goes to show what we mentioned. La taghdab. La taghdab, stay away from things that make you angry. La taghdab, decisions that are made when you're angry, they don't count in the religion. So that kind of anger, if someone took the Quran and he flung it across the room because he was angry, the Quran was there and he kicked it because he was angry, that's an action of kufr. That's an action of kufr. If a person did it intentionally, like we saw people taking cocaine out, akramakumullah, when they broke into some masjid and they were doing cocaine on the Quran. If it was real or not, that's what they were acting like they were doing. Allah knows best. That's kufrun billahi. Kufrun billahi. But someone did that out of extreme anger. He's angry. A person comes and says, Ya akhi, Rasulullah said, la taghdab. He says, get out of here with that nonsense. I'm not trying to hear that. You and Rasulullah, get out of here. He didn't mean it. That's kufr. So just as Musa threw that thing down, you don't go outside of Islam when you say or do something due to extreme happiness. Allahumma, you're my slave and I'm your Lord. Doesn't count. From being too happy, he said that. Extreme anger, he does something, divorce, says kufr, it doesn't count. It doesn't count. So Musa's anger is the anger of what's natural in human beings when we see munkarat and so forth, so on. But I would like to say, when we do see those things, we have to take it easy, inshallah. And it's okay to be angry, but don't let your anger impact upon your dawah to the person. Lastly, don't be of the people who you believe that your anger is for Allah, but your anger is for your nafs, it's for you. It's not for Allah. Because if your anger was for Allah, you would deal with people a bit differently. You would give people excuses, and you'll give people reasons, and you'll have husna dhan. And you'll give them opportunities to make tawbah. And you'll give them opportunities to make restorations, opportunities to make muraja'ah, to recant and to change the position. But you don't do that. You use the worst language. Some of us use the worst language, superlatives and descriptions and actions in our da'wah when we see people doing things, and that's a sign of jahil, and it's a sign of lack of sincerity. Lack of sincerity. And I want to mention this because I believe people should hear it. Recently, our brother Muhammad Hijab said some real greasy, inappropriate things about a Salafi and Salafi people. Really greasy. likening Salafiyya to Hinduism and things like that, when in reality Salafiyya, with its right meaning, is al-Islam al-Musaffa, it's pure Islam, it's true Islam. And people who call to it correctly are not calling people to their children or other than their children, not calling them to anything to do with Hinduism. You also mentioned about Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab in a way that was disrespectful. And I do agree and acknowledge there are some people who, if you criticize a Sheikh Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, is sacrilegious. And then the same people have the nerve to come and tell the audience what we all know. And that is the statement of Al-Imam Malik. What's Al-Imam Malik's statement? What's Al-Imam Malik's statement? And Imam Malik said everyone who speaks, his statements are accepted or rejected, except who? Except the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Abu Bakr, Uthman, Umar, Ali. Everybody's statements are accepted or rejected, except the Nabi of Islam sallallahu alayhi wasallam. That means by default, everyone, Imam Malik's statements are accepted or rejected. And definitely a Sheikh Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. So what that brother said in describing his beneficial book is unacceptable, unacceptable. But I become so angry that I call him a zindiq. Nah, that's a big kalima. A zindiq? I don't believe that the person means he's a kafir. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. He's a zindiq from the zanadiqa, a dajjal from the dajajala. In ilm al-hadith, that's how they call some people. They don't mean that he's a non-Muslim. He's just prolific and lying, and his evil is mustatir. And it could mean that the person's a kafir. Could mean, but I don't think the person meant that. Zindiq for saying that? No, he's confused Muhammad Hijab about Salafiyya. And if he stays in his lane, he'll continue to benefit our ummah and learn about a Salafiyya in the religion and stop attacking Salafiyya. We all have been oppressed by Muslims, but that does not give us the right to criticize al-Islam. We criticize what people have done. So the shahid min al-kalam is, don't let your anger go overboard, and don't be a person who has ghurur. I'm getting angry for Allah. This is a sign of kamal al-iman. Nah, ya akhi, your anger is because of your hizb. Your anger is because of your country. Your anger is because of your centrism that you're on and that you're upon. So, in concluding and closing, we ask Allah Ta'ala for His maghfirah for all of us, and to guide these du'at who are fighting each other and wasting all of this time. Wasting all of this time, personalities and all of this madness. And may Allah Ta'ala help us all to be of those people who have our anger in control, especially the people from the Dhahabi clan. Say Ameen. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك وأشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله حمدا كثيرا وطيبا مباركا فيه وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وهو ولي المؤمنين والمتقين وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وسلم تسليما كثيرا أما بعد. Come to a hadith that was collected by Imam Muslim today on the authority of Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. May Allah be pleased with him. And this is a hadith. I'm encouraging you guys to memorize this hadith, to keep it in your head. Let it be one of those hadith that you'll always remember, like, la taghdab, ad-deenun nasiha. There are certain hadith that are always in your head. There are other short hadith that you may forget here or there. But this is one of those hadith you have to, inshallah, to the best of your ability, remember it. The Prophet says, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, halaka al-mutanatti'un. And he said it 3 times to show emphasis. Halaka al-mutanatti'un. The extremists will be destroyed. Those people who go overboard. Those people who dig too deep. Those people who are extravagant. Those people who exceed the limits. Again, halaka al-mutanatti'un. Halaka al-mutanatti'un. Halaka al-mutanatti'un. I'm going to say it, and you're going to say it with one voice and one body, inshallah. Halaka al-mutanatti'un. Let's try it again. Halaka al-mutanatti'un. One more try. And let's make this the best one. Halaka al-mutanatti'un. Again, at-tanattu' is the one who he makes a ta'ammuq. He goes too deep unnecessarily. No one asked him to do that. Allah didn't make it incumbent upon him. It's not for the religion, but he does it anyway. He goes too deep. Or it is the individual who exceeds the limits and he goes beyond the borders and the bounds. He's doing too much. He's going beyond the call of duty. What he's doing has nothing to do with what he's been commanded to do. At-tanattu' is that individual who he has mubalagha, mujawazatul hadd. He exaggerates. There is the boundary that is reasonable, it's acceptable. Everyone knows the boundaries. He's always exceeding the boundaries. Everybody is doing the thing in a particular way because that's the way it is supposed to be done. He does it in a way that causes everybody, the religious, the irreligious, the educated, the non-educated, everybody looks at him, scratches their head and says, what is he doing? Why is she doing it like that? One more time, halaka al-mutanatti'un. The one who the Prophet is referring to here, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, has to beware, because he mentioned it 3 times for emphasis. He just could have said, if you are an extremist, you're going to be destroyed. But he said it 3 times, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. وَهُوَ الَّذِي يُكَلِّفُ شَيْئًا لَمْ يَأْمُرْهُ اللَّهُ بِهِ. He does something Allah did not tell him to do it like that or to do it at all. Like in the case of the Christians, in the case of the Jews, when they used to try to be aesthetic and they used to have zuhd and they wanted to be really on the deen, and they won't get married, they won't eat certain foods, and they go overboard trying to be religious, wearing clothes that are dirty and ripped, not looking nice, not representing themselves. They have a job interview and he goes and he gets a job interview wearing flip-flops. Flip-flops. To him, his thing is, no, you have to get with the program. I am not into the dunya. So if I wear flip-flops and I go to get the job interview, he expects the people to understand where he's coming from. And the people may be non-Muslims, but he doesn't care. That's mutanatta. And wallahi, billahi, tallahi, this thing has many manifestations of it. And I'll give you some at the end of the class. The one who, when he speaks, he's always saying, wallahi, 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 wallahi. Yes, he did, wallahi. No, I didn't, wallahi. And he can't stop saying wallahi. This is a tanattu'. You don't have to keep saying wallahi for everything. It has so many manifestations in normal people that you'll be shocked. You will be shocked. And that's why we have to remember this hadith. If you want to do it in Arabic with people, tell them in Arabic. But I want you to remember this hadith, to memorize this hadith. Halakal mutanatti'un. Allah said about the Christians and the Jews, رُهْبَانِيَةٍ ابْتَدْعُوهَا مَا كَتَبْنَاهَا عَلَيْهِمْ. They are doing a form of asceticism, avoiding the dunya, not eating, not getting married, not sleeping, praying all day, fasting all the time. That's ruhbaniyah. He said this is a form of asceticism, that Allah did not write that on them. They introduced it and they invented it in the religion, not getting married. What do you mean you're not getting married? Allah asked the question, أَمْ لَهُمْ شُرَكَاء شَرَعُوا لَهُم مِّنَ الدِّينِ مَا لَمْ يَأْذِن بِهِ اللَّهُ. The people who judge by other than what Allah revealed. The people who allow human beings or other people to legislate. Allah said, did they make for themselves shuraka, partners to Allah, who have allowed them to legislate in the religion that which Allah has given no permission? So when we allow other people to make halal and haram, food, drink, clothes, you've gone beyond the limits. That's only Allah's domain. It's not your domain, it's not my domain. Making things haram on people. Pepsi is haram. Mountain Dew is haram. Sherbet ice cream is haram. Everything is haram. And we have a lot of people on that stuff. It's that thing, Allah did not tell you to do it. He didn't make it incumbent upon you. Now pay attention to this. Halaka means to be destroyed. It means to be destroyed. The Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, about his sunnah, la yazigu anha illa halik. He said, I've been given the Quran and the sunnah. My religion, the sunnah, is day, is night, is like it's night. No one avoids it and abandons it and stays away from it except he will be halik. You will be destroyed. Halaka is from that. He says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the one who says, halaka nas, then he's the one who destroyed them. He looks at the people and say, the people are no good. Everybody's going to hell. And he looks at everything, the glass is half empty. A dark vision. Everything about his child, you're no good, you're not right, you can't do it right. He tells the child, the mother, about the father, he's no good, he's this, maybe he did do some harm to you, but that's all you do. Halaka means that. So in this hadith, halaka al-mutanatti'un, it means, halaka means that they will be destroyed, that they will die, that they will disappear, that they will dissipate, that they won't exist anymore. That's the meaning of halaka, that it won't remain forever. The one who goes overboard, you're not going to remain. You can't do that forever. It's like the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam described the ulama and the people of the truth. He said there will always be a group of people from my ummah who will carry this knowledge and this deen, the knowledge and this deen. يَحْمِلُ هَذَا الْعِلْمِ مِنْ كُلِّ خَلَفٍ عُدُولُهُ. There will always exist a group of people who will be responsible for this religion. The first characteristic that he mentioned connected to this halakha. He says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, يَنْفُونَ عَنْهُ تَحْرِيفَ الْغَالِينَ. The responsibility of those scholars and those people is that they would prevent the misinterpretation of the people who have ghulu. People go overboard. The people of the truth will be there to make sure that doesn't exist. That they make sure it's going to die. That ghulu, that extremism, they're not going to let it remain so that the people can take it as the deen. So halaka means destruction, death, disappear. It's going to evaporate. It will not remain. And that's because of the evil that it brings about when you go overboard. The evil of the one who's doing it. He's going to destroy himself. Or the evil that he brings to other people as a result of being extreme. The father is so rough and so tough in his tarbiyah to his children. As the child grows up, the boy, all he can equate with his father is violence and extremism. He's afraid of his father. He didn't give him tarbiyah where the boy is living. Yeah, you have to be tough with your kids sometimes, but not like some people, some mothers and some fathers. He will destroy the spirit of the kid. So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said this. Now the scholars, they say, this can be one of two things. Halak al-mutanatti'un, it can be a dua. That Allah is making dua that those who go overboard are destroyed. It's as if he's making a dua on them. The other opinion is that Allah's Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam is just informing us that the extremists will be destroyed. So it could be a dua, and it could be he's just giving us khabar, an ikhbar, he's letting us know. Some scholars say this, some scholars say that. I say, hey, let's take both of them. It can mean this and it can mean that. It doesn't have to mean only this or that. How do we know that it is khabar, it is dua? How do we know? The Prophet mentioned sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam in an authentic hadith in which he made a dua. Allahumma man waliya min amri ummati shay'an fashaqqa alayhim fashquq alayhim. Oh Allah, anyone who gets in a position of authority or responsibility over my ummah, and he makes things difficult for them, you make things difficult for him. Al-jaza min jins al-amal. As you do, it'll be done unto you. Do good, good will come back. Do bad, bad will come back. I don't call it karma, I call it the sunnah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So he made a dua. If you're the imam and you pray Salat al-Isha and you make it long, halak al-mutanatti'un, man. The imam is responsible for knowing we have children, we have people who are tired, we have people who are sick, we have people somewhere to go. It's late, and he's going to pray Salat al-Isha. And that's why in the famous hadith, the Prophet said to Mu'adh ibn Jabal, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, wa radiyallahu an Mu'adh, inna fikum munaffirin. When Mu'adh prayed long in Surah al-Isha, Salat al-Isha, the Prophet says, some of you are running the people away from the deen. He wants to come and pray Isha, but he's not coming because the imam takes too long. He takes too long. He's responsible. He can be the khalifa. He can be the imam. He can be the judge. If he's responsible for something of this ummah and he makes things difficult, he collects the zakat from the community. Someone comes to get zakat. I need zakat. He says, go get this paper, go get that paper, go get this paper, go get that paper, this, that, that. By the time he gets all of those papers, the money is gone. Why are you making it that difficult? You're responsible for the money, make it easy. So that's the dua. So those scholars say, halak al-mutanatti'un is the Rasul making a dua, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Other scholars said, no, it's khabar. He's telling us that they have and will be destroyed. The dalil of that is the statement of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He said, "Iyyakum wal ghulu, fa innama ahlaka man kana qablakum al ghulu fi ad-din." Beware of going overboard and being extreme in your religion. He's telling us, for verily the people who went before you were destroyed because they went overboard in the deen. So he's giving us khabar about what happened to the people before. Ahlul Kitab, they said Isa is the son of Allah. They said Uzair is the son of Allah. They said that Allah had a son. They said Allah is poor. They said all of this stuff. She's going to marry the church. She's going to fast all the time. So whether it's this or that, we say, look, there is a dua not to be shadeed. Don't be shadeed. And there's information telling us you can and will be destroyed if Allah chooses, if you are a person who is rough or you are tough. Halak al-mutanatti'un. The Prophet mentioned sallallahu alaihi wasallam about this deen. Inna hadha deen mateen. Walan yashad ad-deen ahadun illa ghalaba. This religion of Islam is mateen. There's a lot to do. From Salat al-Fajr to Salat al-Isha, there's a lot to do in terms of ibadat, sadaqah, salat in the masjid, visiting the poor, making the dhikr, memorizing the Quran, going visiting your relatives, making tawbah. There's a lot to do. If you try to do everything, you will be overwhelmed and you won't exist. You won't exist. Every time we go to Umrah, and we have some of the brothers have come back from Umrah, we welcome you back. When you go for Umrah or Hajj, You leave this place a day or two, you don't get any rest because you're trying to get your affairs together. When you start traveling, you're tired. When you arrive in Mecca, you're tired. But when you arrive, you have this false adrenaline. Yeah, let's go. I got to get to that Kaaba right now. No, brother, pump your brakes and slow down. Don't go to the Kaaba like that. And if you're in Medina, don't go rush into the masjid like that. Go and get some sleep and get some rest. Because if you don't rest, you're going to find after a day or two, inshallah, you're going to sleep and waste 2 or 3 days. Or you may not sleep. You may not sleep. You keep going to the haram. You keep going. But when the imam is praying, you're not there. You're just too tired. You just don't feel that religious thing. And that's why many people complain and say, I went to the Kaaba and I just didn't feel it. I just didn't feel it. That's because your body is taking rights over you. The deen is mateen. And I want to say to you young brothers, and you reverse. You come into the religion or you make tawbah after doing things that were haram. You get yourself together. Take it easy, son. Take it easy, cuz. Take it easy, man. Don't be around your people and everything haram. No, haram. Don't be like that. Today we pray Salat al-Isha. Today we pray Salat al-Isha. The Imam said, غَيْرُ الْمَغْضُوبِ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا الضَّالِينَ. Someone said, Amen! And me screaming like that, that's what I did in the Salah. What are you doing? Yeah, I'm talking to you. This is overboard because no one does that. And what about the one who does that when he goes to the masjid of the Ahnaf, our brothers in this religion, who believe you shouldn't say Ameen? What do you think they're going to do? They're going to say, this person, something's wrong with you. They're not going to just say, wow, that's inappropriate. He's going to say, something is wrong with you. And then they look at the dunya, the dawah that you're claiming as Salafiyah. They're going to say these people are crazy. Because no one should scream out like that. The imam gives the khutbah and is at the top of his voice. It's at his, always gives a lecture, screaming. No. Read the room and see who's in the room. And speak according to what the room needs. So take it easy and don't go overboard. Don't go overboard. The Prophet told us, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, innama bu'ithtum muyassirin. You people have been sent to the people. Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat linnas. You're the best ummah for everyone. Because you believe in Allah, you make an amr ma'ruf and nahy munkar. We've come to the people as du'at, all of us. He said, and you have been sent to make things easy for the people who you deal with. Muslims and non-Muslims, your relatives, everyone. Take it easy. Bashiru wa la tanaffiru. Give glad tidings and don't run the people away by being too rough and too tough. I want to share with you because we talked about at-tashaddud many times. We talked about roughness many times. So I think you guys have heard many of the ayat and the ahadith. What I want to do right now is just give you some of the many examples of the manifestation of at-tashaddud, at-tanattu', and just see how prevalent it is amongst us. Because with every example that I give, there are going to be a few of you, inshallah, who say, yeah, that's me, or that's fulan, or I know about that. From going overboard and having a tanattu' in the religion are the people who are fanatical. They go overboard and they're fanatical in the positions of their madhab. The question to the person is it permissible for me to do this or to do that? And the person answers, a regular person from the awam, by saying, well, some of the scholars said this, that, and some of them said it's this, that, and some of them said this, that, and some of them said this, that. Man, I'm not trying to hear all of that. I'm just a regular person. I'm not trying to hear all of that ikhtilaf. I want to know, what do you think? Now, sometimes it is appropriate to tell a person in this issue is ikhtilaf. If I touch my private part, akramakum Allah, does it break my wudu? Some of the scholars say yes, because of this. And some of them say no, because of that. That's something you can share with people so that they can appreciate which side they want to take and so that they'll learn. Don't be crazy and upset when someone takes the other position in this. But for every question, are shrimps halal? Can I eat lobsters? Some of the scholars said this, that. Man, we're not trying to hear that. As a da'i, we're not trying to hear that. Just make it simple for us. Another example of a tanattur is the way some people speak, the way they express themselves. Listen to the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He said, "Inna Allah yubghidu ar-rajul alladhi yatakhallalu bi lisanihi kama tatakhallal al-baqara." Allah hates the man who's extravagant, loquacious. He's extravagant in his speech. He talks in the way the cow moves his tongue, meaning he tries to be extraordinarily articulate. He speaks in a way where he may use these big words. As you sit there and you listen to him, you say, what are you talking about? You don't have to talk to us like that. Just keep it simple so we can understand. And I want to say this to some of you who are students and some of the people who give dawah who are listening to me. Allah has blessed us to know the importance of the Arabic language. But my Arabic may not be that good. And I find myself talking to people, and then I say things in Arabic, and the goal and the objective is just to make people feel like I know what I'm talking about. And my Arabic is not that good. Anyone who knows Arabic and they hear you talk Arabic say, Ya laytuhu sakata. It was better for him to be quiet. So some people will do that. There's a Sheikh, Abu Suhaib. How many of you people know Abu Suhaib? Abu Suhaib's Arabic is real good. That's his lisan. May Allah preserve and protect him. You look at his lectures, he'll give a whole lecture with barely speaking Arabic because he wants the people to understand. He can use Arabic phrases and words and this and that. If you want to use ayat and ahadith, no problem. But even him, he'll take a lot of the ahadith and just say it in English because he's not trying to show off. Inshallah, that's not what he's trying to do. But here's the person giving Arabic, and he's an English speaker, and his Arabic is atrocious. But he still tries to articulate. That is going too deep. Allah didn't make that your responsibility. The Prophet said that Allah hates the one who talks like that. Gets up on the minbar and he speaks in Arabic, and he's an Arabic speaker, and he tries to make every sentence rhyme. Every sentence is rhyming. He makes a takalluf. Another example, and there are many. As we mentioned earlier, the one who makes food haram on people. You can't eat that, you can't eat that, you can't drink that, this and that, this and that. And then even worse than that, or just as bad. When he goes to your house, he says, is this halal? Is that halal? Where'd you buy your meat from? Is that meat halal? Is it the beef? That's not, you are supposed to come and eat, and don't ask that question. Even if you have some reason to doubt. Like if you don't have any reason to doubt, and you meet your Muslim brother, you go to his house, he wants to feed you. It is not permissible or correct for you to ask that man, is this halal? Where did you get the money to buy this? What's your job? That's not your business. And even if it's not halal, he could be from the opinion of those people who believe you can eat that meat. And even if it's not halal, you're not going to drop dead, inshallah. Another example are the people who believe in the tib an-nabawi. We all believe in the tib an-nabawi, like the habbat as-sauda. He uses habbat as-sauda. So when you come to his house, he overwhelms you with habbat as-sauda. I don't like habbat as-sauda in my curry, man. I don't want that in my curry. I don't want habbat as my tea mixed with my honey. I don't want that. Yeah, but it's a cure for every, but I don't want that. I want to eat habbatul sauda in my moderation that I like. Not your moderation, because your moderation is extreme. And then he says, you don't like the sunnah. No, man, I love the sunnah. I just don't like a lot of habbatul sauda like that. At-tanattu', everything is the jinn. Everything is the ayn. Everything is a sihr. Is there anyone here who doesn't believe in the ayn? Put your hand up. Anyone here who doesn't believe in sihr? Put your hand up. Anyone here doesn't believe in the jinn? Put your hand up. From Salatul Fajr until right now, we existed all day, and not a single person, most of us, didn't think ayn, jinn, sihr. There's a person who every minute of his waking day is ayn, sihr, jinn, every minute. And he may have ayn, and he may have sihr. So that's why he's like that. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the one that is his existence. Ayn, I got the ayn, I got the ayn. He gave me the ayn. That's the look of the ayn. It's magic. Everything is like that. The bottle has gin in it. Don't drink it. You sat in the chair and you sat on the jinn's babies. I'm telling you, I know situations like that. You kick the can. You guys call it the 10. In America, you know, Jolly Green Giant, those kind of cans. Tomato can. You know, the can, the 10, with you guys. It's empty. He's walking in the street. He kicks it. Someone say, brother, the jinn's babies could be in there. They could come and get you. Man, come on, man. Come on. Maybe in the car when I turned that corner, I ran over the jinn's baby. The jinn shouldn't have put his babies there. How can I live like that? That is a... Hey, my man, come on. That is a tanattu'. Wallahi, ikhwani. Stop going overboard. Stop going overboard in these issues. Similar to that is the people who make takfir of the hukam. From Salatul Fajr until right now, there are those from amongst us, we never thought about the hukam, the leaders of the Muslims being kuffar, because it doesn't concern us like that. We've existed from Fajr to now, and not once did most of us think about this ruler, that ruler, that ruler. We have some shabab that are amongst us, from us. Everything is the kuffar, the hukam. They judge by other than with Allah. Kuffar. Look, brother, Allah, ma kallafaka bihada. Allah didn't make that your responsibility to make takfir. It doesn't affect us. It doesn't affect us. And I can't even joke, because it's not funny. I can't even say what the truth is, and that is, our leader is King Charles. Our leader is King Charles. We're living in the kingdom, and King Charles is over the people in this country. I don't mean that as a joke, because some of these brothers will say, you see how Abu Usama is accepting, judging by other than what Allah revealed? We're living in the UK talking about the leaders of the Muslims are kuffar, and every opportunity they get, and that's what, come on, brother, take it easy. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? And in our own personal lives, right now, I'm watching a lot of people, mashallah, in our own personal lives, we got struggles and issues. Everybody here has struggles and issues, all of us. But when I get with the shabab who are like me, yeah, they kuffar, yeah, they kuffar. And then they write things like, and say things like, you know, when you live in this country, they give so much % of your salary to the army to fight Muslims. You're also kuffar. The rulers of the Muslims are reflective of us. And if you were a person existing thinking the rulers are bad and we're good, something's wrong with you. Something is wrong with you. As you are, that's how the people will be over you as a punishment. That's the sunnah of Allah. As this community is, that's how our rulers are going to be. Show me who every day is making witr prayer. Witr prayer. Who every day doesn't miss any prayer? And that's our shabab. His wife has trouble praying. His wife has trouble wearing hijab. Another manifestation of it, and it is terrible because it destroyed our dawah, especially in African American Salafi people. We were growing and developing until this thing about he's an innovator, he's an innovator, he's an innovator. It came and it tore us apart. And we lost a community that was vibrant. And you guys are too young to appreciate what we had. Put aside the fact that I'm just talking to you as my younger brothers. Put aside the fact that the brothers have oppressed many people on that stuff. Put that aside. They destroyed our community with this stuff. At tabdir, everybody's an innovator. Everybody who doesn't agree with you is an innovator. Because you don't agree with me and I don't agree with you. You're trying to be a person who's on Salafiyah. That's what you're trying. Wallahi, I swear by Allah, I'm a mu'min, inshallah. Takfiri come and tell me, no, you're a kafir. I say, wallahi, I'm a mu'min, inshallah. Wallahi, I'm Salafi. It's not what you think. It's what I think. And what Allah judges me with based upon what I think and what I do, not you. Some of these people believe that they have that ability to put you in or out of the game. One of the great scholars of Islam, Al-Imam Al-Lalaka'i, he has a book called Sharh Usul al-I'tiqad, one of the main books about the aqeedah of the Salaf. He brought a narration. You guys try to go back, find this narration, write it down, keep it with yourself. Two men were from the Khawarij. They were from the Khawarij. They make takfir of the Muslims, looking around, judging everybody, putting everybody down. They were in Mecca at a time when there were a lot of people in Mecca going around the Kaaba, sitting around the Kaaba, like these days. Last time I went to Mecca, I got sick because there was a big flu there. It was so many people. So many people. When we were in Medina, and you go for Fajr, you pray your 2 rak'ahs, and you're sitting there waiting for the Iqamah, and it's quiet. All you do is hear people coughing. And we all came back with this flu. I still had that thing lingering, and it was a severe chest infection. But there was so many people there at the time of Ramadan, at the time of Hajj. The two of these people were going around the Kaaba from the Khawarij. One of them said to the other, you see all these people? You see all these people? All of them, they're not going to Jannah. None of them. They're all kuffar. Just you and me are going to Jannah because we're on the haqq, we're on the sunnah. When the other one heard that, and he's on his fitrah, he said, the Jannah that Allah created, وَسَارِعُوا إِلَى مَغْفِرَةٍ مِّن رَبِّكُمْ وَجَنَّةٍ أَرْضُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ أُعِدَّتْ لِلْمُتَّقِينَ. All of you be in a race to go to the Jannah. And that Jannah is like the heavens and the earth. It's been prepared for people of taqwa. It is wide and massive. He said, that Jannah was only built for you and me? He said, yes, no one else. He said, go ahead, you can go by yourself. You go by yourself. And he left that way of the Khawarij. Because how can you think like that? The vast majority of people who we meet in Birmingham in the street from the Muslims, they're not Salafi. They're not on the Sunnah. So when we see them, do we hate the Muslims? Because he's not Salafi. What's wrong with you? And then you would have your own masjid, the masjid of our brothers not too far away from Wright Street. You have your masjid. Over the years, all of the sheikhs who stepped foot in that masjid, all of them who came, all of them are now not on the sunnah. You can't see there's something wrong with that. Can you not see? All of everybody, whoever taught you and came to your masjid, is now excommunicated from the sunnah. and the person says, Naam wallahi, because the hearts of the people between the two fingers of Ar-Rahman, Allah has it. Brother, something is wrong with you. Don't hate the Muslims like that. Love for the Muslim is one thing to love the Sunnah and to hate innovation, to love the right way and the minhaj of the Salaf. But it is another thing to carry and to harbor in your heart hatred for the Muslims. From those manifestations, Ikhwani, is for a person to go overboard in his love. He goes overboard in the love for the sheikh. The sheikh is the dalil. Whatever he says, the sheikh said. Or to love your wife, and you're going overboard, brother. Your wife is not the best person in her behavior. Your husband, watching this TV and these movie stars, she loves this movie star, this actor. To love something, even our children, to look at your child and to have ghulu in your child, love for your child, to the degree where maybe your wife feels left out. You love your child so much, your wife, she feels like she's, leftovers. Although sometimes you may have a wife who just be tripping. She just be tripping. She wants you to pay more attention to her. It's not that you love your child and you don't love her. Some women are like that. But it's possible. You got to listen to her. She's saying, pay attention to me. Love me too. Don't go overboard. Stay in the middle. What I want to do really, but I'm not going to do it inshallah, is I want you brothers to give me some examples of things that come to your mind that people do. That is too deep. It is too deep. Too deep. Our religion is a religion of moderation. Guide us to the sirat al-mustaqim. Inna ahabb al-a'mal Allah adwamuha wa in qalla. The best deeds that Allah loves are the ones you do with consistency, even if it's a little bit. The Salaf used to say, al-iqtisad in the Sunnah is better than having a lot of ijtihad and bid'ah. To do what's from the Sunnah and you do a little bit is better than doing a lot that is not from the Sunnah. Did you guys see that clip that I saw on the social media? There was a cardinal or pope, I don't know, looked like Roman Catholic preacher, the white guy with the robe. He was Christianing the baby. The little infant was crying, and he was going to pour water on the baby's head. And the baby kept crying. The father or the mother was holding the baby, and the pope, the cardinal, slapped the baby. Did you see that? That would have been hammer time. That would have been fire in the hole right there. And the mother and the father looked like surprised. Look surprised you slap one of our babies like that? The imam slap your baby like that? Yeah, that shit. How many of you saw that? Now, don't tell me I'm the only one that saw that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Because he was an old man, I think, and the screeching of the child gets into the central nervous system, and he slapped the little baby in his face as if to say, hey, be quiet. And the mother and the father just looked like that, like just surprised. Do you think that's all you're going to get is a look of surprise slapping one of our Muslim babies, slapping my baby? Even the doctor, if the baby comes out newborn and he puts the baby upside down and slaps it, they say, what you doing? They don't do that no more. They don't do that anymore. That's old school. Baby coming out. That's old school. Don't touch my baby. Unless the baby really needed that. I saw one Arab doctor, the baby had a lot of congestion, and the doctor was squeezing the baby and squeezing, and all this stuff came out of his mouth. And he handed the mother the baby, but he was just handling the baby. Did you guys see that? Don't tell me I'm the only one who see this stuff. All of that is ghulu. Respecting people overboard. Loving people overboard. So we're going to stop here, inshallah azza wa jal, and we're going to say to you, take your time, take your time. The best guidance is the guidance of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and his guidance is in the middle. Ameen. not screaming it out at the top of your voice, not like that. May Allah Ta'ala make us of those people who are balanced in our religion, and those people who love balance, and those people who deal with the people with a way of balance. And may Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala save us from being difficult with our own selves and on ourselves, and from people being rough and tough with us. Mothers, fathers, partners who are rough and tough and extreme with those who are around them. May Allah Ta'ala give you a makhraj and make a way out for you, inshallah Azza wa Jal. But within ourselves, in our homes, let's do our best not to be people who are the mutashaddidun, the mutanatti'un, the mutashaddiqun. We don't want to be those people in any manifestation. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله لي ولكم ونسأل الله تعالى يوفقنا جميعا. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له. وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له. وأشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون. يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله وقولوا قولا سديدا يصلح لكم أعمالكم ويغفر لكم ذنوبكم ومن يطع الله ورسوله فقد فاز فوزا عظيما. أما بعد فإن خير الكلام كلام الله وخير الهدى هدى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم وشر الأمور محدثاتها وكل محدثة بدعة وكل بدعة ضلالة وكل ضلالة في النار. We're going to skip over the hadith about the mutanatti'un, and we'll go to the hadith after that, inshallah. And then after the winter conference, bi-idhnillah, when we make a istiqnaf of our durus, we will make the sharh of halak al-mutanatti'un, inshallah. So today's hadith is the one that's after it. It's the hadith that's been collected by Imam Abu Dawood, who was from the fuqaha of the ulama al-hadith. Although his book is not on the level in terms of authenticity that you find Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, the Sahihain, nonetheless, it's the third one in line. And it's the top book of the Kutub al-Sunnah, those 4 books. But that doesn't take away from the fact that he was a faqih. And Imam Abu Dawood brought this hadith on the authority of Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As. Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As is a distinguished companion, ya Ahl al-Hadith, ya Ummat al-Islam, ya Tullab al-Ilm. Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As, out of all of the companions, may Allah be pleased with them, narrated and knew the majority of the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But for different reasons, he was surpassed by Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu. And that's the kalam of Abu Hurairah himself. He said, Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As used to write the hadith down. And I, Abu Hurairah, I didn't. I memorized them. One of the reasons that Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As came down below Abu Hurairah in terms of his proficiency in al-hadith is that he narrated a lot of Israeliyat, those narrations that come from the Jews and the Christians that we don't know, are they true or they not true? And I'm mentioning that because during these days of the so-called Christmas and the celebration of the birth of Isa ibn Maryam, salawatullahi wa salamuhu alayhi, there's a lot of khurafat that Muslims believe in, or we believe in things that are not established. And to be a person like that in the past, that will wreck your deen to a certain degree. It will cause you to come down if you are rawi of a hadith. So if you were from those people who were like what they call the Hatabul Layl. Hatabul Layl is the person who goes out and he collects wood in the dark. And he doesn't know, did he pick up a snake? Did he pick up a branch? Did he pick up some whatever? He's not discerning. So they used to criticize the ulama of al-hadith and the muhaddithin if they just took these Israeliyat. Adam's son is Cain and Abel, and we talk like that. Her name is Bilqis, and we talk emphatically like that. In the case of Isa ibn Maryam, things that people believe that when Isa comes back, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he's going to get married and he's going to have children. We don't have any proof for that. We don't accept it. We don't reject it. We follow the minhaj of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. إذا حدثتكم أهل الكتاب فلا تصدقوهم ولا تكذبوهم. If Ahlul Hadith, Ahlul Kitab, Jews and Christians say something to you, Adam went to the apple tree. Apple tree? If they tell you something, don't believe it and don't disbelieve it. Don't believe it and don't disbelieve it. Because you may be believing something that's not true. Or you may be rejecting something that's not true. That is true. So with Isa ibn Maryam, there are a lot of issues like that. وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ وَمَا صَلَبُوهُ وَلَكِنْ شُبِّهَ لَهُمْ. They didn't kill him, nor did they crucify him, but it was made to appear that way. So in the Christian theology, the one who is commonly accused of being the one who was crucified is Judas, the one who they said ratted Isa ibn Maryam out, ate cheese and ratted him out. Allahu alam. We don't believe it. We don't disbelieve it. Was he the one that Allah gave the tashbih and he resembled Isa? You can say that's been narrated. And Imam Ibn Kathir in his book Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya, he brings a lot of those narrations. But he always brings them after what's authentic. And he's letting you know that these are from the Israeliyat. So that book, Qasas al-Anbiya, the story of the prophets and the messengers. Be careful. Be careful. Don't read everything in those books and you just believe it. I was talking to a brother from America the other day, 2 days ago, and I wanted to teach him this lesson. He was talking about Ayub, and he was speaking about Ayub, emphatic that Ayub's wife was going to go and sell her hair to get some money and this and that. That's not a big deal to me. Sell her hair, don't sell her hair. But I knew that the narration sounded weird. So I said, where's that at? He looked for it for 2 or 3 days. He came back and said, I don't find it. Be careful about what you read and you take as the deen. Some issues are more severe than others. Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As had more hadith than Abu Huraira. Abu Huraira said that. But he used to narrate the Israeliyat when he went to Sham and he started mixing with Ahlul Kitab. The other thing that's important about Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As is he's one of the companions with the name Abdullah, and they're known as the Abadala. The Abadala. We should know who the Abadala are by now. So if I chose you right now and said, who are the Abadala? You're not going to get it wrong, you're not going to hesitate, and you're not going to include Abdullah ibn Mas'ud with them, radiyallahu anhum. So they are Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As, Abdullah ibn Umar, Abdullah ibn Abbas, and Abdullah ibn Zubair. Abdullah ibn Zubair is the one who people replace him with Abdullah ibn Mas'ud because of the knowledge of Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. And that's not to take anything away from Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. But the Abadala, when you hear those scholars of the hadith say that the Abadala narrated that, it's one of those technical terms, mustalahat in al-Islam and ilm al-hadith that we should know. Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As, He, along with his father, were Muslims. His father was a tremendous personality in Islam. Now is not the time to talk about that, but go back and read about his father. Abdullah bin Amr bin As said that the Nabi of Islam sallallahu alaihi wasallam said in today's hadith, قَفْلَةٌ كَغَزْوَةٍ قَفْلَةٌ كَغَزْوَةٍ. The word ghazwa, which is war, jihad, ghazwa. Ka is, the cat. It's like. So I'm going to say it 3 more times because you have to write it down to memorize this one. This may be a new one for you. And if you see it, as the Prophet told us, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, seeing is not like hearing. When Musa was told, your people are worshiping the calf, and Allah told him that. And Allah Ta'ala, He tells the truth. And Musa knows everything that Allah said is truthful, but he didn't get upset, he didn't mad. But when he came down and he saw with his own eyes what Bani Israel were doing, he threw the parchments out of anger and asif. So being able to see the khatib is not the same as just hearing him. And being able to hear the word is not like seeing and hearing the word. Qaflatun kaghazwatin. Qaflatun with a qaf. Qaflatun kaghazwatin. Last time, qaflatun kaghazwatin. I say it and you say it. Qaflatun kaghazwatin. Qaflatun kaghazwatin. My man right there, we're going to be doing this for a time, so I just choose one at a time. My Somali brother with the beautiful smile, mashallah, may Allah give you sadaqah and khair for that smile right there. Qaflatun kaghazwatin. Good job, my brother, good job. Nuruddin, nawwarallah yamakum, tfaddal. Akhi Ali, a'la Allah manzilatak fil jannah. Good job. Qaflatun kaghazwatan, it means, qafla means to come back from the jihad. In this case, Imam Abu Dawood narrated this hadith in the chapters about jihad. And people who go overboard in jihad and takfir, and they want to argue about these issues and make takfir and talk about khuruj and this and that, and fight and argue. May Allah protect us and our shabab. You'll be hard pressed to find that they wrote a hadith in Sahih al-Bukhari and Muslim about the ghazawat of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, or these abwab of jihad in the Sunan of Imam Abu Dawood. This hadith is talking about the adab, the ahkam of al-jihad, the jihad that we don't apologize about, but it's a jihad that has its time, its place, its people, its ahkam, its adab, not the fasad of these people. And I don't have to name them because you know who I'm talking about. Boko Haram and other than that. Shabab, Qaeda, people were extreme. We don't apologize about our deen. But we say there's a time and a place and understanding for everything. Qaflatun kaghazwatin, it means when you're coming back from the jihad after finishing the jihad fi sabilillah, for the i'la, the kalima of Allah Azza wa Jal. When you're coming back, he said coming back from the jihad is just like making jihad. Coming back from the jihad is just like the one who made the jihad, meaning you're going to get rewarded for this ibadah. So when you're going and you're preparing for jihad and you have the niyyah and you're preparing for hajj, for umrah, come to the masjid, give a sadaqah, you're preparing for some kind of ibadah that's going to take some extended amount of time. The preparation that goes into it and then going to do it and then coming back from it, and it is ajr. And it is ajr. Provided you do it with the correct niyyah and provided you do it in the right way. That's the meaning of this hadith. There are other meanings that scholars gave, inshallah. I may mention some at the end, but I see them as being weak, and we're not going to spend time doing that. We want to put emphasis on this because it touches everybody here. The Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, again, he said, قَفْلَةٌ كَغَزْوَةٍ. You went and you made jihad and you got the reward. Coming back from the jihad after the jihad is also rewards. And you people do the same thing, all of us. There was a companion, as Ubay ibn Ka'b narrated, this companion from the Ansar lived far, far away from the masjid, and he said he lived further away than everybody else. And he didn't find it easy coming to the masjid, but he would walk to the masjid and walk home. And Ubay ibn Ka'b, one of the ulama of the Quran from the companions, he said, I don't think that man ever missed Jama'ah, Salat in Jama'ah, ever. And yet his home was far, far, far away. So the companions suggested to him, being the brother, giving him advice to help him. They said, why don't you buy a himar, a donkey? They didn't say a big Arabian stallion because the man doesn't have money. Why don't you at least buy a himar so that you can ride that himar, akramakumullah, and you can come when it's very hot, it'll help you out. And when it's very dark, in the vulma and the radma, you'll get your reward and it'll be easier for you. The man said, I don't wanna go through all of that. I don't wanna go through all of that. He said, I'm hoping and I'm praying that Allah Azza wa Jal will reward me for my walking to the masjid and my walking home from the masjid. When the man said that and the Prophet heard it, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said in the authentic hadith, you will get what you intended. You will get that thing that you want. I want Allah to reward me for walking to the masjid and for going back home. So everybody knows when you come to the masjid, for every right step, you get one hasana written. For every left step coming, you get a sayyi'ah taken off. And when you come to the masjid like this, there's reward. He says, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, لا يزال أحدكم في الصلاة ما دامت الصلاة تحبسه لا يمنعه أن ينقلب إلى أهله للصلاة. One of you, each and every one of you, you will be in prayer. You are in prayer. You are praying. As long as the reason why you're waiting is to make the salah. As long as you're waiting for the prayer, you are in prayer although you didn't pray yet. He said, it's only the prayer that prevents you from going home to your family. And another hadith similar to that, he said, if you come and you pray and you sit here and you stay in your position and you keep making the dhikr of Allah and you hold on to your wudu, you're still in the prayer. And the malaika are there making dua, Allahumma ighfir lahu, Allahumma arhamhu. As long as you keep your wudu, they're making dua. You pray Salat al-Isha. It's done. It's finished. Everybody got up, they left. But the student stayed. He has wudu. The malaika are making dua for him, and it's still being written for him that he is in his prayer. It's not just for jihad. He is in his prayer. So that hadith is an encouragement. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam about that hadith, he said, he will get the reward as long as he doesn't lose his wudu. They said, what is losing the wudu? They wanted to be sure. He said he passes when that you don't hear the noise, or he passes when that makes a loud noise, either this or that. So if it's easy for you to maintain and to hold on to and to preserve your wudu, then inshallah do that. But it's not wajib. قَدْ جَمَعَ اللَّهُ لَكَ ذَلِكَ كُلُّهُ, the Prophet told that man, sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam. Allah has gathered all of that for you, walking and going back and all of those rewards. That's one of the many ibadat of al-Islam that are like that. That the ibadah in al-Islam is not just, I intend to do that thing and this over. And we can give you a lot of them, but we just want to give you one. Because there are some students from amongst you, I keep asking you, إِلَى مَتَى يَا فُلَانِ إِلَى مَتَى يَا فُلَانِ. Until when are you going to stay unmarried? Until when you're going to get married, brother? What's making you wait so long? We're not telling you to marry anybody, but from one of the best ibadat for rewards is the ibadah of getting married. The ibadah of getting married, because you get out of it more than just, I got married and I got my shahwa. It's more than that. is continuous rewards, constant rewards. Getting married, putting food in the mouth of the wife, having relationships because you did it at the right time in the right place with the right person, and so many issues. Educating your kids, those guys praying, memorizing the Quran, those guys making adhkar, and then after all of that, you finally die. And the Prophet mentioned, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in the hadith that's ma'ruf, mashhur, everybody knows it, إذا مات ابن آدم انقطع عمله إلا من ثلاث. If one of the people dies, all of his rewards are finished, his actions, except one of three. One of them is he gave sadaqah jariyah. He gave a continual sadaqah, built a well, made a school, built a masjid. Number two, ilmun yuntafa'u bihi. He left some knowledge like Al-Imam Abu Dawood, like Abdullah ibn Amr ibn al-As, and mentioned in this hadith that he narrated. There is a hadith, and number three, waladun salihin yad'u lahu. He has a righteous son or daughter making dua for him. He got married, and his thing was, oh Allah, get me out of this prison of being a bachelor. That's what he wants to do. But all those other things came after, and then he died. And then that young boy, young girl, his daughter's son makes dua for him, and he goes up and up and up. As it relates to getting knowledge, there's a hadith that says, من خرج في طلب العلم كان في الجهاد أو كان في سبيل الله حتى يرجع. Anybody who goes out to get knowledge, learn the Quran, learn Arabic, learn tajweed, learn tafsir, learn the two hadith of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, whatever. He went out to get knowledge, whatever it was. He will be considered to be a mujahid fi sabilillah until he comes back. That hadith is not authentic. Some scholars say it's authentic, but it's not authentic. But the meaning should be considered. That if you go out to get knowledge, it's more rewards than just, I'm going to get knowledge at Green Lane Masjid or whatever. This upcoming winter conference, inshallah, there are some real qualified, competent people who are going to be here to teach. So you have to let and make your face be up in the sauce to the best of your ability. And as the teacher, I guarantee you, but don't tell the management at Green Lane, if you guys want to come up in the private meetings, I'll let all of you come up, but don't tell Green Lane what I said. That's just between you guys. So that you get an opportunity to sit with not du'at and people give mu'idah, but people who know this religion, fiqh and usul fiqh, and they're in a position to answer the issues that are concerning us. Golden opportunity. And don't be like those people who they warn against connecting the community with people of knowledge, especially those people competent and qualified for one reason or another. May Allah save us from being the quta'a turuq. Kulu ameen. So as it relates to this issue of this hadith, it's a focus and an emphasis on the ibadat that you do, jihad, umrah, whatever the ibadah is. You're just not doing that one ibadah. Don't think of it like that. Don't look at it like that. There are a lot of rewards and abwab that are connected to that thing. And what the student of the knowledge really does is he tries to engage himself in those ibadat that he gets the majority of the rewards in. That's why getting knowledge is more difficult than sitting and just saying, he said this, she said that, he's on it, she's off it. That kalam farik is easy. Anybody can do it. Ignorant, sincere, not sincere, intelligent, anybody can do that. But getting knowledge is something that requires more than that. Salab and seriousness. From the benefit of the hadith, ikhwani, and there are many, is the fact that it shows the importance of the niyyah that people have. They say that the niyyah in al-Islam is ablaq than the action itself. Your niyyah and your intention, it is more important, or it is more, yes, important, ablaqu min al-fi'l. There's a better word than I'm looking for. Al-niyyah ablaqu min al-amal. It's more profound. Your niyyah is more profound.
Because if a person intends to do something and he doesn't do it because he was prevented it from doing it, but he intended it, he'll still get the reward of it. He intended to give 100 pounds, fi sabilillah, 100. But something came up, he had to give that 100 pounds to his relative. He'll still get the reward of his niyat. He'll get that reward of it. Now, had he given the 100 pounds, that 100 pounds would have went up to 700 pounds. He doesn't get the 700 because he didn't give it, but he'll get the reward of what his niyat was. It's ablaq than the action. And if a person intends to do evil and he doesn't do the evil because he changed his mind, he'll get a reward. It's a hasana. So the niyyah is important, and this hadith shows that. You go to jihad with the proper niyyah, you come back, you get reward for going, you get reward for coming. Masjid, going, coming, same thing. And again, the niyyah in al-Islam is important. So we have to make jihad and mujahada as it relates to clarifying and correcting our niyyah. The Prophet was making jihad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he told his companions, inna bil Medina aqwamin kharaju lam yakhruju habasahum habis. In Medina, there are some people who were not able to go out for jihad, like you. You people are making jihad, and we're traveling. He said those people were prevented from coming. Man had to take care of his mother. A man's wife was about to have a baby. A man didn't have a horse, he didn't have money. Another man was sick. Another man was handicapped. He had special needs. They couldn't, they were prevented. Habasahum habisum, they were held back. Rasulullah said, you people never climbed the mountain, you never walked through a valley, you never did anything except that they're getting the same reward. And they're in Medina. They're in Medina. So that hadith that I was mentioning about whoever makes jihad, he goes out to get knowledge, and while he's out, he's written down as a mujahid till he comes back. The hadith is weak, but it's important that you make your niyyah, I want to go and study so that I can come and give da'wah to Allah. I want to go and study so I can better my situation. I want to go and study so that I can bring khair to the creation, and so forth and so on. So the one who comes and he teaches the people good, the reward of that, he's giving ihya to the deen, life to the deen, and so forth and so on. So the hadith shows the importance of the niyyah in all of our actions. Number two, this hadith shows in al-Islam the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is Jawad, and Allah is Kareem. Allah is Kareem, and He is Jawad. The hadith said, Inna Allah Jawad wa yuhibbul Jud. Allah is Jawad, generous, and He loves Jud. He loves generosity. And Kareem, He's Kareem, which also means curiosity, generosity. So there are certain names of Allah, they almost mean the same thing. And if you just took the time out to study the names of Allah as generally attributes, that's why it is a shame that we see these people arguing against the way of the Salaf when it comes to Allah's names and attributes. Those companions, may Allah be pleased with them, when they heard these attributes of Allah and these names of Allah, they didn't play games with it. They didn't learn from Aristotle and Plato and all of these people to learn about al-Islam. Christianity as we have it today, this celebration of Christmas and all of this madness, a lot of that comes as a result of the role that the Greeks and the Romans played in meshing their religion with idolatry, paganism. And as the Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, you people, لَتَتَّبِعُنَّ سُنَنَ مَنْ كَانَ قَبْلَكُمْ شِبْرًا بِشِبْرٍ وَذَرَاعًا بِذَرَاعٍ. You people, this ummah, you're going to follow Ahlul Kitab and everything that they did. Everything that they did. So what happened to Ahlul Kitab? The religion of Isa ibn Maryam was changed by Greeks and the Romans. Jesus being born on the 25th day. There's nothing in their religion that says that. Nothing in their book that says that. As a matter of fact, it appears not to be the case. In their own book, it said when he was born. In their own book, I'm just saying what it says. In their own book,
It said that the shepherds were out grazing their sheep when he was born. They don't graze their sheep in December. It's too cold. That's their own book. If you ask any of them, where's the proof of that? No proof. What happened? Persians, Egyptians, all of these people in the past, the nomadic people, these people, on the 25th, these people used to believe the sun had a god. And they just introduced to the Christians what they were doing, Greeks and Romans. The same thing that happened to them happened to us in our Aqidah. Muslims want to learn about Allah's attributes and His names based upon the philosophy of those people. So Allah Ta'ala is Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. You have to know the difference between the two. Although both of them come from Rahmah, but they're not the same. Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala is Jawad and Kareem. Both mean generous, but I want to ask the audience, what's the difference between the two? Allah is Kareem and He's Jawad. What's the difference between the two? Akhi Jamil from Lithuania, Barakallah Fikum. What is the difference between Allah is Jawad and Kareem? What's the difference between the two? Both are generous. What's the difference? Last brother, last person. My brother, what's your name? Abdul Shakur. Abdul Shakur? You're not a revert, are you? Where you from? Birmingham. No, I mean originally, man. Kashmir, Pakistan. Kashmir? Abdul Shakur. Find out is Shakur a name from the names of Allah next time I see you, inshallah. Abdul Shakur. What's the difference between Kareem and Jawad? Habibi. Both of them mean generosity. But what's the difference between the two? Allah is Kareem and He's Jawad. Jawad. You. That's Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. Allah is Ar-Rahim, merciful to the believers only. And Allah is Ar-Rahman, He's merciful to everybody in the dunya, but Yawm al-Qiyamah won't be merciful to non-Muslims. He won't be Rahim to non-Muslims. He's only Rahim to the believers, Yawm al-Qiyamah. And that's coming from what Allah said about the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, bil mu'mineen ra'ufur rahim. He said that the Nabi is Rahim to the believers, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Akhi Nuruddin, the Zaim of Cameroon, Abu Adam. You got married, alhamdulillah, so all that clam was not applicable to you, alhamdulillah. And if you see Nuruddin's hat right there, that's an indication he's a happy man right there, that color. Nuruddin, Jawad and Kareem. Good job. Kareem, a person who's Kareem. Allah is Kareem. وَلِلَّهِ الْمَثْلُ الْأَعْلَى. Kareem is the one who, when you ask Him for something, He gives to you. He's Kareem. Inna Allah hayy Kareem. يستحي يرفع عبده إليه يديه فيردهما صفرا خائبتين. Allah is Kareem. He's alive. Allah Azza wa Jal is shy in a way that befits His majesty. He is shy if His slave raises his hand up and asks Him for something and Allah doesn't give it to him. So He's Kareem when His slave raises his hand and asks Him. He wants to give to you. Jawad is the one Allah gives without you asking. You didn't ask. We're sitting here right now, and as He mentioned in the Quran, وَإِن تَعُدُّوا نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ لَا تُحْصُوهَا وَآتَاكُم مِّن كُلِّ مَا سَأَلْتُمُوهُ. Allah has given you from everything that you asked Him for. وَإِن تَعُدُّوا نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ لَا تُحْصُوهَا. And if you were to count and enumerate the ni'mah of Allah upon you, you'd never be able to do it. So if I look at each and every one of you, you have a lot of ni'mah. Do you have everything you want? No. But having everything you want may be destructive. but you have a lot that you didn't ask for. That's the meaning of Jawad. Abdullah ibn Abbas said that the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, kana ajwad al-nas. Rasulullah was the most ajwad. And ikhwani, we cannot emphasize enough the importance of akhlaq when it comes to the impact of our dawah on people. If we're rough and tough and nasty and argumentative and always misbehaving, people won't want to listen to that. What is this? This is the dawah? Look at these people, these crazy people. We could do this, we have this confusion without being in a religion. How many people, they don't have much application of the deen. They don't practice that much from what you see. But the man is Kareem. The man is Jawad. He's giving money and giving sadaqah. And he's helping. And then there's the one who's practicing and he's bakhil. He's bakhil. He doesn't want to come out of his pocket for anything. Anything. The one who is Kareem will have more impact upon the people. That one who's Kareem. Not just with his money, with his time, and other than that. So anyway, ikhwani, this issue of Allah's names and attributes is from the asul of our religion. And that's why I'm bringing this up. Leave these people who are arguing and fighting and all this kalam farik that's going on and learn about who Allah is. And turn your attention to those books that talk about his names and attributes and what they mean. And also what the scholars of Islam wrote about those issues. Inna lillahi mi'ata ism, tis'a wa tis'een illa wahida, man ahsaha dakhal al-jannah. Allah has 99 names. 99 names. Anyone who memorizes those names will go into Jannah. Not just memorizing. He knows those names, he memorized, and he knows what they mean, and he practices those names. He knows, he memorized. He tries to memorize as many names as possible. Is Abdul Sabur as-Sabur? Is that a name of Allah? Abdul Rashid, al-Rashid, is it a name of Allah? Ash-Shakur, is it a name of Allah? So we go and we find out these things. Al-Mun'im, Abdul Mun'im, is that a name of Allah? So Allah has 99 names. Whoever memorizes them will go to Jannah. Just memorize? No. First of all, Allah has more than 99 names. And he has names that he never told anybody what those names are. No prophet, no messenger, no angel, no jinn, no human being, no wali from the awliya of Allah. Allah Ta'ala kept those names with himself. So again, memorize them, understands them, and works by them. We're going to stop here, inshallah, azza wa jal, and we will naktafi bihadha al-qadr, سائلين الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يوفقنا وإياكم لكل خير ولكل ما يحب ويرضى. هذا وصلى الله وسلم وبارك على النبيين وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك وأشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له. وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له. وأشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله صلوات الله وسلامه عليه تسليما كثيرا. أما بعد فإن خير الكلام كلام الله وخير الهدى هدى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم وشر الأمور محدثاتها وكل محدثة بدعة وكل بدعة ضلالة وكل ضلالة في النار. What was collected by Al-Imam Ahmed and Al-Tirmidhi and Al-Imam Al-Nasa'i on the authority of Abu Huraira. May Allah be pleased with him. And also with what was collected by Imam Al-Nasa'i as well as Abu Dawood, rahmatullahi alayhima, on the authority of Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas. The Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam saw a man who was praying, and in one narration it said he passed by Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas. May Allah be pleased with him. And he saw the man in the tashahhud raising two fingers up. التحيات لله والصلوات والطيبات, or more than two fingers. Different narrations. When the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam witnessed him praying like that, he told him these two words, ahid, ahid, which means make the dua with one finger, not with two, not with three, or not with more than that, but make it with one finger. So today's hadith of the kalimatan of the 40 hadith of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam constitute two words, but in reality it's the same word. Ahid, ahid. And that is the fi'l amr, telling someone to make it one. And again, the sabab or the reason behind the hadith is simple, it's clear. That he wanted to teach the man the correct way to make the tashahhud, and also the correct way in terms of praying. As he told the people, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, sallu kama ra'aytumuni usalli. Pray the way you have seen me praying. Don't pray just any way that comes to your mind. I think anybody who is a member of any masjid, your local masjid, like in Leeds, Masjid al-Rahma, it's my local masjid for the most part. I want everybody who prays in that masjid to pray according to the sunnah. So it becomes my responsibility that anytime I see something or I hear something that's not correct, to try to give dawah to that situation, especially if I'm claiming a Salafi and the sunnah, because we want the spread of the sunnah, not with this existence where I'm better than you and you're no good and I'm the cream of the crop, and not that stuff. It's like al-Islam. We want al-Islam for all of the people. But in regards to the salat, for the Muslims, you come from a masjid, and I don't know about you, I've traveled in different places across the globe, and I found that there's some masajid that are on the sunnah in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Singapore, in different parts of the Muslim world, in Africa, in Sudan. The people are in that masjid, and that's their local masjid, and they have izzah. This is our masjid. This is where we pray. And so we're like a family, so we're not going to hold back from teaching people how to pray, from the old and the young, from the new and the people who are reverts, from those who know and those who don't know. Green Lane Masjid, people pray here, they don't give a damn. They don't care. Just leave people pray how you want to pray. Dress how you want to dress. And that's not the mentality of the Muslim as it relates to any masjid in the dunya, and as it relates to his brothers and his sisters. And this is one of the main benefits of this hadith. It shows where the Prophet told the people, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, ballighu anni walau ayat. Tell people about me, even if it's one ayat. Those little kids, part of the Islamic heritage that we should try to teach them is that as they grow, they're given da'wah to Allah. Not how we have in our community. Everybody feels nafsi, nafsi, I'm safe. I don't have to give da'wah. What kind of deen is that? The Prophet mentioned, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, ballighu anni walau ayat. Tell people about me if it's only one small thing. Because that small thing is a big thing in al-Islam, as you're going to see, inshallah. La yahqiranna ahadukum shay'an min al-ma'ruf. None of you should see and look at anything that's from this deen. If it's the haqq, it's ma'ruf, don't look at it as being insignificant. You're coming to a class like this to sit between Maghrib and Al-Isha, or between after Isha for an hour, 45 minutes. Only Allah knows what that is in the scales. It's more virtuous than being on Coventry Road feeding somebody food, which is also virtuous. But what about the people who found themselves in different parts of this city, Birmingham, and they're wilding out, getting high, smoking, drinking, zina, not praying? Clearly, the one who was in the masjid is getting a lot of rewards, and he's not really doing much. He's just sitting there, just relaxing. He chose to stay in this masjid for a few extra minutes just to hear what was being said. All of the khayr from that is tremendous. So the Nabi of Islam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he never could see something that's wrong. His sunnah is, if anything was wrong and it was being done in his presence, being said in his presence, being witnessed, it was wajib upon him to say, no, don't do that. Because if he was quiet, it means that this thing is permissible. So when he saw his companion doing that, he said, don't do that. And he didn't mind, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what the condition was. He came and he saw a man praying the prayer. And then after the prayer, the man made a dua. And he said, Allahumma innahu inni as'aluka bi anna laka alhamd. La ilaha illa ant. Badi'u samawati wal ard. Ya dhal jalali wal ikram. Ya hayy. Ya qayyum. And he made a dua. The Rasul saw him make the dua, heard him make the dua, and then he said, listen, you have just made a dua in which you mentioned the Ismullah al-A'zam, the greatest name of Allah. You made that dua. So by hearing that, the man just went over his head. What were those names? So now the man is walking around making dua with what he understands to be one of the greatest names, the greatest name of Allah. So the point here is, the Nabi never said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the man just finished praying, let him make dhikr. No, he used to educate people and he used to teach people. Like in this case, ahid. People don't know how to hold their hands in this masjid. People don't know how to stand up for prayer in this masjid. People don't know, from youngsters, from new reverse, even from people who just been here for some time, they just don't know. So you can never be one of those people who sit back and say, I let somebody else take care of it. I let the imam take care of it. Now, no doubt, there's a responsibility of the ai''imah. That's why we're saying what we're saying. One brother came up to me before the prayer when I came in, and he was going off about the way some of the people are parking in the handicap zone and stuff like that. That's his haq to say that. That, hey, the way we park is madness. People are coming up and down the street with their prams. They have to get in the pram because someone wanted to come to the masjid. What kind of prayer is that? What kind of salat is that? That you park on the curb, the sidewalk. A lady has to come, take her baby pram with her other children, go into the street to go around your car while you're making salat. No, you have to get here earlier. You have to go in a car park at Morrison's. You have to park in a way where you love for your brother what you love for yourself. The point is, that brother coming to make that point is part of his responsibility. It's part of his responsibility. Maybe he won't know who that person is, so we'll say it over the mic. But the shahid from the kalam is, in your local masjid, the one you pray fajr in, the masjid where you go to most of the time, make it part of your responsibility to educate the people. And there is nothing more important to educate the people in after the Tawheed of Allah than this prayer. Then this prayer. There is nothing more important that I can talk to you about and educate you about after the Tawheed of Allah than the prayer. First thing you're going to be asked about Yawm al-Qiyamah is this prayer, this salah. So when you see people, they're not, and you know, in some of our masjids, ikhwani, a person can be facing to other than the qibla, and people will leave them like that because they say, that's not my job. I'm not the imam. I'm not the one who teaches. And you leave them facing the qibla. No. An individual like that, you take them and you face them towards the qibla. Someone is praying in the masjid and he's always saving the same spot. It's your job to go to him and say, Rasulullah said, don't pray in the same spot of the masjid all the time. You can't make someone come and get up and get out of the spot, and you got to make these kinds of tasweebat. Ala kullin, concerning this tremendous hadith, ikhwani, we know Abu Hurairah narrated the hadith But Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, I want to take a few minutes so that inshallah I put a feather in your cap that you go back and you read about this man. If someone said to you, what do you know about Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas? What do you know? When we went around this room, you should know that this is one of the perennial companions of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Many people don't know him. Many people don't know him. He was one of the 10 people that was promised al-Jannah, the Asharatul Mubashareen. So that means he's from the best of the companions. As it relates to the Muslims, no one preceded him to al-Islam other than Abu Bakr from the men, Uthman, Abu Bakr, Ali, and Zayd ibn Haritha. Those are the 3 people who preceded him to Islam from the men. So he's from the Sabiqeen al-Awwaleen, min al-Muhajirin, from those first people. Also concerning him is that Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas never missed any of the jihads with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which in and of itself is an indication of his virtues, because not every companion was able to participate in the jihad with the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Some of them were Muslims at that time. Some of them were on the side of the kuffar at that time. Some of them had reasons not to attend, but Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas attended every single jihad of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we don't know about him. From Sa'd ibn Waqqas, his virtues is that when Umar was about to die, may Allah be pleased with him, Umar became the Khalifa after Abu Bakr. Now Umar is going to die. Umar said, I want you to carry and bring forth 4 people, Uthman, Ali, Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, and Abdurrahman ibn Auf. And the community you choose from amongst these people, you choose one of them to be the Khalifa. So he was Ahl, he was competent, qualified to be the Khalifa, and many other things about him. He is a tremendous companion. One of the main wars that the companions fought is the War of Al-Qadisiyah against the Persians. Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas was the leader of that army, and he conquered the Madain of Kisra, the lands of the Persians. He was at the head of that. Tremendous mujahid. He was the first human being who shot an arrow fi sabilillah. You think he was a joke? Now we're the joke because some of us can't get up for Salatul Fajr. We can't praise Fajr on time. We can't get Salatul Asr in time when the season is short. Sa'd ibn Abu Waqqas shot the first arrow. In addition to that, he was the one who conquered and built Kufa. He was a tremendous companion. And he's someone we should know about. If you hear Abu Huraira hadith, and that's what your head goes to, that's no problem. Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas is one of those personalities we owe a great debt of gratitude. Thank Allah for his services and for his contributions, radiyallahu anhu. And there's other stuff about the man. Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas used to tell the people a number of ayat of the Quran were revealed because of him, and he was proud of that. And why not? There are some ayats that have been revealed about us, but they're indirect. Those general ayat about the believing men and the believing women, may Allah Azza wa Jal make us of them. And may Allah cause us to check out and die, and we're from the mu'mineen and the mu'minat. But Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, he had not 1 ayat, 2 ayat, 3 ayats, 4 ayat that were revealed because of him. And he used to say that. That by itself is a dalil of his virtue, especially when you look at the subject matter of those ayat. Like his mother, who he was very close to, and he loved her and she loved him. And she used to try to blackmail him to become a kafir and to leave al-Islam. And Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, with respect, told his mother, listen, if you don't want me to be a Muslim, then that's your issue. I'm never going to lose al-Islam. he was on that thing that the Prophet talked about, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. There are three things that if you do these three things, you will taste the sweetness of al-Iman. Al-Iman has halawa. You'll taste it in your mouth, in your heart. First one is, you love Allah and His Messenger, and you love them more than anything else and everybody else. Second of all, is you love a person, and you love them only for Allah. That's why you love them. So that's going to position you to give advice. That's going to position you not to be quiet when you see them doing wrong. That's going to put, because you love them for Allah's cause. And the third one, and this is the point, Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, insha'Allah ta'ala, وَأَنْ يَكْرَهْ أَنْ يَعُودَ فِي الْكُفْرِ بَعْدَ أَنْ أَنْقَذَهُ اللَّهُ مِنْهُ كَمَا يَكْرَهْ أَنْ يُقْذَفَ فِي النَّارِ. That a man hates to go back into disbelief after Allah has saved him from kufr. He hates going back. He hates the same way that he hates being thrown into the fire. Who in his right mind wants to be thrown into a furnace? Who in his right mind? So that is what Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas was upon, and what we hope, inshallah, all of us can be upon. You came to this religion, you hate to go back to kufr. That's why when people come and they start giving you dawah to nonsense, you shouldn't take it lightly. Shouldn't take that lightly. Some of us, our parents, were trying to make us the people of the hellfire. Our parents. They were doing it intentionally, but not knowing. Telling us that Jesus died for our sins and all that mess and that nonsense. Now you get on a religion, and people from Islam are going to come and teach you some nonsense? Nah, we're not drinking that Kool-Aid, no matter who's pouring it. No matter who made it. We're not drinking any of that Kool-Aid. We're going to be on this religion, inshallah, azza wa jal. And that's why, ikhwani, we have to be people who give nasiha to each other. Because no one person by himself, as the Prophet used to make dua, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Oh Allah, do not leave me to myself for the blink of one eye. For the blinking of one eye. The time it takes for a person to blink one eye, he can go astray. What is that? So in regards to the issue of Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, he told his mother, you get 1,000 souls, you kill each one of them, one after another. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to leave al-Islam. So Allah revealed the ayat of the Quran, وَإِن جَاهَدَاكَ عَلَى أَن تُشْرِكَ بِي مَا لَيْسَ لَكَ بِي عِلْمٍ فَلَا تُطِعْهُمَا وَصَاحِبْهُمَا فِي الدُّنْيَا مَعْرُوفًا. If your parents fight against you to make you, force you to make shirk, don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. You don't have any knowledge about that. You don't have any sultan to do that. But be with them in the dunya with ma'roof. So our obedience to our husband, the obedience to our mother and our father, the obedience to the imam, the obedience to the khalifa, the obedience to the sheikh, the obedience to the mahdi, the obedience to everybody as it relates to us. Two conditions. It is not open-ended. It is muqayyid. Our obedience is we obey them in what's right, what's ma'roof. And we obey them in what we have the ability to do. We don't obey them in what's wrong. We don't obey them in what we don't have the ability to do. So Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas is a perfect example for the Muslim boy, the Muslim girl, the Muslim who finds himself in a situation where people are putting pressure on you. Putting pressure on you to stop practicing. Putting pressure upon you to start drinking that Kool-Aid. For an example, you better say what I'm saying, you better do what I'm doing, and drink this Kool-Aid laced with cyanide. Nah, man, I ain't drinking that Jim Jones Kool-Aid that you and your sheikh are upon, none of you. The other ayat and their meaning, and this is a tremendous ayat with Sa'd as well. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was sitting with those poor companions, like our community. He was sitting with not the celebrities, not the people with a lot of money, not people with a lot of views and a lot of hits. He was sitting with Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, Bilal ibn Rabah, Suhaib al-Rumi, Salman the Persian, Khabbab ibn Arat, and Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. They were all poor. They weren't from the powerful people of Quraysh. And those non-Muslims came and said, we'll listen to you And we want to hear your da'wah, ya Muhammad, under the condition you get rid of these poor ones from amongst you. This one is black, that one's from Persia. They're not the Arabs. Get them out of here. We don't want to sit with them. We don't want to sit with them and we don't want to smell them. That's how they were talking to the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam didn't look at those companions as being lesser than the non-Muslims. They have more izzah, more sharaf. They have the deen, and they're not the same. They're not the same. And Allah revealed 2 ayahs for Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas and those companions. لا تطرد الذين يدعون ربهم بالغداة والعشي يريدون وجهه. Don't cause those people who sit with you and they make dua and make salat with you in the masjid and they live with you. Don't expel them from your sitting. They're praying in the night and the day. They're with you. Ma alayka min hisabihim min shay. You, Muhammad, you don't have anything to do with how Allah is going to judge these people. It's not your job to judge them. And they don't have anything with how Allah is going to judge you. Don't treat the Muslim bad for non-Muslims. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Know the position of the Muslim and the position of the non-Muslim. Anyway, that story in 2023 is an important story for all of us. Don't treat the non-Muslims better than you treat the Muslims. Don't be of those people. And how do we do that? Some of us, we're very gentle with them and very nice with them and very respectful and respectable towards them. And that's a good thing. But when it comes to the Muslims, as soon as we see him, we hate him because he's not from our masjid. He's not from our maslak. He's not from my country. So I have disdain for him. I won't give him salams. I suck my teeth when I see him. And I hate him because he's not Salafi, for an example. He's not Hanafi, not from my maslak, not my color. So Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas was a tremendous companion. As it relates to this hadith, a lot can be said. It shows how the deen of Allah is from Allah because everything in our deen has fiqh connected to it. A small issue that people see as being small, but in the deen of Allah it is not small. And that's why we should never view these things as being insignificant because you never know how Allah is going to bless the effort of that particular thing. As it relates to the isharat, there are many things that have been told in our religion, the way Sa'd was making the ishara for the tashahhud. From those isharat is that the Nabi prohibited us, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, from being like the Yahud. He said, do not be like the Yahud and do not wave when you give these salams. Don't wave like this, don't wave like that, don't wave at all. Some of the ulama said that that hadith is weak, and it definitely has some problems to it. Al-Albani said it was authentic, and others said it was authentic. But if it is authentic, inshallah, the meaning of the hadith is, if someone is far away from you, never wave to them, and you're just waving because that's what the Yahud do. But you have to combine that waving with saying, Assalamu alaikum, even if they don't hear you. Maybe they're not Muslims and they're driving and you want to allow them to go in front of you. Don't wave like that to get their attention. You say to them, go ahead, be my guest. Because the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, with all of these isharat, explained the religion. When they were praying sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Bilal came in, and while they were praying, they said, Salamu alaykum from the door. Bilal says, Salamu alaikum. The Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam in the prayer, along with the people in the prayer, he acknowledged that salam because he was praying, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. He didn't say anything, but he acknowledged that salam by praying. So these small issues are not small in our deen. The Nabi told Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, radiyallahu anhu, in the tashahhud, you should, as Abdullah ibn Umar said, as Wa'il ibn Hujr said, as Abdullah ibn Abbas said, when they described the tashahhud of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they said that he put his pinky finger there, he put his bansar there, and then he grabbed this one right here, and he used to make a ishara from the very beginning of At-Tahiyyatu Lillahi was-Salawatu wat-Tayyibat all the way through. He didn't wait until he came to Ashhadu an la ilaha and then he moved it. He kept it straight and he didn't move it. The hadith about moving it is a weak hadith. It's a hadith that's shadh, in my opinion. But if you don't believe that it is shadh and you want to move it, you move it. We don't make wala and bara on these masail. Al-wala and bara on al-mas'ala. This lady right here wears niqab, and this one doesn't. This one here, husband believes the niqab is wajib, and this one doesn't. Can they hate each other based upon this issue? That can be seen both ways. Scholars took that position, scholars took that. We don't have wala and bara on these kinds of issues. Just as we don't have wala and bara on individuals. This individual, if you like him, I like you. If you don't like him, I don't like you. What are you talking about? That breaks down the brotherhood of al-Islam. So the moving of the finger, the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam would hold these fingers like that, and he would point his fingers straight from the beginning of At-Tahiyyatu Lillah all the way to the end. All the way to the end. The Ahnaf, our brothers from that masjid, from that madhab, are of the opinion you shouldn't do that at all. But the hadith of the Prophet is clear, and this is one of them. The hadith of Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, radiyallahu anhu, and may Allah Ta'ala be pleased with the other companions of the Nabi, sallallahu alayhi wa ala alihi wa sallam. A few things concerning this ishara. Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam used to put his left hand on his left thigh, and he left it there, and he put the right finger, and that was the finger he made the tashahhud inside of the prayer. And that is dua. And he said about this finger, lahiya, ashaddu ala shaitan min al-hadid. This, doing this with your hand, is more hurtful, more shadid against shaitan than you being equipped with an iron pole or pipe to hit him, because you're calling to a tawheed. You're calling to tawheed. You're establishing the oneness of Allah. The reason why you've been created. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسِ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونِ. That's why we were created. That's why Allah sent all the messengers. That's why Allah created the Jannah and the Nar. That's why Allah Ta'ala sent prophets and messengers. So at that moment, this is one of the times, and it goes to show the severity and the seriousness of a tawheed. It's that time during the day. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam also, outside of the prayer, he used to do that. On the day of the khutbah, when he got to Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, he will put his finger up like that. Very seldom will you see that sunnah being practiced by the khutbah of al-Islam. Is it wajib? No, it's not wajib. But the khutbah, the minbar, is an amana in the necks and the shoulders of the people who have these messages and the people have access to them. So let's use the minbar and the microphone of the minbar in order to educate the people, to spread the sunnah, and so forth and so on. As it relates to making dua, this is really important, ikhwani, because I do remember brothers were very rough and tough in this issue. When you're young, the less knowledge you have, the more intolerant you are. The less knowledge you have, the more rougher and tougher you are. It's the people who don't have knowledge who are usually the ones who are the most, the toughest to deal with. But the more information you get, the more experience you get, the calmer you become. And you allow people to have their opinions without that sparking up animosity between you and them. But I do remember one of the companions, his name is Ammar ibn Ruwayba. He saw the man on the minbar, and he was connected to the leaders, to the khurafas. His name is Bashir ibn Marwan. People who love takfir and make a takfir of the hukam. They love this kind of hadith. From the minbar, he made dua, holding up his hands.
And the companions saw him making that dua. And the companions said in front of the people, قَبَّحَ اللَّهُ هَاتَيْنِ الْيَدَيْنِ. May Allah destroy both of your hands. He said, I saw when the Prophet was on the minbar, whenever he made dua, he wouldn't do more than this. So when the Prophet made dua, he would put his finger up. So when brothers came across that hadith, people were very tough on that position. The Imam raises his hand, you go and you tell him, that's a bid'ah, you shouldn't do it. Take it easy, ya akhi. Take it easy. Take it easy. That hadith is authentic. But what the man saw from the companions, he's speaking on what he knows and what he said. Maybe he didn't know about the other ahadith. Like the one where the Bedouin man came in Sahih Bukhari and he said, Ya Rasulullah, the drought is killing us. Make dua to Allah that the rain comes down. And he made dua. And it rained for 7 days. And then this man came the next week, Ya Rasulullah, the rain is killing us. It's destroying our crops, everything. Make dua to make it stop. The Prophet put up his hand, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and said, Allahumma hawalayna wa la alayna. Oh Allah, send to us the rain on the outskirts of Medina and don't put it on us. When he made Salat al-Istisqa, asking Allah for the rain, he put his hands way up and they said, we saw the whiteness from under his armpit. So he's making dua. So don't be rough, don't be tough. Take it easy. Take it easy. So as it relates to the Nabi making dua, what's the dua? If he's going to say, for an example, Allahumma anta razzaq al-quwwat al-mateen alladhi tarzaq al-nas. So he shows the wahdaniyah of Allah above the seven heavens. You're the one who does this, that. But if the person wants to make dua, oh Allah, give us rain. Oh Allah, give us rain. Yeah, you could do that. Allah, send rain from the sky. But if the person puts his hands up, don't say that it's haram. It doesn't require all of that. And if you're of that opinion, put your point across to people and be tolerant after that. Take it easy. Be tolerant after that. So the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he used to make dua inside of the prayer and outside of the prayer. Whenever you make the tashahhud, put your finger up, or even dua on the minbar, as the companion said, radiyallahu anhu. Last thing that we want to mention, ikhwani, concerning the isharat is that, you know, as I know, sign languages have become a way of communicating with people. So you have to understand that making signs and pulling faces, sometimes it is just as severe as saying it. So because a person didn't say something, but he did it with a movement in al-Islam, it's still serious. Pointing your finger like that is more shadeed on shaitan, although it's just an ishara. It's just you pointing, that's it. But there's more behind it than that. More behind it than that. Our mother Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her, became upset and jealous over our mother Safiya, and she said, Ya Rasulullah, hasbuka min Safiya. It is enough Safiya, like this. It's enough Safiya, like this. Meaning, she's a short lady. The Prophet says, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, laqad qulti. You said a word. Qulti. Laqad qulti kalimatan lo muzijat bima al-bahr lamazajathu. If you were to take that word that you said, that she's short, and you mixed it with the water of the ocean, that would pollute the water of the ocean. What about words like he's a kafir? What about words like he's an innovator? What about words like you get upset with someone and the person's called a sharmuta, a prostitute, a whore? Someone says about someone, you Yahudi or something like that, out of anger. And all she did was pointed and said, she's a short person. She's a short person. So we have a number of that. Those kuffar about the believers, when the believers pass them by, those people, they make faces. And Allah pulled them up on that. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said it's not befitting for a prophet to have an eye
that plays games with people. As Allah mentioned in the Quran, يَعْلَمُ خَائِنَةُ الْأَعْيُنِ. Allah knows that eye that plays around, that eye you make to let somebody know I was just joking, I wasn't serious, with the different tafsirs that scholars gave about that particular ayat. So actions in al-Islam, statements in al-Islam, isharat and movements where you do things like you want to show someone is not smart and you do like that, like he's crazy and things like that, although you didn't say anything, that stuff is ghiba, that stuff is buhtan, it's all of that. So we have to make al-muhasaba on and with ourselves. All right, we're going to stop here, inshallah azza wa jal. If you brothers have any questions, you could put your questions forward. Fadl ya akhi. When the Nabi was praying, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, people gave him salams. He took his right hand and he acknowledged them coming in. He acknowledged them with his hand. So all you have to do is acknowledge him with your hand, which is a proof and a dalil that you are allowed to move in the prayer. Our brothers from the Ahnaf and other people like that, that fiqh that some of them have is a fiqh that many times goes against what is established. You can't move. Once you start praying, if you move 3 times, your prayer is null and void. If you move more than once, your prayer is null and void. If you move
from the book, I'm trying to think and talk in the same time. But I say, A'udhu Billahi Minash Shaitanir Rajim. So every weekend, which is Saturday and Sunday, because we're so Illa man rahimahullah, save those whom Allah bless them. On Sunday, because we're so spoiled in America, we have 2 days weekend. Back home, we don't have good people. They have Friday halfway. That means half day of Friday, okay? And you have to work 6 days and a half. But nowadays they have to work day and night. Wallahi, I heard in a country, in a Muslim country, they are not eating the chicken now. They're eating the chicken legs because they don't have enough money to buy a chicken. Poverty. And we have, look to the food last night. Serving about 350 people in iftar. And it's going to be tomorrow and after tomorrow and after tomorrow. Subhanallah. We ask him, be grateful for the car. Allah yahdikum. Allah yahdikum. Allah yahdikum. Okay? أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. الحياة الدنيا. They did not call one time. They keep calling, and interrupting my thoughts. In the weekend, you should have 80% focus on yourself, your heart, your soul, the mosque, helping the community. But the Prophet ﷺ saying that من صلى الفجر في جماعة فكأنما قام نصف الليل. من صلى العشاء في جماعة فكأنما قام نصف الليل. من صلى الفجر في جماعة فكأنما قام نصف الليل. Whosoever pray Isha in congregation, he will be rewarded as if he pray half of the night. And if you pray Fajr in Jama'ah, you will be rewarded as if you what? You pray half of the night. That means every weekend, how many weekends, Abdullah, in Ramadan? Only 4 weekends, okay? That means the whole Ramadan, that you made what? 8 rak'at, 8 days out of the whole month, Isha and Fajr, Isha and Fajr. Focus. Keep focus, Wali, okay? Isha and Fajr. You be rewarded as if you're making salah from Isha until Fajr. If you leave your house and come to the mosque, okay? And come to the mosque, I swear, inshallah, if I know who's calling me, I will remove them from my telephone list. But I have 2 things on the same phone, and I don't want to lose it. You're going to be fired, regardless whatever. Whosoever.
Maybe it's emergency.
Huh?
Maybe it's an emergency.
Imagine? Emergency? Hello? Hello?
Maybe it's an emergency.
So?
Okay.
If it's death, I could not stop death. If even you want me home, by the time you're home, the emergency. Say la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. I know what is he calling for. And I can say 80% overseas looking for some zakah. This is the only thing they do to me every day. Anyway, when you pray Fajr and Isha, as if you start to pray and they pray until what? Until Fajr. Do this twice a week. Is this too much for you? Make Hajj and Umrah every weekend. Don't do it every day, okay? During Ramadan. But you have to take a baby steps towards Allah. So after this, you found the love of the mosque in your heart, the love of Allah. من قرأ حرفا من كتاب الله فله بحسنة والحسنة بعشر أمثالها لا أقول ألف لام ميم حرف ولكن ألف حرف ولام حرف وميم حرف. Whosoever recite a what? Not a word. Allah, see how the mercy of Allah. He say, whosoever recite a letter from Quran. 1 letter. Can you imagine this, Sabri? Only 1 letter. See Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He's making it so easy for us. He's not asking you 1 juz or 1 surah. He's saying what? Hizbullah, 1 letter. فله به حسنة والحسنة بعشر أمثالها. Whosoever say 1 letter of the Quran, not Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, no, only this, you will get a blessing. And for every blessing, Allah multiplied to 10 times. لا أقول ألف لام ميم حرف ولكن ألف حرف ولام حرف وميم حرف. Only to say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, 170 blessing in your rasid. Right away. It go in Zillow, whatever you call it. Now you don't have to go to the bank and come from the bank and don't take a nap while you're leaning, okay? And you miss the whole thing. Now you can do like this your phone and you send. And now, $100, $1,000 go in your account. While you're sitting on your token and you get a message back, we receive your money. Subhanallah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is calling in us. Let's take advantage of Ramadan. I'm not going to start, I brought a book so I can open and start preaching you this morning. I did not open the book yet. This is the introduction. But let's stop this and get into something. But this is your opportunity, Ramadan. The mosque is open every day. We have books, guys. We have Qur'ans. The mosque is open. The mosque is welcoming you. What else you want? Okay? We always have somebody here. We have somebody here can teach you Salah, help you about learning the Adhan, whatever it is. Let's take advantage, at least in the weekend, make a good use of the masjid and Ramadan. Let's now move from this about the reward. By the way, I think we don't have any of my assistants here. For those among you, inshallah, we're going to give you a free book this morning so you can read the book, since I could not even start in it. And it says, live longer. The brother, the author of the book, is say what? Live longer. That how you can maximize your reward. That means you doing little reward, little action, but you get a lot of reward. So now you actually live 73. I forgot. You're 72. I'm the one who's 74. Is it, Wali? Oh, yeah, okay, but you will come in the day of judgment. You found what? You lived 170 years. How you can do this? Doubling, okay? So you can do an action that little, but you will find the reward that much. So inshallah, before you go, you will get a copy, free copy. The word free in America is a big word, huh? You will get a free one. So instead of talking about this, you can take it with you home, all right? And take one, not a day, one a week. Like the doctor, he give you the, what you call the prescription, and say twice a day after eating, okay, all these things. I'm asking you, take one item of this book, one a week, only one a week. Master it, keep working on it. Next week, take one. Let's see how many chapters we have in this small book. Subhanallah, 60 different medicine for you to live longer. All right? Take one a week. By next Ramadan, inshallah, you master it. Not in memorization, in action. Baby steps, every day, increase little bit, not every day. Once a week, take one. Take one bear, okay? And work it again, inshallah. You get more closer to Allah. And that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will love you more. I think there is, this is live longer. The other one say, get loved by Allah or be loved by Allah. I read the books, but I forget the names, like forgetting the names of your children. Okay? So this live longer. The other one, be loved by Allah. So you're going to get this book, inshallah, today, and you can study in your own, make your program. But Dr. Adley say, take once a week. If you take too much pills, it's a vitamin, brother. No, it's a vitamin, but you need to work it. I forgot I have some doctors here. I better be quiet. Listen, brothers and sisters, we have an average of at least 200 people coming every night. You saw last night was about 350 people, up to 400. And these people come, eat, run, okay? Breakfast, eat the meal, make Isha, Tarawih, and go. How we can make a good use of this? This is what we need to think in this gathering. We still have, I think, about 20 minutes before sunrise. I assume so, okay? And we need ideas. How we can introduce or encourage people to do one thing. And one thing you don't need to do anything about it. While you here eating iftar, sit beside somebody that you don't know. This is it. Assalamu alaikum, Aki. Assalamu alaikum. I understand. My name is so-and-so. This is it. We need to get to know each other. What's wrong? Why we're running away from each other? How we could not? We come to the same mosque. stand beside each other, shoulder to shoulder, but we don't know anything about each other. So if we can come with ideas, and this is the reason I ask you to come, because I know you, mashallah, more experienced than me, and more mature than me, and more in everything, and studying, and PhD degree, and post degree, and all these things. So I want to get to learn from you. Give us idea how we can do something. My main concern, beside what I'm saying just now, we need to make da'wah and take advantage of this gathering. I'm sure each one of you knows somebody, your neighbor, your classmate, somebody who's your job, not Muslim. All what you need to use, the key word is what? Overseas food. Tell them mulukhaya. Okay? Tell them, you understand, a word that they, I say, and free? Yeah, you sure? Yeah, you be my guest. Hey, this is my card. No, not this one. This is my card, you understand? You see money that, no, you be careful. This is my card. You come and you ask, tell them, Mr. Adley, okay? Why we could not? You have a whole month, 30 days, and you have at least 5 people working in the same office. You could not, through the whole 30 days, convince somebody to come for a free dinner. You say, you be my guest, and you tell them, you understand, Dr. Adley, everybody know me there, you come, you understand? You sure? Yeah, I'll be waiting for you. I meet you by the gate, don't worry. Because some people, when we invite them, and when they come and see all these cars, and they could not see you in the middle of all this, tell them, mister, give them my name. This okay, all right? And as soon as I see somebody who knows a stranger, is not a Muslim, or she's not a Muslim, but what I want to, don't bother them about anything. Oh, but you need to wear this. Oh, no, don't come here with short. Oh, don't you understand? They are not Muslims. Don't start with them about short and a headpiece, and you understand, and don't shave your beard before you come. No. Tell them, come for a dinner, be with us. This is it. And do not come boom, boom, boom. He won't, this good, your brother. Oh, yes. Don't start to preach them away, okay? Come in a different way, okay? Sit and think. How you like? Oh, you guys have this every day? Yeah. You see, we Muslims. Now right away you shoot the first bullet. Muslims. We part of our practice, we fast. And you give them 2-3 minutes about fasting. So now when sunset, we break the fast. So we eat now. After this, we're going to... And as if you're giving him a story. And that Tawheed, you understand, been 3 parts, Tawheed al-Uluhiyyah, Tawheed al-Rububiyyah, Tawheed al-Isma' and Sifat, and whosoever is munafiq, and whosoever is, you understand, out of the Sirat al-Mustaqim. You don't do this. You understand? Easy going, easy coming on them, okay? Let them. And I'm proposing that we need like a small 2-3 tables, like take about 2 or 4 people max, okay? And we put like a sign there, like you go, you understand, in the restaurant, and it have a sign like this and say reserve, okay? Dr. Adley or something like family. This we bought 2 tables for guests. Regardless is your guest or my guest, but we will know that those people who sit here, they are not Muslims, they are guests, they're stranger, okay? And not everybody, brother, I could not find any place, so I found this and there was nobody sitting there, so no, don't do this. So we need ideas. So who's going to contribute, and who's going to, inshallah, try to talk to somebody at work, and we need to make Ramadan to be a means for da'wah, not only for gaining weights.
like a QR code that they can scan that would take them to a small piece of this information. Like this, yes. You have that.
Have this technology. We need to do something like this. You understand? I say, okay, all what you need, you understand here. You understand? This is a good idea. But still, some don't put everything electronic, that even the website telling them come to eat. No, you need to give invitation. You need to understand, and don't forget, you have to have the smile in your face while you're talking. Huh? Is it right? Huh? How's that? Say, okay, the business smile, okay, and we'll be glad, delighted. You understand, and we have to know how. Some of us, they don't know even how to invite people for food, not for discussion, not for talk, okay? We have to make a use out of this, other than breaking fast, get to know another Muslim brother or a sister, you understand? I mean, a brother to a brother, sister to sister, get to meet each other, you understand? What country you're from, mashallah, what you doing? You see, okay, I was there, you understand? Oh, guess what? I used to teach you there. Oh, I say, yeah. What? Socialization, okay? And after this, next time, when you see the masjid, you're going to, oh, brother, I did not see you since Ramadan. We need, with many things missing out of our life. And we have opportunity, 30 days, food, eat, fill the stomach, and after this what? Let's put some spice on it, okay? By some action, something towards the akhirah. So anybody want to contribute something? We just got the code now. This is contribution. Didn't come to my mind. Although we have it in the door there, but we need, like I say, one hand doesn't what? Doesn't clap. Okay? You need two hands. So even if I'm the imam, but I still need the members to give me ideas, and we need to understand to put time, okay? And we try to make sure that you understand by next week that we have these tables, we have some nice clean plastic sitting in it, maybe getting some flowers also, and reserve things like this. Asabri, throw something this way, brother. Come on, man. We've been, you understand, on Luqman. Get it, Luqman.
I was, friend with Java told to come. He wanted to sit with me. I said, he don't want to go to the guest because he wants to mingle with people, with the Muslim, rather than his Christian. Because when they sit with the Christian thing, they talk about which movie did you see? Did you see that in Netflix? And we want them talking about Islam.
Okay, we have to find a way how to get to the people. Sit and talk to him. He want first, don't leave him, you understand. Be expecting. You're expecting a guest? Wait to the gate. This one thing. Because when he will come and see 400 people and cars everywhere, you understand? So I may be in the wrong place, they can't keep driving. Welcome him from the gate. I say, I'll wait for you by the gate. Welcome them. Get them on the table. Sit down there with the guests. And we train ourselves that we will have somebody to bring the food. Because by the time you go get the food, and you stay in a long line like this, and the guy sitting doesn't know what people scare. Some people are scared from us, you understand? They don't know. So we have to learn, we need to train ourselves, we need to hear things about how to entertain people. As example, yesterday, I was coming to see how things going, and I noticed somebody that I never saw him before, and I assume that he's not a Muslim. Right away, I got, excuse me, brothers, okay, and I got the person to say, no, you're our guest, you come here. All right? Now you sit with the guest talk while you understand somebody go get two plates, one for you and one for your guests. You don't leave your guests. So, and you talk to them in general, and we have like this. Any more masjid in Colombia? Let it socialization. Don't hate him right away. The only thing, give him about Islam, Muslim words, and we fast. Okay? The next day, guess what? Next week we have Arabian food. We have Indian food. It's spicy. You like spicy, is it? Yeah. Okay, you come now. And next time now, he got little bit used to you and to the gathering. He's not scared. Now you can tell him about, oh, I would like to make a fast. No. Because you understand, Islam talks about La ilaha illallah first. And throw some Arabic words there. What's this? Say this means that there is no deity worthy of worship other than Allah. That means people study things like this, you understand? School and get degree about how to communicate, communication skills and all this stuff, you understand? But some of you got it by degree, and some, like poor people like me, got it by experience. You understand? 60 years in work, dealing with people, human being, and everything. You understand? You look and Allah open your eyes, you learn things. So we need to start to do something and utilize Ramadan beside ourselves for the public. There is many things that we need to talk about it, but we need contribution. We are not talking about money, because can you imagine 300 people average, and everybody have a plate or a second plate. Do you know how much trash we have? Can you imagine somebody try to clean up there outside? The same person staying until 1 o'clock at night. We have kids, you understand, and sister, brothers, sitting outside until 12:30. So we need a lot to be done. We have a small masjid, but we have a big community, and special Ramadan is like a feast for everybody. So we need to get more closer to each other. We need to sit, you understand. I need somebody to come volunteer, say, Imam, I'm here available once a week, as example. We'll make a list, and we do all these things. So this is basically what I want you to be here this morning, because it has to be a leadership, and it has to be more than one hand. I could not do everything. So if you guys have idea, it's not enough time that we can sit and talk. Can somebody put some ideas? Can we propose something? Can we come again tomorrow, as example? Okay, because it's a weekend tomorrow also. We can continue the discussion. But basically, you know why I ask you to come, because we need to put our hands to utilize Ramadan, maximize for building ourselves, improve ourselves, and also how we can serve the community and how we can extend our hand to the public. Now the floor is open for any discussion, any question. Yes, Fadal.
For the book you kindly mentioned to give everyone a copy. If you don't mind, please, during Tarawih, we pray rakat. So do you mind in a break after 4 rakat, you or brother can say one hadith each night? Be just to get okay, we have all gathering, brothers and sisters. So we like now, okay, for example, now we have almost 20. But each day for men and sisters, about 200. So if you don't mind, please, we can just between a break after 4 rakats, we mentioned one hadith. So for all of us, so by the end of Ramadan, at least, if you can catch 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever we got, it would be good thing. Even for the same night, you hear the hadith. As soon as you go home, you will practice it till the next day, and you get another hadith, just shorter.
Well done. Jazakallah khair. Jazakallah khair. Anybody want to contribute something? Yes.
Yes, I was going to say something about when you mentioned to reserve 3 tables for the guests.
Not the whole table for 10 people.
Oh, yeah,
no, special table, you understand, something like this. Me and you can sit.
Oh, I thought you meant
No. No, this is for heavy duty food people, okay? I'm talking about something will be noticeable, and the people will know that this is for a guest, and it's something double this size maybe, something like this. Yeah. Jazakallah khair. No problem. So I think nobody have objection about the guest table, is it?
No, it's fine. If no one uses it, we can use it.
And we spoke about the barcode also.
I mean, whatever you're telling us now, people ask us, so what is Ramadan? And we tell them, if there's an invitation, that's going to be really great. So if there's like a web page that has all these small notes that you want to give to non-Muslims, and we tell them, oh, okay, so in our mosque, you're welcome to come, you're going to be a guest, scan this barcode. And it will take them to the page that you're going to make, explain a few things and welcoming them. That will be easier for us to, it's going to be an official thing that links the guest to you or to your web page. And it'll be more official. They're going to have the address, they're going to have the details, and few points that you would like to express to them. It'll be, everybody asks us, like, so you are fasting? What is fasting? And with a barcode that will take them to your page, it'll be, a continuation of knowledge and information and practical food, involved in it. And they come here, even if they don't come, even if they just read the page, that would be a great thing.
We'll take it, inshallah. By the way, also that we don't want to do for the non-Muslims only. We need to do something for ourselves. So somebody proposed, but I don't think they are here this morning, proposed something like before iftar, like for 10 minutes, mini class every day, okay? That will be before Maghrib, okay? That people know about something about virtues of Ramadan, virtuous recitation of the Quran, things like this. And we have actually Brother Abdul Wahab, I think he's given one class. What was yesterday? Yesterday was what? Juma?
Yes, brother.
No, he gave it, I forgot what day, but he is taken one night. We have also Sister Sharifa want to give a class, okay, for the brothers and the sisters also, okay? So anybody can attend, and I think she choose Saturday. I myself be willing, you understand, to give. So it can, because people come and sits outside, you understand, waiting, watching the dates, looking at the dates and the water, waiting for Maghrib. So it can be, something does not have to be a heavy duty class. This is also can be done. But sometimes they have the teacher, but you don't have the students. And this is...
Brother, we have class is Fridays and Saturdays, an hour before iftar.
2 days?
Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
An hour before iftar.
1 hour. You see, the problem that, like I said, that some people, mashallah, tabarakallah, I don't mean to say anything about the brother or the sisters, that some people, they decide something, they did not even say the imam, okay? Change classes, you understand, from time to time, and the imam giving class inside the office, and somebody outside, and I say, what is going on? Oh, so the people change the class. We need a little bit organization, understand, and communication. And this is something that it should be, you understand? So, because if there is no red light and green light and yellow light, it's going to be crash, okay?
It's actually in the calendar, in the website.
What calendar, akhi?
Like Masjid al-Muslimin calendar?
No, akhi. No.
There is a website.
It's not.
There is a website.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. See, that's where I was confused. Remember when I came to take my Shahada lab?
Is this another confusion? You understand that people have different websites, it's not saying Masjid al-Muslimin, and they put in their own stuff.
It's the website for here.
Yeah. I mean, I can show you. I mean, I had a
Yeah. It's for you. Where it has all the prayer times and everything.
Yeah, we have that website, yeah.
If you see up in the top, there's a button to hit the calendar. It takes you to, it's supposed to be a schedule for here, but the times and stuff is off.
Who has this?
No idea.
Anyway, we will check this also. So basically, anybody have anything else want to add, inshallah, for our activity or Ramadan, anything? Excuse me, Akhi?
He wants to see the class timing.
No. What site is?
Oh, yeah.
No, you can sit down, Akhi. I believe you. Say what to say.
Masjid al-Muslimin.
Who's running this?
I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, that's what we do. Like, if we go to anywhere, we search Google.
I think it's the most common website.
Yeah. And it's a website. It's not like a page or something like that. It's a website.
Someone maintains the calendar in our official website is probably up.
If the Imam himself doesn't know who's running the calendar, is this?
Imam, who maintains our website?
I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I don't know.
But it has,
marriage.
Yeah, info about yourself and with you,
Salah times.
Yeah.
I know there is a website for the masjid, you understand? Yes. It say about the changing the class for Abdul Wahab such a time? Mm-hmm. It says there?
Yeah, it's there.
But it's wrong. This is wrong.
It's in that website?
Yeah, in this website.
Okay, I'll see this.
So, yeah. So Saturday and Sunday.
All right. Anything else? Anybody would like to do any activity in the masjid? Anyone to training, anything? Yes.
The people cooking tonight, are they bringing water or we have to use the water?
Okay, anything needed, please let me know. And the cash is ready.
The reason why I said that, because remember last week you said don't buy water because people might bring water. Because what we have in the storage is enough for one day.
Okay.
So if they don't bring one, we have enough for tonight. But tomorrow we're not going to.
Today's Saturday. Do you think we should buy the big bottles or the small bottle?
The big bottle.
The big bottle.
Is expensive.
Huh?
The smaller one is actually expensive. Yeah. So the bigger one is cheaper.
Okay.
Because people ask for the smaller one because the kids they waste water. But it's actually expensive, so we just buy the bigger one.
All right. Who's available to bring some water?
How many bottles?
Don't worry about the money. The money, anything expenses, as long as you approve it before you buy it, no problem.
The best place is Walmart, Sam's Club.
I can go to either one. Sam's Club or Costco. How many bottles do you need?
If you could buy a lot, we could start.
No, you're going to have a truck so you can carry all this stuff.
I have a small SUV, so
whatever you can get, the most you can get, bring it with you.
Okay. When I bring it, what time?
Brother Mutahir, do you have any idea about the masjid website? Excuse me? But how Suhail know about changing the class and I'm sitting in the mosque, I don't know about the changing class.
I think when Badr Abdul Wahab talked about changing the class, he informed Badr Habib. Maybe he informed or...
Yeah, because Abdul Wahab can tell Habib and Habib can tell Suhail. And Suhail, but it still did not come by the mosque.
He was here actually, yeah.
Akhi, do you understand my point?
Yeah, I understand.
It had, you go to any system, there is a way how things goes. So I can call in somebody in Texas, telling him change this, but the imam who's sitting here, the people did not even tell him.
I'll call Suhail and find out if he's still if anyone is communicating with them to change it or to add things. And then we can maybe find someone local to assign that responsibility to it.
Jazakallah khair. Yeah, I think this is what it is. Like you say, Abdul Wahab said to Habib, and Habib said to Suhail, and Suhail went to change it. And the Imam who's sitting in the mosque, day and night, every day, okay, doesn't know about it. I'm giving a class yesterday, and he's giving class, you understand, also, and the microphone, I could not even focus about what I'm doing. So we need to learn organization and order. Okay. You're going to go for the water? You're supposed to be a guest here. We are not supposed to put you on work right away. Okay. All right. Yes, 1 second, please. Yes, sir. Okay. تفضل أخي.
So from your idea, when you start to talk anyone who has more so before okay, now maybe I know in neighbor or so I give him the okay, so what can you for say for example the weekend it's Saturday okay, and we give time okay, and when we agree on everything we should also tell the imam right about everything, so when the guests come definitely the imam will be in the picture. So when the guests come you'll find it. It's not like the people come in a place and leave. No. You find like a sort of organization. Someone invite him, someone with him, and on top of everything, we have a imam, we have a leader, and so from first why you get embarrassed for this religion. And this is the reality. Because the media here, especially here in the United States, they do make a brainwash. These Muslims are ignorant, they don't know how to talk, how to behave in administration, and some of these are a reality, to be honest, it's a reality. They are just walking like no system, they have nothing. So when we invite anyone for the mosque, definitely, I mean, we have just maybe a time, and okay, when the time be sharp, okay, waiting, because we are accurate and sharp in that, we should be waiting, we should everything organized, and when they come, definitely, Sheikh Adli will be on top of everyone, and so when they get, the first impression, they get embarrassed. Oh, yes, this is...
I think it's the best thing if every one of us will take one item and work on it and come with the thing to finalize next week as example, okay? That, because when you taking in charge of ideas and you try to think about it and put something about it, it's different from everybody sitting, understand, only giving ideas. And after this, ideas, nobody talk notice, you understand, nobody know who's doing what. So basically, we know, what I'm trying to say, we have opportunity. It's not going to come again unless you understand, you're talking about 1 year from now. But we still can do something about it. So if every one of you can go and write something about it, and they bring it, or email it, if you don't have the time to come. And let's try to improve, to make a better use for the breakfast and the gathering, even among the Muslims themselves, okay? So with this, inshallah, we need to close to make 2 rak'at, so you can get a reward of Hajj and Umrah, and try to utilize the mosque, especially during Ramadan. The mosque is open. We have the 5-time prayers, okay? We have a lot of books you can read. You understand Quran, and you have to make a program for yourself from Asr to Maghrib as example. Okay, I'm going to make a half hour only for recitation Quran. You have to make something that you're going to do it as individual and something collectively. Okay? Other than this, I want to tell you one thing. I'm here every day. If you think I can be assistant, or the mosque in general can be assistant for what you want to accomplish, please let me know. For now, we have already some people, yarhamukallah, some people, they get together before Maghrib, about 20 minutes reading Quran. We have classes before Maghrib, okay? So try to make a use. If there is no activity going on, the mosque is open. Come and sit in the mosque. Even if you're doing nothing other than sit in the mosque, وَإِنَّ الْمَلَائِكَةُ تُصَلِّ عَلَىٰ أَحَدِكُمْ مَا دَامَ فِي مُصَلَّى. Angels praying blessings on a person who's sitting in the mosque, only sitting, doing nothing, to sit in the mosque as a means of worship, get closer to Allah, you'll be rewarded. So instead of sitting outside in the table, waiting for half an hour for breaking the fast, sit in the mosque. Subhanallah, alhamdulillah. Even if sitting doing nothing, but you're sitting in the environment of the angels surrounding you, and the angels are making dua for you. You never can be a loser. A Muslim never can be a loser. You're going to be blessed. Even sitting doing nothing, but you're sitting inside the mosque. Inshallah.
Just one question.
Finally.
Is it a requirement to read the whole Quran during Ramadan? Because for me, sometimes you want to read Surah Al-Baqarah, it would take me a long time.
Take your time. What
is
is
it?
it?
A requirement to finish the Quran?
No, it's not requirement. The Prophet ﷺ said, "Man qara'a harfan min kitabillah." Whosoever read one letter from the book of Allah. So, do it. Doesn't matter from the Baqarah or from Nisa, from Ala Imran, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but do something. Read Quran, okay? If you don't know how to read Quran, you already know the Fatiha and the Ikhlas. I'm giving idea. I understand. Is this no problem? Okay. Even if nothing except Ikhlas, قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا. Repeat. This 1/3 of the Quran. The blessing is there. Allah has given us a lot. So it's not everybody going to know how to read Quran and tajweed Quran, memorize Quran, but you can do something. Let's do something before Ramadan leave us, okay? Jazakumullah khair, may Allah bless your day. Yes, akhi. What's your name, my brother? Samir. MashaAllah. New face here, is it?
I've been here for a while.
Okay, you know, old man forget things.
I had hair when I first came. I cut it off.
Okay, you see, there is a... I thought I'm getting old. I don't know what's going on. Okay, Samir.
So I drive and I move around a lot during the day. So I don't have time to actually sit down and read my Quran the way I would like. But I listen to it in my car. Is that still acceptable?
Alhamdulillah, of course. Any form of ibadah, you understand? Okay? القرآن فاستمعوا له وأنصتوا. When the Quran is recited, listen attentively to this. So anything that Allah said it in Quran or said it in Hadith Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and you're doing it, seeking the nearness to Allah, you're going to be rewarded. Yes, why not? Thank you very much. Does the sister have anything to add before we say that you neglect us? You did not let us talk like the brothers. All right. You have a blessed day, inshallah. 2 rak'at so you can get the reward for Hajj and Umrah. سبحانك اللهم بحمدك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك. ومن